We are going live. And we are live right now.
Okay. Well, good morning. My name is Karlton Johnson, and I want to welcome everybody to this very historic discussion about having a 18th sustainability or sustainable development goal for the UN. We have a day of rich discussions lined up for you. I will be chairing the first panel, and this is where we will have some general conversations about the SDG, and we have a lineup of professionals who are going to share their insights for the next hour. We will do a quick intro of each one of our guest panelists, and then we'll do a Q&A from the moderator to the panelists. And then towards the end, if we're able, we will do Q&A from the audience. So a little bit about my background very quickly. Spent 26 plus years in the United States Air Force. Been in the space business for just about all that time, space and cyberspace. Worked in Fortune 500, and now I sit as an additional to independent company, Delane Strategy Group. I am the chairman of the National Space Society, and that's the hat that I'm wearing today. On the panel, we have Mr. Frank White, Mr. Steve Wolfe, Mr. Henk Rogers, and Mr. Adriano Autino. And I always mess up Adriano's name. I told him I'm going to start working on my Italian. So let me start with you, Adriano, and a quick little bit about your background, and then we'll go on to the next panelist. So Adriano, over to you. We need you closer to the mic, sir.
Of course, yes. Sorry. Good. So I was saying thank you very much, Karlton, and thank you very much, everyone, to be here today with us. This is a really historical appointment because we will be presenting worldwide our proposal for an 18th SDG to be added to the UN 2030 agenda. So about myself, I was a computer system engineer and a software programmer, and I work all of my life in this sector, making many things, many real-time and hard real-time system for industry, for research, and for aerospace domain. Since the 90s of the past century, I am working on philosophy. And I quickly arrived to understand that the humanity cannot continue to develop inside one only planet, and we have to go outside and start developing in the solar system by now and further later. So I started to work on that, and my first webzine was called The Technologies of the Frontier, together with other visionaries around the world. And in 2008, we initiated the Space Renaissance Initiative. And in 2010, we founded the Space Renaissance International as a not-for-profit organization. That grew up a little bit, not too quickly, but steadily. And now, after after how many years? I don't know, 16 maybe. Yes, I think we are growing up, and we realize important initiatives, and this one I think is the most important one, that we are going ahead together with our partners, NSS, National Space Society, and the Mars Society, and the Lifeboat Foundation, and nowadays 60 organizations, because we had yesterday the subscription by Asgardia, and they are already contributing a lot of signatures to our petition. So I had no time to update all the online things because Asgardia joined us just yesterday night. So, but you will see very important news in the next days. So sorry, I combined both my story and our initiative. So Karlton, thank you.
All right, thank you. Over to you, Mr. White.
Well, thank you, Karlton. My name is Frank White, and I am the author of the Overview Effect, Space Exploration and Human Evolution, now in its 4th edition. It's part of a trilogy about the overview effect, which is the experience astronauts have when they see the Earth from space and in space. And I'm also the author of several other books on space exploration and space migration. I've been a space advocate since the days of Gerard K. O'Neill, and I learned a lot from him, and I haven't forgotten it. You'll probably hear more about it today. And I am also co-founder and president of the Human Space Program. Our mission is the sustainable, ethical, and inclusive evolution of humanity into the solar ecosystem. Karlton, you and Adriano have taken away the most important word I was going to use, historic. I'm just honored to be at a moment in history that I know is going to reverberate for future generations if we succeed. And that's what we have to do today. So thank you so much. And I'm just really pleased to be here with such a distinguished group of people.
Thank you, sir. Honors ours as well. And over to you, Mr. Wolfe.
Hello, Frank.
Hello?
Steve Wolfe, sir.
Internet connection is unstable.
Okay. We're good.
Now it's better. Okay, let's go.
Thank you. Steve Wolfe. Don't know if you can hear.
Can you hear me?
I got you now.
All right. I don't know if my screen is coming on.
Yep, we can see you. We can see and hear you.
There's a way of spotlighting, by the way. I don't know if you know how to do that, but at any rate, hey, listen, I am really honored as well to be here. I have to applaud Adriano for his initiative in bringing attention to this SDG 18 effort. I think it really is. Again, I think historic is probably the word of the day, that that we're having this meeting and that he's and that we are taking this on. I don't think that anything could be more important. When Adriano first mentioned this to me, it was this idea. It was there was an immediate connection and recognition that it was important, and indeed it was something that I had myself had considered as being important. So I was thrilled, and of course, you know, we're up to over 50, I think it's like 56 organizations that have joined in this effort. So that's quite an achievement in and of itself. As far as myself and my introduction, I'm Steve Wolfe. I'm the president of the Beyond Earth Institute. It is a nonprofit think tank that is focused on policies and legislation that will help to create a future where humans will one day be able to migrate beyond this earth and live throughout the solar system. Personally, you know, I have been a space advocate for since my early teens, so that goes back 4 decades or so. Professionally, I worked on Capitol Hill, where I had the benefit of, Well, I worked on Capitol Hill, where I had the opportunity to introduce a bill called the Space Settlement Act of 1988, which actually was passed into law, written into law by Ronald Reagan. So that's where I'm coming from, and I really look forward to this conversation.
Karlton, I think you're on mute.
Yeah, go ahead. Thank you. And go ahead, Henk.
Yeah, so my name is Henk Rogers. My background is computer science, and I did exit from one of my companies in 2005. Followed up by having a heart attack and found my missions in life. Mission number 3 is to make a backup of life by going to other planets, and I've been on that path ever since. I have a research facility on Mauna Loa where we study living on other planets called High Seas. Some of you may know of it. And yes, I believe firmly the next step for humanity is that we need to be a multi-planetary species.
Lost the audio.
Lost your audio, Hank.
Exploit
Gotcha now.
this planet, and it's time for us to move to other planets and continue on the human journey.
All right, thank you, Mr. Rogers. And so that came out a little wrong, but you know what I meant, Hank. And Hank is being a little humble here for those of you who are, let's just say, more wizened in age. You may remember a game called Tetris, and I seem to remember that Hank is the creator of Tetris. So we have some pretty good skills on this team here.
Not the creator, please.
Not the creator?
No, that's a Russian guy.
Oh, I thought you were a creator.
I'm the business. No.
All right. Well, I'll still play the game and think of you. So let's get started in the conversation. And by way of background, as people have been discussing this, as many of you know, there are 17 sustainable development goals that the United Nations has. And those are all good. And people have been working those aggressively for a number of years. As we are looking to go into space, what we have come to recognize is that space is just different. The types of things that we do on Earth may be done differently in space. And as we're looking at sustainability goals, part of the effort is looking at how space-related capabilities can be developed in a sustainable way and have some type of return on investment for Earth. And that's one of the big reasons why we are here together to talk about this today. But clearly, and if everybody can go mute if you're not speaking, clearly though, there are pros and cons for having an additional SDG. So my first question to the panelists, and I'll go to each person unless you raise your hand for a specific answer. And I'll start with you, Mr. White. Why is this having an 18th SDG so important, especially when people will say, well, we have enough in the other SDGs, and you could probably wrap all this in there. Why have an 18th SDG?
Well, Karlton, I have to start with a mantra that I repeat every time I'm given the chance to speak, and people are probably a little tired of it, but we have to start with the reality we are in space. We've always been in space, and we will always be in space. So first of all, to have the 17 SDGs that don't explicitly recognize that is a limited perspective. But secondly, and this is a bit of a teaser for my presentation, I do not believe we can achieve the other 17 without the 18th.
Hear,
We
hear.
have overshot the capacity of our planet to carry us forward. And that is going to limit our ability to achieve the other 17. We are like a person who walks into a Tesla dealership and we say, I want a Tesla. And the salesman says, okay, that's $38,000. Do you have $38,000? And the guy says,
we
no.
are partially hearing you.
You
I'm
can't
sorry?
hear me?
No, I can hear you.
Okay. I'm getting to the punchline, Adriano. So he says, do you have $38,000? And the guy says, no, I have an overdraft of $38,000 at the bank. Will that help? And the salesman says, no, You might be able to buy a bicycle. I hope you see that metaphor. We are trying to do wonderful things with the other 17. We need to do those things for our planet to survive, but we're overdrawn, we're in overshoot. I don't have time to tell you all the people who've confirmed this, but we need a larger ecosystem in order to achieve those 17 goals. That's why we have to have an 18th.
Excellent. Thank you, sir. So as we talk about this, clearly we're going to need some additional advocacy. Yes, we have over 60 entities that are willing to sign a petition, and this is good. But moving it to the next level is going to present both opportunity and challenges. So, Mr. Wolfe, from your background, as we talk about this from the Washington, D.C. perspective, what do you think the appetite is for another SDG? And then what are some things that you think we would need to get out of Washington, and also particularly from the nations of the UN, to make this a reality?
Yeah, that's a good question, Carlton. Hopefully everyone can hear me.
Yep.
Yeah, we have to be very pragmatic about what we're approaching. So on one level, we're putting forth a very grand idea for the world, that we want to raise the recognition of the planet that space is really just part of where the human experience needs to expand into. So we understand that here in this community, right? But there is a very real hurdle and reality in Washington in particular. They have a great deal of difficulty just dealing with some basic things right now. So, you would think that there would be a strong linkage and opportunity here. But NASA, or I should say the U.S. is focused on issues around regulating space flight, around regulating novel experiences in space. So we're just about to move into a very exciting new economic period in space, where more and more humans are going to be able to access space through these new commercial space stations that are coming online in the next 10 years. We're going to be reaching the moon, and humans will be accessing the moon, and that's going to create a great deal of excitement. So there's an opportunity there for sure, to get the attention of folks for the SDG 18 is going to be another level of complexity. I think we have to be honest with ourselves that this is sort of the beginning of a process, and that in order to succeed, we're going to have to sort of stay with this for many years. There's going to be a challenge in the United States, and there's going to be a challenge internationally. Now, we actually may have a better chance with many of our international partners that are eager to make to have a voice in the space domain, and so they may be interested. So you may have like Saudi Arabia or UAE, Luxembourg, for example, certain countries that have a very progressive attitude about the potential for space that may wind up taking the lead ahead of countries like the United States. And certainly China is sort of the wild card in all this, and they're very eager to do this, and they may wind up being a good partner on this initiative. So I think as we step into this, we just need to be very sober in understanding the challenge before us, not to diminish, not to in any way make us pause or make us reconsider what we're doing by any means, but just to recognize the challenges we're facing ahead of us.
And well said. And under my NSS hat, we had the opportunity to present this at the COPUOS, the 66th COPUOS, and Alfred Anzaldua, who's also on the NSS International Committee, as well as Adriano were there. And to your point, we could see, especially when we had the side conversations, that there was interest in this with the international teams. That said, one of the questions that came up was, what are some of the benefits that we can really get from having that additional SDG, that address something that is tangible to people on Earth. So let me pass that question over to you, Mr. Rogers. When we look at an SDG and you're Farmer John or Jane in the middle of America or someplace else in the world, and we start talking about having this additional sustainability goal, why does that matter to them, and what kind of benefit can we get from a space SDG that helps us solve an Earth-based problem? Can't hear you, sir. You're unmute.
Yeah, no, Karlton cannot hear me because
I can hear you now.
you can hear me now. Okay, good.
I can hear you now.
Yes, so going to of expanding to another world or to space.
You're breaking up again, sir.
Here. Can I do this?
There you go. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
I can hear
now
you.
You're on my phone.
There you go.
Okay. Yeah. So historically, whenever we humans expanded into new territories, that has caused a huge economic boom. And I believe that moving to the moon and Mars will be similar to, we call it the New World in the old days. But this is actually a new world in the new days. So as far as human progress is concerned, expanding into space is the natural next step. And you could say that the problems that we're having in the world today are because we've maximized our expansion on this planet. And we shouldn't be expanding anymore. Any more expansion on this planet is destroying the environment. And that is the problem that we're having. Now, why should it be an SDG? The SDG is the Sustainable Development Goal. And so rather than just go unbridled and do anything we want to do in space, we have to think about how can we do this sustainably? Because there is a danger that we do the same excessive behavior that we've done on this planet in other places. So rather than ignore space, we should, the humanity in the United Nations, the SDGs should include space into the future plans of where we're going to go. And then looping back on it, if you look at the gains that the technological gains that we've had that dropped out of the space program, we have solar panels as a result, for example. Now, if we're going to go and live on another planet, the only way that a colony has ever survived in history is that the colony has had to be self-sustaining. In other words, we had to grow our own food, our own water, everything. And so when we go to the moon or Mars and learn how to live sustainably there, the technologies that will drop out of that will help us to become sustainable back here on this planet. So I think those two reasons, one is we need to expand, and one is we need that technology to become sustainable on Earth.
Excellent, well said. And so, and I think I got an echo in the background there. Adriano, so if the rest of you can go call Mike. Thank you. So Adriano, you have been with us as we went to COPUOS. And on your side, you brought these different teams together. What are people saying to you about why they're joining in this? Because having 60 plus entities is pretty significant, and the companies that are represented here, it's just amazing to get this type of coalition. Tell us a little bit about how you've gone about that and why there's so much interest in this from the people that are joining in.
Yes, I think this campaign is getting very good success, even more than the effort we were able to provide, because of course, we are doing all what we can to spread the word, and we are communicating on our social channels, and we are communicating by emails, and we are doing everything restlessly from about 3 months. Yeah, the kickstart was the 5th of June, when you, Karlton, you pronounced that historic discourse at the COPUOS session 66 in Vienna. And before that and after that, many organizations keep on joining us. And yes, we are communicating. We have a petition on charge.org. And yeah, everything is making something, and yeah, organizations are coming, people are signing our petition, and I think we should continue and enlarge and empower this campaign after today. And yeah, I already have some ideas for the next steps. I think we have to talk together with the humanitarian organization, because this is a matter for them, not only for us. So I am thinking about an initiative called Space Call Earth, and trying to involve a big humanitarian organization and maybe make a conference together. It's just raised it to my mind yesterday, and I think we have to start talking about that. So yeah, okay.
So, and thank you, Adriano, for that. So let me put on a different hat for a second. I'm going to ask for some counterfire here from the panelists. And I want to come back to you, Mr. White, on this. We talked about this just a little bit, but I want to go a little bit deeper. As we were preparing for this session, and word was getting out, there were people who said, yeah, you don't want to do that. You don't want to bring that up. You're not going to get the support from the UN and so forth. From your perspective, why would there be angst about doing this? And then turning that around, how do we turn that from angst to a relevant conversation where people were going, okay, now I can see your point? What are some of the reasons that people are fighting this?
I don't know for a fact, because I have, to be honest, not talked to anyone yet who opposes this movement. So I don't know exactly why. However, I believe the most likely explanation is inertia. That is to say, we've been working on these 17 goals for a long time. We've actually said we're going to do it by 2030. How are we going to do that? And now you guys are throwing us a curveball, and you want to have an 18th. How are we going to do that? Well, I'm going to say two things: how to turn it into enthusiasm. Number one, the vast majority of people on this planet, crewmates on Spaceship Earth, don't know about the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. If you ask them what's an SDG, they would say, I don't know, maybe a rock band. I'm not sure what an SDG is. So number one, there's not enough awareness of it already. Number two, and that leads to the fact there's not a lot of passion for it. The most passionate crewmates on Spaceship Earth are space advocates, people like us. And one of the ways I think we can turn this around is say, look at the 60 organizations that are now behind your 17. And that's because you've included them. They can give you incredible passion and momentum for what you're trying to achieve. We're all in this together. There is really no reason to have separation on this topic. And quite honestly, achieving the 17 is not a nice thing to do. It's urgent. And for the space people who've joined, I think it's because we know, and I see my friend Rick Tomlinson here, who's passionate about this, we can't go anywhere out there without preserving the first space community, Earth. That's how I would
Excellent.
turn it around.
Well said. And so, Steve, along those lines, and then harking back to my background, what I just heard from Frank is we got to communicate, we have to educate, and then we have to follow through. So keeping in mind some of the things we've talked about thus far, what are some things that you would want to see happen to take this to the next level, to get more energy behind it, to educate people better? And then what does follow through look like to you? You know, if you're running this either as a company or an individual or with the 60 companies together.
Yeah, I have to first, acknowledge that Frank's excellent excellent comments there, and I totally agree with it. That there is an opportunity here to really share and educate folks on the importance of this. We are, as Frank says, the advocacy community really understand this. The vast majority of people, they don't understand the SDGs, never mind this whole notion that the universe is really the extended realm for human experience, and therefore we should be expanding into that idea is really so far apart from where most minds are. So there is a big education a conversation around this that needs to take place. With a force of some 50 organizations and a coordinated effort, that education process can take place, but it can't be obviously just within our ranks. It is a communication effort that has to, breach the halls of Congress, get into the White House, seep into the NASA headquarters, and certainly through the embassies and through the space agencies around the world. One exciting thing is that their number of space agencies are increasing, right? We're seeing more nations wanting to be part of the space, want to be spacefaring, and are embracing this future dynamic. So there's opportunity there. If we it is more than us sending out a bunch of promotional pieces. It really takes it really will take a degree of focus. Folks are aware of the Artemis Accord. Now, this is a bilateral, multilateral agreement that some 20 or over 30 nations have co-signed. I think Germany just signed this week. It was initiated by the United States. It's a set of principles about conduct in how we conduct ourselves in space that these nations, these spacefaring nations, agreed to. Why did the Artemis Accords come about? Well, that was because of the difficulty of trying to get any kind of international agreements through the UN. So here we are trying to do something like this through the UN, and it's going to be particularly challenging. There's another initiative called the Washington Compact that was initiated by the Hague Institute for global change, and this initiative is an agreement amongst non-government entities, essentially Artemis Accords for private sector. So there are efforts underway where nation states and private actors are getting together, trying to agree upon a set of principles, and this falls into that category. And so through those networks, we could see that and we could see an education process take place where a more fulsome global understanding that humanity's place is not permanently on this planet, and that we and through the SDG can help to drive us towards that multiplanetary experience that we all want to see. I hope that helps.
No, well said. And you know, you raised a couple of good points, and I want to go to you, Henk, on some of these to see what you think. So one of the challenges with the existing SDGs is as they were developed, the intent was to look at cross-cutting synergies between them. There are geopolitical, economic issues with each one of them. How do you monitor success and map success? Things like how that information going to be reported, and the cost of those. So case in point, if you look online, one of the concerns was if you do some of the SDGs in certain nations, third world nations, the cost of getting a return is very significant. So Henk, to your point about getting those sustainable things from programs in space and bringing it back, how do you see us aligning ourselves so we can do this and make this SDG become the model for the other ones, meeting those criterion, but then also getting some quick wins where we can say we can cut the cost of doing X in this nation by this space technology?
Yeah, I mean, if you go back in time, all the money that we spent on the space program to date, and compare that to all of the technologies that have dropped out of the space program that we are using today, we couldn't have predicted that. I think that is a difficult thing to predict and say, well, we're going to invest in going to the moon and we're going to get this much of a return on our investment, because we just don't know what's going to happen on the moon. That is all part of the interesting and exciting future that's ahead of us. But going back to, why should the SDG, who is objecting? And I'll give you an example of somebody who objects, and that's my daughter. So my daughter, daughter number 2, so she says, "Pops, why do you want to go to space?" And I said, it's who we are. We are explorers. It's in our gene to go blah, blah, blah. And I went to this explanation, and he said, that's the attitude that caused colonization. And colonization, we've done such a piss poor job of colonization on this planet, meaning it's been exploitation. And so we go to these places and exploit, and it's take. We come back and leave a big mess. And you want to do that to the moon and Mars? And I said, okay, first of all, the word colonization has been given a bad rap. If you go back in time, for example, to the time when the first Hawaiians came to Hawaii, that was colonization. But there was nobody there. There was nothing to exploit. They were just went there and lived in harmony with nature, which is the right way to do colonization. Since then, we've gone through a period of quote unquote colonization which wasn't really colonization. It was where we subjugated peoples in different parts of the world and exploited them. We took their land, we took their resources, we forced them into all kinds of things of labor or whatever. So it was an exploitation. But there's nothing like that on the moon. There's nothing. There are no people. There's no infrastructure to exploit, so to speak. And so when we go to these other, and this is my big concern about when we go, we need to go with the same mindset of the original settlers that settled around the world. They didn't go there to, how can I say, take. They went there to live in these places and expand human existence and civilization. We've lost that ability, and we haven't had any, how can I say, original colonization in how many centuries now? We pretty much live everywhere on Earth where people can live. And so we've been, how can I say, overusing all of the places that we've you can say colonized or that we've settled. And so it's really important for us when we go to the moon, when we go to Mars, we go with the mindset saying, we're not here to exploit or destroy this place. We are here to live in harmony with this planet. And if we do that, civilization will expand and we will have a new blossoming, you call it a renaissance, whatever you want to call it. When we become a multi-planetary species, it will give us a whole different mindset. And by the way, because of the overview effect, when we are on those other planets, we will look back on Earth and see how valuable it is what we have here. And this is the one thing that out of all of the space program, if we can accomplish humanity looking back on this planet and realizing that this is such a fragile ecosystem and we have to take care of it. That has to be our primary. We're not terraforming Mars, we're terraforming Earth.
It's very interesting to hear you say that, because I'll just give a quick vignette as to why I'm doing this, but also why I joined the National Space Society. I am a science fiction geek, I'll admit it. And one of my favorite shows is a show that's called Babylon 5. And there was this scene in Babylon 5 when the first season where all this stuff was happening on the space station. And it was crazy, it was chaotic. There was all kinds of things happening. And the reporter was interviewing the commander. And she had said, all bets were that this station, this thing would fail, this gathering of cultures, why do you need to do this? Why do you guys need to do this? And he said, if you ask 20 people, something about politics, what have you, you'll get 90 different responses from those 20 people. But if you ask people this one question, they'll all agree. Will the sun go out one day? And the answer is yes. And when it leaves, when it dies, if we haven't done the right thing, we don't just lose the Earth. We lose Marilyn Monroe. We lose Martin Luther King. We lose Mozart. We lose all the things that make us humanity, the good, the bad, the ugly, but really the good. So we have a reason to go out there. And to that point, again, looking at science fiction, Martian Chronicles, I don't know if you ever read those, but there was a big issue about what you're talking about, going to Mars, terraforming, and not learning the lessons of Earth. And I think that's why it equates back to this sustainability goal effort. We have to learn from the mistakes we've made here and be able to turn that around so we can do better as we go out there. So to that end, Adriano, what are you hearing from the international side about the SDGs in particular and this particular effort? If you talk, a lot of people we have on here are Americans, but there has to be an international perspective, especially since we're talking to the UN. What is the international community saying about this? And do you feel that there is both a sensitivity to the SDGs because of what they're going through with climate change and so forth, but more so supportive of this initiative?
Yeah, sorry, just a moment. I'll try to see if
we can hear you.
Okay. Yes, people is discussing about the SDG, the 17 SDG is about our proposal of the 18 SDG, and I can say that a lot of people is enthusiastic about this proposal, and they are supporting it wholeheartedly. And about about the original 17 SDGs. Yeah, the UN 2030 agenda was conceived before 2015. And before 2015, we didn't have reusable rockets. So after 2015, many things have changed. And I think that it is definitely time that space can be added as a factor of sustainability. And what we say is that is the main factor of sustainability, that without space, we cannot fulfill, we cannot achieve any of the other 17 SDGs, basically because we cannot go ahead with our industrial development on Earth's surface, because that is no more sustainable. So okay, I don't want to anticipate most of my speech that I will give in the second module. However, yeah, this is my main point, and also I think is recognized by all of the people is sustaining our proposal, that we need to go to space as a to get a new space and resources for development, because development is a universal right of the people, as recognized by the UN in 1986 in that resolution. So in order to allow further development, we have to go outside. And for all the reasons that were also were already said by our colleague this morning, that to preserve Earth, to preserve Earth environment. That so far is the only environment where we have free, let's just say, air and water and other resources for sustaining our life. So we will need to build all of these resources in space. We have to take our biome with us. We have to understand that not only space is different, as you, I think you said, Karlton, a few minutes ago. Yes, space is different, but not only. To live and work in space is different from doing exploration and science in space. So I think this is the point that we have to, I wouldn't use this word educate, because I think it was abused for so many things. But yeah, I think that the point is that if Greta Thunberg said one correct thing among a lot of other things that I don't want to say now, is that we have no time. I think that is important. Then her solution is different from our solution, but we are discussing on the same, I think, the same level. We are saying that we need to go outside because we don't want to decrease. We don't want to degrow. And if we stay confined in Earth, the destiny for 8 billion and more will be to degrow. And even if we will our demographic success will revert and we will become to decline, that will not be a solution. That will be part of new problems, because it leads to implosion of the civilization. So okay, so you asked me how people discuss about that in the international, so not in only in the American reality, but in Europe and other countries. Yes, I think we are discussing about that everywhere.
Good.
And it is an increasing consciousness about this problem and of our proposed solution.
Well, thank you. And so we are running out of time. I had intended to do some Q&A, but we're not going to get to that. What I will do is I will go, Adriano, I'll take those as your last comments. I know you're going to speak at the next session extensively, so I'll allow you to save your fire for that one. Let me go around real quick. Mr. Wolfe, any closing comments from you?
Yes, thank you. Hey, this has been a great panel. I just have to echo, what we've been, what the other panelists have been saying, that we go into space not for space, not just to expand human life our experience beyond, but so that we can look back on Earth and help her and sustain her for as long as possible, right? So when we talk about long history, it's one thing looking at 100 years from now. 100 years from now, we should start seeing the first colonies in space, or the first habitats and so forth, people living sustainably there. But the long history of 1,000 years, the Earth needs us to be stewards, right? So we are stewards of the planet, and we have to transition from being adolescents that are running around and taking advantage and not paying attention to what we're doing, to being adults where we take responsibility for the world that gave us life. And in order to do that, we need to leave the nest, right? We need to go out beyond. And I'm doing the same thing as Adriano was eating into my talk and my 10-minute talk later on. But as far as the SDG 18 is concerned, we have to be painfully pragmatic, right? So we have to balance that sense of awe about the potential and where humanity must be with the pragmatism of where we are in the moment, where this country is in the moment, where the world is geopolitically in the moment, and then move forward from there with, holding that vision in our sights all the time. So.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Rogers, closing comments.
Yeah, so a lot of people, when you talk to the public, they think that going to the moon and going to Mars and all of that is sort of our way of rich people escaping the problems of Earth. And of course, that couldn't be farther from the truth. First of all, we're not escaping. We are not going to, humanity is not going to escape this planet and find a new planet and then all move there like there's a greener grass over there, because it's not. We're never going to find a planet that is as perfect for us as Earth is, because we evolved on this planet. This is our environment, and our loyalty has always got to be first to this planet and making sure that we maintain this planet as best as we can. Having said that, expanding into space is a natural progression. It's a natural next step. And, I like to say that I look at all of life as we know it as one thing, and I give it a name, Mother Nature. And my theory is that Mother Nature is pregnant, and we are it. And as soon as we bring life as we know it to another planet, which is, by the way, the central thing that life does is it lives everywhere it could possibly live. So at the bottom of the ocean, at the top of the mountain, the hottest, the coldest places on Earth, you find life. But if you go just past our atmosphere, you just go to the next planet or go to the moon, you will not find life. As we may someday find some evidence that it's been there at some point in time, but life hasn't thrived there like it thrives on Earth. And so really our job as representatives of life is to bring life as we know it to other planets. And once we've done this, Mother Nature will relax. She will have had her baby, and we will move on to the next phase of civilization, or not only just about us, but as life is the next step for life as we know it.
Thank you, sir. Mr. White, closing comments.
There's so much I'd like to say, but my presentation is next, so I'll be brief. I think that, first of all, we need to move in space from mission to migration, which is what a lot of panelists have been saying. Secondly, building on what Adriano said, we've got to stop singing "Wouldn't It Be Nice" to have the SDGs and to have some space communities we got to get out of this place. That's a song that's more urgent. And Adriano is right. It's urgent that we take care of this. And finally, the graphic that represents the 17 SDGs shows building blocks stacked one on the other. It's a beautiful graphic. I don't mean to criticize it. But if we have the 18th SDG, what we'll have is a whole system in which the SDGs are a series of interrelated, interconnected variables that must be treated as a whole system. That will be the transformation that will make the difference. I'll leave it there because I will add on this when I make my presentation.
Thank you, sir. And thank you to all the panelists. This has been a great conversation. I appreciate each one of you being a part of this day. And as we get into the next session, we'll have a lot more discussion. The closed comments on my end, we're going to have to go from idea to execution. And a lot of the things that we kind of talked about to include looking at the cost of this, looking at how this would be measured. All of those hard things need to be rolled into it, and also lining up the right type of national support, meaning having nation or nations support this, because at the end of the day, it is a UN initiative and a UN nation has to bring it forward. So we got a lot of work to do, but the good news is that this group of people that you're going to hear from today, this group of people are the people that are prepared to help energize this. And each one of them in their own right and their companies are extremely interested in making this happen. So on behalf of the National Space Society and also SRI International, I'm Karlton Johnson. I want to thank you for your attendance today. And I'm going to pass it over to you, Adriano, to go into the next module.
Thank you very much, Karlton. Yes, we go ahead and we start immediately with Frank White, and he is a 10 minutes presentation. If you are ready to share your screen.
Adriano, I need 1 minute. My dog, Maisie Dobbs, is here, and she wants me to talk about Laika, the space dog.
Okay.
I have to remove her, or you won't be able to hear me. Just give me 1 moment.
Okay, let's wait a little bit. Yeah, dogs are a part of Earth biome. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry about that. Let me share screen.
Okay, so Frank White, I think, doesn't need any introduction. He is the father of the overview effect that is well known even outside the space community, and is a very well known philosopher, having many excellent teachings for us. So Frank, floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Adriano. I'm here to talk about why the 18th Sustainable Development Goal matters. And I'm going to switch over to full screen, but I do have quite a bit of video to show you. I may have to jump out to enable content, but let's just see how it goes. Why does this goal matter so much? As I've said in a previous conversation, nobody in my mind could be against the 17 that have already been created. If we could do it by 2030, 2050, whenever, it'd make the world a much better place, but something is missing. It's a unifying vision in a larger ecosystem. I am going to say, as I've said many times before, I really don't think we can achieve the other 17 without the 18th. Why is that? We have exceeded the carrying capacity of the Earth. We're living on borrowed time. We need a larger ecosystem in order to achieve the other 17. Adriano has said it brilliantly. Henk has said it brilliantly. Steve, others have said it brilliantly. I'm going to stipulate that that's true. To boil it down simply, there are three key factors. They all relate back to what I call the fourth dimension of space. To achieve the 17, we need a unifying worldview. We need to use space technology to learn the practice of planetary management or planetary sustainability. And the big picture, we need sustainable space migration on a very large scale. We have the unifying worldview. It's called the overview effect. It's an experience that astronauts have when they see the Earth from space and in space. They realize the interconnected wholeness of the planet. Their attitude changes toward ecology, war, collaboration, peace. They see there are no borders or boundaries on this planet, and they see that we're all in this together. That's a psychological response. We need to make it a sociological response. Astronauts also increasingly see the Earth as a living system. I had the benefit and privilege of going to Johnson Space Center in 2019 and interviewing several astronauts there. That became the basis of a brilliant series by NASA called Down to Earth. And I interviewed Reed Wiseman, who is going to be on the Artemis mission that's coming up soon. And I want you to hear what he has to say about his experience.
I had looked at pictures on social media and pictures in NASA archives of the Earth so many times, I actually started to get worried. What if I get up there and it's just like the pictures? I mean, that's going to be weird if that's the thing where I'm like, oh, that's just like the pictures. I'm ready to go home now. And then on the Soyuz, my launch vehicle, I launched with the Russians. And on my Soyuz, when I first got a chance to look out my little window, which is about right here at the Earth, there's something about looking out a round window at the curvature of the Earth that makes it just more pronounced and really makes it have a huge impact. I just had this feeling like I was way up high looking down, and we were over the ocean, and the blues that I saw, it was ridiculous. I'd never imagined in my entire life getting to see something that beautiful. It was so foreign for the human mind to look at that, to see the total black of space, to see the Earth highlighted that way. And then I got to see a sunset. I had one piece of paper, it had a picture of my kids on it and a few of my flight data file burn times on it. But I just took a pencil and I drew like 15 curved lines, and I just wrote light blue, darker blue, pink, purple, dark purple, dark purple, all the way down to the surface of the Earth at sunset, because the scale of looking at a sun refracting through the atmosphere, it blew me away, and no picture captures it. There's no high enough dynamic range of a photo to capture what the human can see. So that first look outside completely sidelined me. I had a GoPro and I made a recording to my brother of, no matter how much it costs in the future, come do this. You have to come do this. It's amazing. Over my 6 months in space, getting to look at the Earth every single day, it shows you something different. Every day it shows you that it's alive. It's a being just like we are. We're guests on this planet. And it's our mother, it's our father, it's our starship cruising around the sun in the middle of the solar system. There was never a moment that I looked out the window and didn't immediately grab a camera and take a picture of something that our planet was doing. It always surprised me. It's always magnificent. I'm a pilot. I'm not a scientist. I'm not a psychiatrist. I'm not a poet, but certainly when you're in low Earth orbit, looking down at the Earth, it doesn't matter if you're a physicist, a school teacher, a stay-at-home parent, or maybe you just backpack for your whole life. If you look out, you're going to have a magical experience in your own way, for certain.
So it's very important to hear what the astronauts say. And one of the constant refrains is, we're all in this together. And I think increasingly they mean all of life. That is the kind of mindset, the kind of worldview that we're going to need if we're going to put passion and urgency into achieving the other 17 Sustainable Development Goals. And we need more people to have the experience Reed Wiseman had. And Sarah Sabri is one of those people. She's a Space for Humanity citizen astronaut who won an opportunity to go into a suborbital hop. And part of winning it was she needed to come back and do something related to the 17 SDGs. And she does us a great service by demolishing the distinction between Earth and space. Is there any way to summarize briefly what you think changed?
Yeah, I think so. I think one of the biggest things for me was the lack of separation between Earth and space. And because we've always used the terms space and Earth kind of separate from each other. And we always thought, okay, we're doing things on Earth here, and then like there are certain things that are going to be done for space. But for me, when I was up there, I realized that there's no actual separation between the two. The Earth is just a continuation of it, and we're just a part of this much bigger thing. And that to me, when that clicked, it just like was, oh, like it makes sense why we're doing what we're doing. It makes sense for us to need to explore it. It makes sense for us to need to understand more of it because it is us. We are it. And that was the biggest thing for me. And I think I was more on the side of looking towards the outside. Like I felt this connection between Earth and space more than anything. It just felt so part of one another that it was so hard. It's so hard for me to separate the two now. It's just, yeah. I think that was the most overwhelming feeling that I felt from this whole experience.
That's part of the attitude that we need to do planetary management. We need to use the technology of all the information flowing to us from the technological overview effect, from the satellites that are monitoring the planet every day to steward the Earth's resources sustainably and equitably. We have the technology to do this. It is a different kind of overview, but it's still related to space. And that's why we need the 18th SDG to point this out. And finally, we need sustainable space migration. We need to leave the planet in order for it to recover. Migration is a natural human behavior. If the opportunity for it arises, and if we can make other space communities attractive, we are going to give the Earth's carrying capacity a chance to recover from the incredible burden that we are putting on it today. We have overshot the carrying capacity. We're living on borrowed time. And leaving planet Earth is not, as Henk Rogers has pointed out, abandoning planet Earth. It's helping to sustain it. It gives us a larger ecosystem, and it increases really the chances that we can achieve all of the 17 SDGs by 2030.
Imagine the Earth, it is small, small like this, it is limited. It is on the background of the black sky. And there is nothing else than the sun and the moon around, nothing else. And you love it. You know, you develop a feel of love, like you love your partner, you love your kids. You love the planet. It's not only awe, admiration. It's not only feeling the sense of a creator somewhere, because it's too beautiful to be just by chance.
Mhm.
I felt love for Earth. It was very strong. And I think it's maybe more the feel of love than the beauty that made me cry and feel my eyes, wet by tears.
Yeah.
That was ESA and NASA astronaut Jean-Francois Clairvoy, who brings out the essential point. We have to reach a point where we love the Earth, because what you love, you protect and you sustain and you preserve. It's all about love, love of the Earth, love of humanity, love of life. And the 18th SDG can bring that passion and that feeling to the other 17. And we must do it, because love is what moves mountains. Love is what makes anything possible. So are the SDGs only about Earth? No, they're also about space. With the SDG number 18, can we achieve the other 17? To paraphrase a recent political campaign, yes, we can. Yes, we must. Leaving the planet is not abandoning it. For some of us, leaving the planet can be and should be an act of love. Thank you very, very much. It's an honor to be here with you today. And let's add the 18th to the 17 as soon as possible. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you very much, Frank. A really excellent presentation, as always. Thank you. So we're a little bit late because we went over the time with just 5 minutes, so it's not dramatic. However, let's try to stay in our times. And I think it's the turn for Bob Zubrin. Bob, are you with us?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly. So,
all right. So should I begin my talk now?
Yeah, just a moment. I will say two words about you, even if it's not necessary, because everybody knows that Bob Zubrin is the founder of the Mars Society and is one of the most known over the world space activists. And therefore, I think I will not stall all the time to his presentation today. So, Bob, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Okay. So my talk is on the subject of space for peace, freedom, and prosperity. So we are at the beginning of a spaceflight revolution right now. And what is giving us the capacity for that revolution, an entrepreneurial revolution that is rapidly reducing the cost of space launch and therefore enabling many more space missions, which will advance technology, which will therefore make space even more an area of economic growth and prosperity. What is giving us this capability? It is freedom. Freedom gives us space. Freedom gives us the ability to invent. Okay. Now, opening space, it must be said, creates all sorts of opportunities for prosperity, but it also creates an advantage for free societies because they're the ones that can make use of space. And in a military context, we're seeing this right now in Ukraine. Ukraine is holding its own against a despotic aggressor that outnumbers it 3-1 because of space capabilities, space communications, space reconnaissance, space-guided precision missiles. Okay, this is enabling it not only to outfight the Russians, but outfight them without doing the atrocities of bombing civilians, just fighting military assets that can be precisely targeted. So space gives an advantage to the forces of freedom, should there be conflict. And unfortunately, there is a great potential for conflict in our world because in 1858, Abraham Lincoln said, a house divided against itself cannot stand. I do not believe this nation can remain half slave, half free. It will all be one or all the other. Now, the forces of freedom won that war precisely because they can mobilize the forces of human creativity in a way that the forces of slavery could not. But the world today remains a house divided, okay? And unless that is solved, there is going to be conflict. Now, why is the world a house divided? Okay, okay. It is because of bad ideas. It is because of one bad idea in particular, the same bad idea that was the source of all the catastrophes in the 20th century. And that idea, which comes in a multitude of forms, is there's only so much here. There's only so much for everyone. So we have to take it from them, or we have to kill them to make sure they don't have to take it from us. And this bad idea was the source of both world wars, the Holocaust, the Holodomor, and many other disasters. And it is what is threatening the world right now, this view that the world is a zero-sum place. Okay? But by opening up new worlds, we can undermine that idea, okay? And they can make it clear that there's no point killing each other, fighting over provinces, when by working together, we can open up planets. Now, do more than that, okay? Because most people don't want war. Who wants war? Tyrants want war. Because war is the justification for despotism. War is why they say they must have absolute power in order to coordinate the forces of their society. And they regard anyone or anything that undermines their argument that war is necessary as subversive, which it is, okay? But that is exactly the subversion we must do. We must undermine the argument for tyranny is the necessity for war, and the argument for war, resources are limited. By showing that resources are unlimited, we undermine the argument for war, therefore the argument for tyranny. And thus the world doesn't need to be a house divided. Thus, it can be a house united, united in freedom, because the truth about the human prospect is we are not competitors for the world's fixed resources. And I have to disagree with something Frank said earlier, where he talked about the carrying capacity of the earth. It's not the earth that carries us. It is our own creativity. You know, before the arrival of Europeans in North America supported a population of 3 million people. Now it supports a population of 330 million people with a vastly higher standard of living. Why? Because of the inventions and innovations that radically expanded the resources of North America, and not only the resources of North America, but innovations made in this creative new society that we founded in North America have expanded the resources of the rest of the world as well. Okay, you know, the Americans introduced steamboat, telegraphs, and electricity, and essentially generated electric power, light bulbs, recorded sound, motion pictures, airplanes, nuclear power, computers, the internet, iPhones. Okay, and this has greatly increased the capacity of the earth to support all kinds of people. Now, many other societies have contributed as well, certainly, but the more of us, the more creation is going on. The idea that we are a burden upon the earth is false. Human beings are not a burden. Human beings are a creative force. Okay? The world needs more people, and it needs more nations that be created in space. Mars is filled with nations wanting to be born, creative nations who will make all sorts of inventions because they will have to. Okay, they will have to. Okay, the Martians will have to be free in order to invent. Freedom will be Mars. But Mars, okay, because they will need to invent radically more productive methods of food production, for example, because they'll be growing food for themselves with much more limited acreage than any society on Earth has ever had to. They will have a labor shortage will require the development of advanced labor-saving technologies, robotics and artificial intelligence. And what are labor-saving technologies? Labor productivity multiplying technologies. And when you multiply the power of labor, you increase the standard of living of each person, because the average product available per person equals on average the average product produced per person. So if you multiply by 10 the amount each person can produce, on average, you are multiplying by 10 the amount of product each person can get. So we will become more prosperous. Okay, the advance of technology has gone a long way towards lifting a substantial fraction of the world out of desperate poverty. Franklin Roosevelt ran for president, his platform was a chicken in every pot. Vote for me and you'll be able to afford chicken. Okay. Well, that's no longer a question for Americans. Okay. When I was a little boy, my parents told me to finish my breakfast because there were children hungry in Europe. Well, there aren't children hungry in Europe anymore. 10 years later, they were telling children to finish their breakfast. There were children hungry in India and China. But even that has been short. By advancing technology, we have increasing the resources of the earth. And by advancing technology more, as the new creative branches of human civilization we will increase the amount of prosperity and product available for everyone on an interplanetary basis. So freedom will give us space. Space will give us freedom and peace and prosperity. Freedom will give us space. Space will give us freedom. That's my talk. Are there questions?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Bob. You're always very instructive and exciting to hear you. Okay, so we go ahead. We have now, Bob, please, and everyone remain with us because we will be here the whole day, and in the afternoon, we will amend and vote the final recommendation to the UN, to the COPUOS, to all the world about the 18th SDG. So everybody, please remain connected, okay? Thank you very much, Bob.
Right.
So we have now Henk Rogers, and he was already introduced by Karlton Johnson before, so I will not repeat. So I give him the floor immediately.
Yeah, so according to the schedule, it says I'm speaking about sustainability on the moon. Mars leads to sustainability on Earth. So I had the opportunity to spend time at the Biosphere 2. I was there for the Analog Astronaut Conference, and I got to find out what happened. And what happened in the Biosphere 2, for those of you who don't know what Biosphere 2 is, it's a structure that was sealed, and they sealed 8 people in there for, I don't know, how long, a year? 2 years. Oh my goodness. Okay, so the best plans about how this whole thing was going to work led to big problems. I was in a room where they had the lungs of this place because the air expands during the daytime because it gets hot. They had these huge lungs. Anyway, it was very, very well thought out. What they didn't figure out is how to maintain the oxygen. We went from 20.9%, which is sort of our atmosphere, down to 14.2%. And part of it was that they came to the realization that somehow carbon grabs oxygen out of the atmosphere, and it was something to do with the setting of the concrete. Anyway, they hadn't done their calculations. In the water, they had this area called the ocean, and there are scientists in there, and so they tested the water, and they found out that the water in this ocean, quote unquote ocean, end up having all this heavy metal. Where did heavy metal come from? The whole place was sealed using something like stainless steel, and the stainless steel leached heavy metals into the water system. So the crustaceans that they grow in their quote unquote oceans were heavy with heavy metals. And by the way, the scientists didn't eat there were 4 scientists and 4 others, and none of the 4 scientists ate the crustaceans, but everybody else did. So to hell with that. We're eating these things. And then there's food. So in the biosphere, they have ocean, desert, they have forest, they have jungle, they have all these different areas, and they have this massive growth facility, probably about 4 times the size of this room. And my understanding is that 8 people spend all of their time growing food and they were always hungry. All right, so we were back to the early days of an agrarian society and so on. Switch a little bit to food for 9 or 10 billion people on this planet. I had the pleasure of being on Richard Branson's island. He had invited an expert about the future of food to his island. And he explained, first of all, before I talk about the future of food, I have to explain the future of population, because population has everything to do with how we're going to feed all these people. And all the indications are that we are going to level the population of humanity to 9-10 billion people. And the reason for this is urbanization. We are becoming more efficient at growing food, and young people don't want to spend their time in the mud, and they're moving to the cities. And when they move to the cities, they have fewer children because there's less room and it's more expensive. So all of the indications from all the different countries, and there are some countries that have already gone negative, like Japan or Scandinavia. There's already countries that are not replacing their own population anymore. So what does this mean about the future of food? So I asked him, do we have enough of an ag footprint in the world to feed 9 or 10 billion people? He said, yes. And I said, can we do this without GMO? And he said, no. Like, why would you think that? I'm not here to talk about GMO. I don't care. But the ag footprint is today causing deforestation, because our how can I say, our desire for beef is cutting into the Amazon rainforest, that kind of thing. So even though he said we have enough of a ag footprint, just because of our tastes, we are being excessive. So what is this? Why am I talking about this in relation to space? If we're going to have a colony on the moon or Mars, we are going to have to survive using our means. We're going to have to produce enough oxygen. We're going to have to preserve enough clean water so that we can drink, and we're going to have to grow enough food. And 8 people living on Mars cannot spend all their time making food. That's just not a way forward. That's not human civilization. One farmer feeds 200 people. It's not 8 people feed 8 people. So what does it all mean? It means that we're going to have to find ways of growing food on the moon and Mars that I think that it's going to require a huge amount of automation. And automation leads to efficiency. All of these things are things that we absolutely desperately need on this planet. I was at a conference and I got the pleasure of sitting next to the chairman of Monsanto. And he said, where are you from? I said, Hawaii. And he flinched because there's so many anti-GMO people in Hawaii. And I said, well, I'm not an anti-GMO person, don't worry. And I told him the story. He said, wow.
Your microphone, please.
Somebody mute.
Last one, Andrew. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Whoa. All right. He says, yeah, the one thing that you don't know, he said, first of all, you understand my job. And I said, there's one thing that you left out about my job. And he says, this urbanization is causing urban sprawl. And urban sprawl is sprawling into prime ag land. So I have less space in the future to grow the same amount of food. Now, it's not just about the space, but it's also about the degradation of the soil. You know, when we grow food, we take something out of the soil. And the old way of doing it has been to grow until the soil doesn't produce anything anymore. Then you move somewhere else and grow your food somewhere else. But that's not what's going to happen on the moon and Mars, because we just don't have somewhere else to go. We only have the limited resources. And so what I'm saying is that when we build a moon base And I think that's got to be our first logical next step. We are going to create a, we may not get it right at first, but we're going to iterate until we get it right. We're going to have a circular agricultural system. In other words, we take from the soil, but we put back. So there's no waste, you know, like we don't take what we do in the real world, in the default world, so to speak. So we grow food, we process it, we throw a bunch of it into landfill where it turns into methane, which is like an insane cycle, and we have to stop doing that. So circular agriculture, we need to maintain the atmosphere. If we're in a closed system like the Biosphere 2 or like a moon base, we cannot go from 20% oxygen down to 2 minutes. Yes, I got it. To 14.2. It's just an impossible thing. And guess what? We're doing this kind of thing on a planetary level. We're messing around with our atmosphere on a level. And by the way, we can't just say, oh, yeah, let's just stop the experiment and switch to something else or add oxygen. It doesn't work that way. So we need to maintain the atmosphere. We need to reuse the water. We need to reuse everything. So I really believe that by spending time on the moon, figuring out all of the technologies we need to survive on this other planetary body, we will develop all of the technologies we need to improve life on Earth. Maybe we will stop eating meat because there's no meat on the moon. Come on. It's not going to work that way. Yesterday, we took Gary to a Korean restaurant, and Koreans are famous for eating beef, but we ate vegetarian. And it was good. So the future of food is vegetarian because it's much more efficient. And printing shrimp. Okay, you can print shrimp if you like. But the last thing I'd like to say is, you know, what does terraforming mean? Terraforming is taking a planetary body and making it into
No audio.
and testing 1, 2, 3. It's all right. It's all right. This is a good place for me to stop anyway. Yes, we need to figure out how to fix this planet by practicing living on other planets. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Henk. We have now Steve Wolfe. Okay, Steve Wolfe is the founder of the Beyond Earth Institute. It's a very excellent organization working with education and with space policy. Yeah.
Thank you, Adriano. Quick plug, Beyond Earth Symposium, November 1st and 2nd in Washington, D.C. Please go to our website, beyondearth.org, find out more about it. So this is very exciting to be here. You know, when we talk about how do we embrace the SDG 18 initiative, you know, it's very much about how we are able to help folks understand how they should embrace the idea that life is expanding beyond this earth, that Earth is not all there is, right? So we're educating the broader public. You know, folks have to come to the idea that Earth isn't all there is, right? So, and this is the hard part. It's always the nub of what the space policy or the space advocacy community has been addressing for decades, right? So when we look at what are the ways that folks can come to this this understanding about the importance of space, the potential for space migration, it falls to me. It falls in roughly three categories, and those three categories I want to talk a little bit about here. One is the first, really, and it's really a bread and butter issue for everyone, is the economics, right? I can maybe understand expanding into outer space if I can understand economically how that might benefit me down here on Earth, right? So, and that's kind of interestingly where we are right now, largely in the world. We are entering this whole new renaissance of space, space development, where the nations of the world are turning their attention to the economic potential of space. For those of you familiar with the history of NASA, understand that for many, many years, it was all about science and exploration. The world's space programs were about science and exploration. And this was there was even a point in time when folks said, well, we don't even want to do anything business-wise or commercially in space. That really should just be the realm of pure science development exploration. Finally, in the last 10 to 15 years, the NASA, the United States, has come around to embrace the notion that the space is a tremendous economic driver, and we are really living that in real time right now, where we're seeing the burgeoning of the potential of commercial satellite, the constellation of satellites that are providing internet services. Obviously, Starlink is part of that. Earth observation satellites are taking imagery of space of the Earth in ways that we've never seen before. Farmers in remote countries can understand their crops better because of these satellite tools and the analytical tools that we're applying to them. If we add AI to that, the potential is going to be enormous. We talk about the SDG 17s, the other 17 SDGs, all of those can be impacted by these new and emerging space tools. We're going by the end of this decade, there'll be over 1,000, or I'm sorry, there'll be over 100,000 satellites projected in orbit that are going to be doing a whole range of different things. That's up from just less than 10 years ago. It was less than 3,000 satellites in space. So we are utilizing this environment in a tremendous way. The economy is in space right now represents about $400 to $500 billion. It's projected to go up to $1 trillion, and that will easily go. It can easily see how this will extend out to $3 trillion. So most folks understand that economic development can have a benefit for the individuals within the economies that are taking advantage of this. So the United States is stepping into this in a big way. Other nations are stepping into this and investing heavily. Nations that you wouldn't think are spacefaring, like Australia, the UK, Italy, certainly Luxembourg. You know, Luxembourg's space program is $100 million fund that they set up that they want to invest in entrepreneurship. You know, because they realize that the potential is in the exciting entrepreneur community that's out there. We are, you know, beyond satellites. We are emerging into a time when we're going to see commercial space habitats. Now, these commercial space habitats are going to take over for the International Space Station that within about 10 years is going to be deorbited, right? So NASA is looking to the commercial sector now to continue doing the kinds of experiments that they're doing. But these commercial space stations, you know, Blue Origin, Voyager Space, Northrop Grumman, and others are looking at these orbital habitats that are going to provide space. They're going to be real estate agents, right? They're going to be renting space to NASA, but they're also going to be looking to have tourism. They're going to be doing in-space manufacturing that we've never done before. It's creating all sorts of challenges from a regulatory standpoint, but how exciting is that? And so there is an element where people can see the economic development. Now, the challenge for us is that how do we go from this vision of more and more people entering into space? You know, right now we're about 12 or 14 people at most at any one time in space. I think we broke the record at 17 like this year because of China, and China has their space station, of course. And then we'll hopefully what we'll see is this Moore's law going from 17 and over time more and more people will be in space, right? So there is a gradual nature to getting to a point of space migration. So the challenge for most people is it's always about seeing where we are in this moment to where we want to be in this future that Frank so eloquently describes, where humans are living in space and space colonies, and we all want to see. So, but this economy though can help to sell that. That's the first area. Also the aspect of the economy is of the economic model also involves helping to improve the ecological position on Earth, right? So I don't want to understate the Earth stewardship, and these Earth observation satellites right now are having a huge potential in helping us understand what the challenges are from a global climate change issues are and how we can resolve these things, and we need to keep the pressure on that. But beyond that, as we get to the moon surface and as we develop the capabilities, as we access the resources on the moon and on the asteroids, these resources will drive innovation and new ideas on how we can survive and thrive in space longer and longer. And ultimately those challenges, as Henk was saying, we bring that technology back to Earth so that we can provide stewardship in that regard. So that's the economic, and that is appealing, and most people can kind of get behind that. We certainly need to lean into that, but I think there are other points that I think that can help to stimulate, and this is where we get more into the philosophical discussion, and that is is to understand, as Henk was saying before, that historically we are wanderers and we are tool makers, right? As human beings, that's how we emerged from the plains of Africa some 2 million years ago, and we first started making tools to help to solve problems that we had, and we created huts for ourselves so that we can protect ourselves from the surrounding atmosphere. I like to say that the first huts that were built were our first spaceships, because what is a spaceship if not just protecting us from the outer harsh environment? You know, what is a suit of clothing? It's nothing more than keeping us certainly outer, when the elements are cold, it's keeping us, it's protecting us from the outer environment. That we could say that is a space suit. So we were wanderers and we were tool makers, and wanderers and tool makers, and the wandering got better and more extensive, and the tools got better and more complex over time, iteratively over time. And then, of course, and then in the last 200 years, of course, that process, that circular process really took off in the last 150 years. And we arrived at where we are today. We are now the agents on this planet who are able to create the seed pods, if you will, that can carry the seeds of life from this Earth to other planetary shores. And as we understand this dimension, if we can understand this dimension, that to expand into space is indeed very much who we are as human beings. And then finally, I want to touch on this element and this potential for us to elevate for space to elevate human consciousness, and this is very much what Frank talks about in the overview effect. As we move into space and as we look back on Earth and as we experience ourselves in the full context of being beings of the universe and not just of a small planet in a corner of a modest galaxy, our collective consciousness expands, and that potential for that collective consciousness is enormous. And as that our consciousness collectively expands, then we see ourselves as one. We see ourselves as together. And the polarization that Bob points out that we are largely grappling with today in this world, that polarization starts to dissipate potentially. I mean, that's what I see as a real ultimate potential for our future in space. So we go from the very pragmatic, the economic, what is the bread and butter issue, but ultimately it's about human actualization and becoming something even more than we are today. And that's really where I'm excited about where we're going. And I think if all of these things can be conveyed and educated to folks, that will help our selling our mission for SDG 18 and for human migration into space overall. So thank you, Adriano.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Steve. And I apologize because it seems the Zoom is doing something different from what I am seeing. So you not always see the speaker. Then we try to resolve this problem. But however, I think everybody can listen what the speakers are saying. So okay. Thank you very much, Steve, for your excellent speech. And we have now Gabriel Ignetti of the Ecomodernist Society of North America. You better here. Good.
All right.
Here, and people can see.
Oh, sure. Hold that a second.
Just a moment. Yeah.
There you go.
Okay. All right. Okay, everybody. Oh, the other one.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, there you go. Take that one. All right. There you go. All right. I want to thank Adriano Autino and the Space Renaissance Initiative for inviting me here today. It's a great honor to be here. My name is Gabe McNetty, and I come here not as an expert, but rather as an admirer and as a supporter of your great work. I'm here on behalf of the Eco-Modernist Society of North America. Our goal is to build a powerful movement in defense of scientific progress and for the exponential advance of science in the service of humanity. We support an urbanization powered by safe, energy-dense nuclear power as the most ecologically efficient way for humans to save nature by separating from it. We fully support the movement of human civilization into space as the next step and being necessary step for the decoupling, which will create new industries and move mining and ultimately even many old industries off planet. We fully recognize that our continued technological advancement cannot proceed indefinitely without our overcoming our resource constraints through tapping into the infinite abundance of space. Excuse me. And it is imperative that we move immediately and with the utmost vigor to take the next step in the evolution of human civilization. However, we need to face some facts. The next step will be hard. It will be extremely hard. A recent NASA audit estimated that the true cost of the Artemis program is about $93 billion. And that's only until 2025. And we all know it doesn't stop there. It never stops. And we're talking about an extremely massively expensive project, the results of which many, if most of us, will never see the payoff from. There are 77 nations that have space programs, 16 of which have launch capabilities, and many of which are spending vast fortunes on redundancies with nothing more but bragging rights in the offings. This go-it-alone approach has accomplished nothing except the slow progress on vital programs, such as the asteroid direct mission that was cut due to sticker shock. That program would have moved a small asteroid into deep space, from deep space into orbit around the moon as a major first step towards mining in space. There's no telling whether rejection of full international cooperation leads the Artemis program to fall under the budget knife as well. Now, we hear so much about what nations should be excluded from mission space, but the real question we should be asking is whether the space program should be controlled by nations at all. What I'm saying is that we need one space program serving all nations under the aegis and the umbrella of the United Nations. One mission for one planet. And in reality, that's what we truly are. Every time we humans enter space and look back, we don't see nations. We see one planet. Let us try to imagine that. No more finger pointing or exclusion, but one big worldwide space program, with every new advance being a win for the world team. Our advance into space can no longer be a zero-sum game where the winning nation or nations completely dominate the planet. We don't want a future where one group of nations or corporations hold a monopoly on most, if not all, of our critical resources. Space must not end up being the property of Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk or Xi Jinping. We don't want to see underdeveloped parts of the world shut out because their mining industries cannot compete with the cheap resources that come from space. We do want to see the very technologies that would bring literally infinite abundance to all end up bringing, we do not want to see the very technologies that bring literally infinite abundance to all and could do that, instead bringing increased poverty and inequality to the poorest peoples of this planet. No, space must be for all of us. No winners and losers. We march forward together. The space race that we see today is a high-stakes game where it's become a matter of winning at all costs because losing is not an option. And so I will say to you that the last thing we need is for the next space program to turn into a space war. The last thing we need is for our leaders to be flirting with atomic Armageddon over resources off planet when there is more than enough for everyone. And it should go without saying that we must take the utmost care to prevent nuclear war. But the elephant in the room is that the greatest threat to international security is not proliferation of nuclear weapons so much as the development of rocketry that could deliver them. So the truth of the matter is that these competing space programs are really military competitions as well in many, many cases. While leaders prepare for wars that are impossible to win, the biggest threat to national security comes from the very problems we choose to ignore. Disease, global warming, species extinction, ocean acidification, sea level rise, just to name a few, present growing threats to the future of civilization. And let's not kid ourselves. Civilization is under threat. And it will be very expensive to fix. Left to their own devices, nation states are not going to pay up for the mess that is made.
So, Raymond, please mute your microphone.
Okay. Ready to continue? All right. Left to their own devices, nation states are not going to pay to clean up the mess that has been made on this planet that are left by these international, these different nations. And so it just becomes the tragedy of the commons. And it's not just the garbage and pollution from our oceans and atmosphere, but the junk from space as well. Let's face it, the problems of space are collective problems that call for collective solutions. We need to move together as a species because, truth be told, the problems are too big to be solved without global governments. And I know it's a dirty word in some quarters. There are some that will scoff at this as some utopian dream, and it doesn't surprise me. In this cynical day and age, we all forget how to dream. Too many of us see all these monumentally massive problems and see nothing but doom and gloom. Looking down in despair, they ask, how can we have limitless growth on a finite planet? Well, all I have to say to them is simply lift your heads up and look to the sky. Look beyond the clouds. There's a cornucopia of endless wealth that can go a long way to solving our so-called, quote unquote, insolvable problems. And it is just out there for the taking. And every day and every decade that we delay, these earthly problems become worse. Let us recognize the urgency of the task before us and unite our minds, our money, and our manpower. Let's put our differences and let's put aside our differences and accelerate our advance into the cosmos. For I see no better way of rekindling the hopes and dreams of mankind than to do this. While achieving world peace might be a bridge too far, achieving international cooperation in space under the United Nations is something that must be done. So again, I ask you all to look to the sky and let our imagination soar as our great presenters here take us out of the mundane and into the cosmos. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so I have to apologize because Zoom is making different things from what we want to do. But however, we go ahead, and now it's time for Henry Nagano. Yeah, so you can maybe come here, or maybe, yeah, okay, the microphone, please. And let's hope we can see Harry while he will be speaking.
I don't think this
Add the pin, okay.
PowerPoint chart.
But we don't see you.
Yeah, somehow this thing.
Your camera is not active right now.
Yeah, it was on, but all of a sudden disappeared.
I'm afraid that Henry lost the connection.
Have internet?
I will share your presentation. Yeah, okay, so let me find it back.
Sorry. You have my PowerPoint chart?
Just a moment. The last one.
What's the other one?
Yeah, the last one, 15. Yeah.
There's some blue mark there. Nothing blue mark there.
Okay. So I will, share my screen.
Okay, since I don't know how to use a PowerPoint chart in my machine, I'm gonna have a help from Zubrin. Okay, so title of my presentation is that it's very important to have established SDG 18 at this time. So my case is to accomplish modern space exploration and utilization. That's my title, about utilizing United Humanity of Universe doctrine. Okay, next please. So this is my kind of resume. I've been working with the US government, NASA, and other federally funded space business for over 40 years. For instance, one of my first job was to solve the problem with Voyager's system, which is a nuclear power supply, and that's causing all kinds of problems. And I was able to, for some reason, using two huge IBM computers, that I was able to solve the problem. And now they are still flying through the deep space after 45 years ago, 45 years. And, you know, in fact, that is the farthest man-made spacecraft still flying through the deep space. So I'm kind of proud of it. Then, sorry, but then they told me to, okay, we got the problem on GPS, you better fix it. So I was, for some reason, able to fix it. And a big company called Rockwell International, and so they couldn't solve the problem. For some reason, I was able to solve the problem. So I'm bragging again. So anyway, I have developed several AIAA, AAA, and ISO standard because I was the chair of the AIAA System Engineering Standard Development Committee. For some reason, they assigned to me for 10 years. So we were able to publish a very important ISO standard. And I had so much problem with ESA. I hope there's no ESA guys. Oh, sorry. They gave me all kinds of problems, but we were able to publish the ISO standard, so which is good. Being used quite a bit. And also I was taught Japanese graduate university as a part, you know, not the full time. They, Japanese government hired me to teach something there. So that's what happened. So, what page are we at? Yeah, benefit of user. So benefits of my presentation, UFU principle, is that I'm asking COPUOS people, okay, that that's underlined page, it says, space for the benefit of all humanity for peace. Instead of say all humanity, I would say ask them, I'm going to ask them, all united humanity, okay, for peace. That I'm asking to, I'm trying to asking COPUOS people to add united between all and humanity. I propose that at the Moscow past policy meeting in Moscow, and they didn't like it. But Russian deputy foreign minister loved it. So he has sent, it's showed on my website, www.ufu.org. He stated, oh, in fact, next page, please. Yeah, next. Yeah. So this is a deputy foreign minister, Ryarov, sent to me specifically when I proposed these things. It says, hey, united humanity of universe sounds good. That's what he said. So I have a proof of somebody liked it. Okay, next page, please. Okay, so what is the UFU doctrine? This is the what I'm trying to explain. First of all, Big Bang, this universe came 13.7 billion years ago. Then Earth came to exist 4.5 billion years ago. Now, then organism, including many living things, came to exist. And modern human like us, okay, we came from 200,000 years ago, from the same family, father and mother. In fact, if you do your DNA testing, they can tell you you're from Africa, all of you guys, okay? And I have, in fact, 18% of the Portuguese, 15% Spanish kind of thing. I'm amazed. I thought I'm all Asian. So all I'm saying is we are coming from the same family, okay? It's, starting 200,000 years ago, modern human being. I'm not talking about the old one, 200,000 years ago. Okay, so I'm gonna go next page, please. If I can open up. Okay, anyway. Okay, so. So importance, so all we're presenting is that, let's convince, say, COPUOS people to put, all united humanity principle, okay? That's all sentence I'm going to ask them. We are going to ask them, I hope you can agree with it, is to come up with that society, okay? So meaning that everybody, even when you explore the space all over the huge, unlimited unlimited space, human being goes there, all human beings should be united. That was the only simple thing I'm trying to propose to the COPUOS and the United Nations. And then if that happens, well, this is just a symbolic, meaning, not like, say, try to create a new country or anything like that. But symbolically, say, let's unite humanity and live in the peace and harmony on the earth and the huge, space. Okay, so that's all I'm saying. So it's not try to create a country to fight against somebody, but we have to unite humanity has to be united. So for instance, although we don't have established a country or anything, but how about creating symbolic new flag and anthem, like, student competition, whatever it takes, or international competition, that makes you feel like, all the human being, people we are creating would be feel like, yeah, we are all same human being, come from the same family. So it's part of a training, creating the symbolic flag and anthem through the, say, particularly students, is to teach them who they are actually, so we cannot fight against the, Ukrainian or whatever, Moscow, or, whatever you talk about, we had so many World War I, II wars. So those can be eliminated by simply creating, say, new flag anthem. So I'm hoping that somebody would finance this proposal to, go through the student competition or something. It's kind of a simple idea. So coming to the in summary, let's create a UHU, as I mentioned to the earlier, that the COPUOS, we're gonna convince United Nations and the COPUOS people, hey, we all we need to have is just one sentence changes, united humanity. So by doing so, everybody realize all we have is all of us are miracle and special persons who came from the same family. So in fact, I already mentioned two sub-bullets there. Okay, so repeat, I don't want to repeat it, but we came from the same family for many years ago, and so wondering why we are fighting all the time. Okay, so just for your example, I'm showing you, I'm a music composer in a way. Okay, 1 minute. Okay, summary. Let's create the national anthem, youth anthem, and the flag. So flag is that like this, with the flag. Next page, please. Flag. Can you put the next flag page? That's my idea. This is actually created, put together the NASA's photograph, okay? Deep space photograph. Middle, you can see is the moon and the earth. And so this is an example of flag. And if you are interested in, I have an example of youth anthem in the www.youth.world. That's any question, appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Harry. And yeah, excellent presentation. We are trying to go fast now because we are accumulating some minutes of delay with each speech. We have a Guy Pignolet now from La Réunion Space Agency. He will talk about a project, of a infrastructure in orbit. Okay, so yeah, let's try to make things visible, and I give you the floor. Go. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Adriano Autino. And yeah, so my name is Guy Pignolet, and I speak as an ambassador of Reunion Island to say that Gaia, our mother planet Earth, is pregnant and about to give birth. And thank you, Space Renaissance, for allowing to tell that. And also make a pledge for the 18th Sustainable Development Goal, and also for a new economy of the military industrial complex. Our access to outer space and the entire solar system is as important in the evolution of mankind and in the evolution of life as the invention of agriculture 10,000 years ago, with a major fact that the changes are happening now, not over thousands of years, but just over 2 or 3 generations. Today, the situation of our planet compares with the situation of the chicken in the egg after 20 days of incubation. There are no more room and no more food. This seems to be the end for the little bird. And then, as the chick starts agitating, the hard diamond on the beak breaks the shell open towards an entirely new life. The current various crises of population, energy, resources we see on our blue planet look like the contraction a pregnant woman experiences before giving birth. If we consider that Gaia and its biosphere are a living being of higher orders that we are part of, just as our own cells are part of ourselves, we may imagine that together with Gaia, planet Earth, we are the midwives of our own birth into the solar system. In the near future, we shall see a space renaissance, and we shall be the makers of the children of Gaia, the artificial planets of the high frontier envisioned by Jerry O'Neill, living of the materials of the asteroids and the energy of the sun. Living and developing peacefully together on a small artificial planet in the Earth-Moon environment will require unique organizational capabilities. There may be possibly a very good model with Reunion Island, and this is the symbol of Reunion Island with the beams that we come from the whole world and are turned to the whole world. And this, a small planet by itself, put in the middle of the Indian Ocean on the big blue planet of our origins, with a highly diverse community of 1 million people that is a singularity in our human world. Young engineers have envisioned that a Stanford torus. Oh, thank you.
I keep your microphone. I'm sorry. No. So, okay.
Yes. Which way? Yeah. So, like a Stanford torus could be an artificial planet. Yes. For 10,000 people, it could be built with new space technologies, digital power, and artificial intelligence by the year 2030. They have named the project Volodya Ring, a project by reference to the Reunionese engineer of Russian origin, Vladimir Sirometnikov, who in 1975, at the height of the Cold War, had been the main initiator of the Apollo-Soyuz test project, organized as a cooperative project between the United States and Soviet Union for shaking hands in orbit. We hope there will be a decision of the United Nations for an 18th SDG of Space for All, and that there will be a call for the construction of artificial planets and space communities. The military-industrial complex organization of the whole world has the expertise and capability if they would shift the focus of their activities, and instead of making destruction weapons and wars, they would work together in the whole world to manufacture small artificial planets such as the Volodya ring that I showed a possible example. That would be a peaceful and also highly profitable major decisive move and a great sustainable development goal towards the birth of the children of Gaia and the renaissance of our entire world. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Louis. Sorry for the mismatches, but okay. So I think we saved some precious minutes. Now with the turn by Ganim Alotaibi. Ganim, are you with us? Ganim, you ready? Yes.
Hello. Yes, I'm ready.
Okay.
Okay, I will share.
Okay, sorry. Just a few words about Ganim Alotaibi. Ganim Alotaibi is from Kuwait. Is a young graduated and entrepreneur in the space environment, and he recently founded a startup called Ashi that is making education and on the topics of expanding humanity into space and making business in space and all of these kind of things. So Ganim is presenting today a speech called the 18th SDG and Emerging Space Countries. So Ganim, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Adriano, very much. It's a great opportunity, of course, to speak in this amazing panel and be part of this great discussion. I am also a member in SRI, and I am actually also doing my PhD in space-based solar power. So I am also an engineer in the space domain. So I'm going to talk about emerging space countries and the urgency of expanding humanity to outer space as an awareness, from an awareness perspective. Today, we are witnessing a rush to the moon. Since 2017, we started to see something we never seen before. We started to see high officials from well-established space agencies around the moon, around the world, planning for sustainable human presence in the moon. This is NASA's call, the White House call. In 2017, NASA responded 1 year after that with 5 different strategic goals. 4 strategic goals are focusing on the moon. We are seeing the exact same trend with all major space agencies. Now, this is very interesting because previously we've seen only scientists and engineers planning for sustainable presence, habitats and so on, but decision makers and funding allocations is only happening very recently. So clearly there is a rush to the moon right now. The reduction of launching cost also is promising emerging markets like space tourism, space-based solar power, manufacturing in space. And this is a new paradigm, of course, because for the first time, we will see new users, new customers, and new businesses. The concept of space application with the reduction of launching cost is going to change also forever with those new emerging markets. I hope, like everyone else here in this panel, that this moon rush will lead to kickstarting civilian space development. The concept of limiting or the carrying capacity of Earth, I mean, from my perspective, can be demonstrated with the emission of greenhouse gases. There is a correlation, there is a clear correlation between emission, greenhouse gas emission, and the prosperity of individuals. The vast majority of the world populations are living in developing countries and underdeveloped countries. And therefore, in order for them to live in a prosperity, we will need definitely to build more factories and therefore more carbon dioxide, more greenhouse gas emission. We have already reached the limit for greenhouse gas emission capacity. So the only solution for this problem and to have more people, more prosperity, and an economy that can handle more opportunity, we will definitely need to move our industry beyond the gravitational well of Earth and to allow millions, or maybe even more than that, hundreds of millions of people living and working in space. Of course, as you can see in this picture, this is an artist visualization for the moon village. And we will definitely need to utilize resources, space resources. In this case, in the picture here, you can see lunar resources. And there should be trading and massive transportation and commercial opportunities between Earth and the moon, O'Neill cylinders, and also maybe colonies in Mars in the future. What if we failed to kickstart civilian space development and we kept trapped within gravitational Earth, gravitational well of Earth? Many thinkers, many authors, many philosophers have warned us that we are really in a critical point right now, and it's really scary. I mean, the idea of having nuclear weapons capabilities. When we just think about this scenario, because a nuclear bomb, a nuclear war is just the beginning. Countries with this capability also, they have the capability to detect if there is a nuclear attack from other countries. So the lack of opportunities, not really opening to space means lack of opportunities here on Earth. And therefore, more conflict over resources. And we have the capability to destroy ourselves several times. And this is really a scary scenario. The only solution is, in order to maintain our species, is the open world future, opposing to the closed world future, where we will have the opportunities of expanding to outer space and therefore maintain ourselves. So it's an existential issue. It's for the prosperity of people living in poverty in developing countries and underdeveloped countries. Now, one of the obstacles that prohibiting us from doing that, from expanding humanity to outer space, is that the vast majority of the world population are unaware. They are unaware that we are in an existential problem, and they are unaware that expanding humanity to outer space is the solution. For this reason, I started a small company, Advanced Space Civilization Initiative. I collected some concepts from SRI's founding papers, and also I have some ideas from Professor Frank White's overview effect and Cosma hypothesis. I try to communicate the urgency of expanding humanity to outer space for the vast majority of the world population. Whenever we have a critical mass, and this is something also thanks to SRI and Adriano, this is what we are doing right now. We need to have to spread the awareness of this real problem that we are facing. So I try to give educational courses for general public with curiosity. I am also part of the Moon Village Participation of Emerging Space Countries project. I am managing this project. And the main idea here is we mentor local team to come up with roadmaps for their countries, how to be involved in their countries. And it's part of a general activity. They try to communicate this roadmap to decision makers, and then they try to modify the roadmaps. We have 12 countries now around the world. And since 3 years, we also conduct an annual survey. One of the questions of the survey is, this was last year and also this year, we are doing the same question. Why do you think your country is not yet involved in moon activities? And as you can see, the vast majority, they think that decision makers are not considering moon activities as a priority. This year, I added another question about the SDG, the Sustainable Development Goal, whether they think it will motivate decision makers in their country. And as you can see, there is a very strong agreement that the 18th SDG will motivate decision makers to do moon activities. So the 18th SDG will be extremely important to convince decision makers from around the world, from the developing world, from the underdeveloped world, which the largest population of the world are living actually, to understand the urgency of expanding humanity to outer space. And this is extremely important because our species now, we need to work together and we need to unify the efforts for this future destiny, expanding humanity to outer space. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ganim. Thank you very much. An excellent speech you gave, and very, very well pointed to the focus of our initiative. So let's go ahead. We have now Gary Barnhart. Gary is a member of the board of the National Space Society, and he also is the founder of the Space Development Foundation. So, do you have a presentation or you only? Okay.
So I'll take the wireless microphone. Let's see if this works. Okay, so you're for. Okay, yeah, just in case. And I'm going to set up the share, the window. Comes out. Properly. Okay, is that displaying full screen? Awful close. Okay. Hello. Are you able to hear me clearly on Zoom? All right. Hello, my name is Gary Barnhart. I'm the president and CEO of the Space Development Foundation, Inc., an IRS 501c3 public charity focused on cislunar space development. I'd like to thank Adriano and the Space Renaissance International team for bringing this meeting together and for the opportunity for the Space Development Foundation to hold forth on this issue. My talk today is on architecting the future. This is the way in Terabang. All allusions to contemporary media intended, we resolve, space for all on Earth and beyond should be the United Nations 18th Sustainable Development Goal. Takes two buttons. If you find yourself with your nose pressed against a large concrete wall, it's rather difficult to have any perspective. If you step back a bit, you could come to understand that perhaps you could go around, if not over, that wall. However, just what is that wall from 100 kilometers or higher? You could think of that, as a different perspective, as the nexus of space. Nexus in this case is the intersection between the science of what we know, space systems engineering reduced to practice, and enlightened architectural design. Cislunar mission development efforts can and should be viewed as a set of conceptual threads intended to draw out the confluence of interests needed to bias work towards better outcomes. The process goal is to reverse engineer those desired outcomes by orchestrating a combination of technology development push and mission requirements pull. In these challenging times, the importance of our investment in providing for the future, including space exploration and development, is not to be understated. Indeed, it may be enabling for the other 17 SDGs. It serves as a foundation for hope, a commitment to life where someone else's gain is not someone else's loss. It is an affirmation that we are a resilient society that will not be deterred from lending our efforts to forging a brighter tomorrow. I offer this poem as a testament to the same. Why space? The shortest path between any 2 points, physically or conceptually, is not always a straight line, and the answers that we have to this question are no exception. Accordingly, we must come to learn from the myriad of patterns that can offer us knowledge that, transformed by understanding, can over time yield wisdom. Consider these perspectives. We are drawn to bear witness to the unimaginable magnificence of the universe, which unfolds at every scale. We are driven by our nature to know all that is knowable. We strive so that we may yet stand on the threshold of eternity. We dare to boldly go where no one has gone before. We seek to understand and nurture life in its manifold forms. We search for the wisdom that will enable us to transcend our terrestrial travails so that we may yet transform our tomorrows. In terms of understanding outcomes with respect to the context, evolving into a thriving and sustainable spacefaring society will entail a transdisciplinary fusion of science, engineering, and architecture within a framework of understanding. We must learn to wield the application of science, aka technology, the orchestration of systems engineering, the art of design, and test the limits of our understanding. We must become the best stewards we can of Earth, life as we know it, and our expanding habitat in space. Regarding blazing the paths, if you will, we have to get better about characterizing both the problem space and the potential solution space. What we know, we know, and what we know we don't know. The bottom line is that outcome-driven programs that leverage mission requirements pull and technology developments push maximize the probability of success and make the incumbent orchestration of real and perceived cost, schedule, and technical risk tractable. Paraphrasing Lewis Carroll via the Cheshire Cat from Alice in Wonderland, it's a whole lot easier to get to where you're going if you know where you're trying to get to. In terms of this, what I refer to as colliding with reality, reducing the systems engineering, to practice. Where is my apologies? A moment. We have to go through and we must identify what amounts to being the conceptual threads that can be used as lenses to examine each aspect of what we propose to make manifest. We must ensure that we architect, engineer, and build mission-enabling, sustainable, and affordable systems. We must reconcile the programmatic objectives to physical and economic reality and the critical outcome elements necessary to sustain the political will. A short list of the critical outcome elements that can and will be impacted by our investment in space exploration, development, and settlement includes maintaining the global energy market, addressing climate change, fostering economic development, driving regulatory evolution, allowing for cooperation, collaboration, and competition between nations, enabling situational awareness on Earth and in space, implementing open standards and interfaces, and providing for long-term sustainability. This list speaks to the fact that space is a potent enough variable to synergistically impact every sustainable development goal. Enthusiastic. Bear with me a moment. We have a in terms of understanding what amounts to being, how we come to own our own choices. Intelligence is more than large language models, despite what I happen to read in contemporary media. Architecting the future, like all aspects of human endeavor, requires us to learn what actions we are capable of, develop the knowledge to assess the impact of our choices, and the wisdom to understand why we do what we choose to do. The choices we make, those that we delegate, and the understanding we demonstrate in making them wisely will ultimately define us as a species. Understanding outcomes from the perspective of the big tent. Perhaps there is a nexus to be found in evolving the big tent space goals that multiple organizations have advocated in different voices in terms of understanding outcomes. Defending the Earth, near-Earth objects, asteroids, comets, solar particle emissions, and exosolar events all threaten Earth at various timescales. The need for clean energy is the extant opportunity of clean energy from space. Harnessing space solar power as a resource for baseload power could transform the availability of electrical energy for the world. developing space, using the functionally unlimited material resources of space to benefit all humanity, and communities in space, extending our civilization by space settlement will transform us as an interplanetary species. Space offers arcs of opportunity spanning multiple venues and work vectors. The venues include ground, space to space, surface to surface, space to the moon and asteroids, and space to Earth. The work vectors include technology development, demonstration, and deployment missions. The arcs of opportunity necessarily entail flows of people, material, energy, and information. The stakeholders include governments, commercial entities, nonprofit organizations, educational institutions, and individuals. The outcomes we choose to envision and then dare to realize are before us. The bottom line is outcomes matter. Space is our future. Space for all on Earth and beyond can and should be our 18th Sustainable Development Goal. Space is our future. Let's not wait for it. Let's build it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Gary. And yeah, we are ready for the new speaker is Rick Tomlinson. Rick, are you with us? Unmute, please.
Can you hear me?
Okay, yes, we do.
First of all, Adriano.
I'm sorry, Rick. Okay, we have to present each speaker, even if for a very short time. Rick Tomlinson is, I think, a seasoned space activist, very well known in the world, not only in the space community. He is the founder of the Space Frontier Foundation in the beginning, and then from many other entities that are working in space business or space advocacy or both. So yeah, he also write some very interesting articles published on space specialized hits like Jeff Faust and space.com and all these kind of things. So yeah, I think everybody know Rick, and he is passionate, restless activity to expand humanity into space. So, Rick, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Adriano, I want to commend you and Karlton, the Space Renaissance Group, National Space Society, for navigating this and trying to make this something real that happens. I'm 1,000% behind us having an 18th SDG, not just because it makes the 17 SDGs symmetrical when you add the 18th, because there's a little corner down there which sort of calls it out when you look at them, but because it's critical to humanity. I do want to begin, as you know, I'm really good at winning friends and influencing people. I do want to point out something that is missing here, and hopefully, if this moves forward and we do it again, we can correct that. And what I'm seeing here is, and our critics are going to call us out on this, so I'm doing it ourselves. A lot of, shall we say, older demographic Anglo males, and it was great to see Ganim and we have Karlton and others, but we need to expand the demographic, and we need to expand not just the demographic, but the understanding of this demographic, that we are doing this not just because of the experience we have had in our generation, but because we care deeply about what happens in generations to come. I'm speaking today representing the Earthlight Foundation. The Earthlight Foundation was literally the first space organization to bring together the Earth and space. We were founded in about 2012. We've been very, very low key. We've been throwing some space events. We're getting more and more active. And one of the things that we've started earlier this year, which I think can play into what it is you're doing, was a document called the Earth Space Pledge that many of the people on this call have signed in terms of not-for-profits, and it is limited strictly to not-for-profits at this stage. The Earth Space Pledge is basically making it clear that we in the space community are aware and care about what it is that we are doing in terms of our relationship to the environment of our mother world. And the Earth Space Pledge basically says that we pledge three things. One, in terms of the Earth, we are going to be focused on creating and supporting a culture of sustainable industrial practices relating to the development, manufacture, and operation of space systems. Too often when we talk about space and our relationship to the environment, we ignore the actual industry itself, what is happening on the ground during the space, the manufacturing and the development of the technologies that are going into space. Our second call out is Earth orbit. We're moving upward here. And in that, we call for working towards practices, policies, and programs that will end the pollution surrounding our mother world as soon as possible. And I'm going to come back to that one in a minute. And we have some great people out there like Moriba Jah and other folks who are really out there fighting this battle. And then third is the beyond, committing ourselves to learn from the mistakes we've made on this world and never make them again on new worlds or places. And we do this by honoring both the life we have here and the life that we encounter out there. We'll treat what we find in space as precious and the resources that are bestowed on us by the universe as gifts. And we'll respect the places we go, and we will honor all and any life that we find out there. Now, look, one of the things that kind of makes me crazy about this entire conversation, of course, is the understanding, and the other speakers prior to me have said it, that we are in space. Frank has done amazing work in terms of making that clear. And in his presentation, he beautifully presented a couple of speakers who articulated that so clearly. But I want people to really get that. Anybody who sees this, I want you to get that. I want you to understand that you are in a spaceship. We are in a spaceship. Up here above me, behind me, you can probably see there's some Enterprises and things like that. What's interesting about those is they are spaceships, and those spaceships actually within them contain a wide variety of human beings from all kinds of, in their case, worlds, planets, points of view, etc., all working together within that very, very fragile ship. Let's say it's the Enterprise or whatever, and working towards something that is beautiful, the exploration and understanding of the universe, to go where no one has gone before. Well, we're actually on a ship that is doing that. We are rotating around the sun, and we're rotating through a galaxy right now, the Milky Way galaxy. And every second, you may not realize this, every second, the Earth is going someplace that no one has gone before. We are transiting right now through the vacuum of space, and we are doing it as a human family aboard an enclosed bubble. And what we do within that bubble, how we treat each other within that bubble, how we treat the life and the life support systems within that bubble is critical to whether or not we survive. We aren't getting any help from outside. I'm sorry, we're seeing UFOs, UAPs, whatever they call them. We're hungry for that because we're a very, very lonely species. But you know what? They're not here. They're not going to help us. We have to help ourselves. We have to take care of each other. We have to take care of the mother world. And that is critical to me. Now, I've been speaking recently at other countries, and they look at us and they're like, well, the United States and some of these other countries out there, the big guys, they're space nations. We're not space nations. I spoke recently at a conference in Greece, and they said that to me. And I put up some slides, and I pointed out one by one these different nations around the world. And in fact, they are space nations because they are the same distance from space as the so-called space nations, basically 100 kilometers. Everybody is part of a space nation. Whether or not your leaders have awakened to that, whether or not your citizens have awakened to that, or your industries have awakened to that, is a different question. But we are all space nations. We are all aboard this spaceship, this tiny, fragile blue dot floating in space. And that's my next point. All of these SDGs that we are talking about right now arise from an environmental consciousness that was started largely in part by our opening of space. When the astronauts of Apollo 8 on their way to the moon turned back and looked at this tiny blue marble, as Sagan called it, in space, and we began to realize how lonely, how isolated, how fragile this little place is. That kick-started the environmental movement like nothing had before. We learn about the environment by looking back at the Earth. We study what is happening. Climate change itself was called out first by people who were opening space. Dr. Gerard K. O'Neill, who wrote the book, The High Frontier, called it out in the 1970s. And as I started my first space organization, which later became a part of the National Space Society on the Intrepid aircraft carrier, my second speaker was a guy named Dr. Hansen, who was the gentleman who said, you know what? If you don't get it together, we're going to have climate issues pretty soon. He's the guy who called it out. And we had him in a space meeting. Why? Because we understand that. We are on that ship. Now, we have made some mistakes in our field. You know, using this word, the T word, I call it, tourism, etc. What we have done is we have trivialized it ourselves, and that makes it easier for our critics out there to attack what it is we are about. Because people see it as the domain of billionaire tourists or militaristic governments. And what we're trying to say, everybody on this call, and I know everybody on this call speaks from their hearts, what we are trying to say to the rest of you who may listen, who are not necessarily in this community, this is so much more than that. These are the people that are pioneering. The billionaires are investing their money. The quote unquote tourists, I call them private space explorers, are investing their money. The governments are investing their money for good or bad right now. It is up to us now, the rest of the world, by becoming aware of what is happening and then taking action on it, that can then direct where that goes. If everybody else out there ignores space, if it does not become the 18th SDG and is just written off as this crazy thing that Star Trek fans are into, you will, by ignoring it, be giving it to these,
2 minutes.
Yes,
okay.
Thank you, to these governments, to the military, to the people that maybe don't necessarily have your interests in the forefront for them. So that's the key here. And I'm going to wrap up real quick by saying, look, I am a child of the mother world. I am a child of Earth. She gave me my birth. And I live here in this little bubble, this amazing ecosystem that is so full of incredible creatures and wonderful people. I love people. I love life. I am on team people. I am on team life, as is everybody else on this call. And what we are trying to reach out to the rest of you to do is to implore you to understand. To implore you to understand that we are on your team. We are bringing it together. Maybe this is the capstone that ties it all together after the great work that has been done by the other people creating the other 17. So that's it, really. I think that we have a lot ahead of us, a lot of possibility. But without this 18th SDG, the other 17 just aren't going to work. We're not going to be able to survive unless we realize that we are in this little boat, and it is like we are all in this little boat. Forget the spaceship analogy. We're in a little boat sitting in the ocean. And if all the people on this little boat, this little life raft, don't look over the prow of the boat, over the edge of the boat, and realize you're floating in an actual ocean, we are going to drown. I believe we have hope, we have possibility, We have the chance to create an amazing thing for that generation that isn't here. And maybe next year we can have them here. Let's do it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rick. Very well to the point, and we hope we can that your suggestions and recommendation will happen, because this is what we need. So, okay, thank you, Rick. Now it's time for Kalle Vaha-Yakolau, the Space Nation. So maybe, I'm sorry, you can say just a few words of presentation of yourself, if you like. Yeah. And I can show your presentation. Okay, just a moment.
Well, thank you, Rick, for the very passionate and great words, and thank you, Adriano, and organizers for advancing this very important shared cause. So hello everyone here, and hello everyone in the cyberspace. My name is Kalle Vaha-Yakola, and I'm the captain and co-founder of Space Nation, actually, spacenation.org, a space exploration training company. But further ado, can space bind us together as universal citizens? Space is in all of us. Since the first campfires on the Great Plains, we have gazed the stars and wondered. We have yearned to know what lies behind the mountains, the oceans, the stars. We have worshipped and looked for meaning from the same sun, the moon, and stars. Regardless of when we live or where we live, space binds us together. Space for all on Earth and beyond is a new proposed United Nations Sustainable Development Goal. It benefits all the existing 17 goals, but also adds a new key layer that is missing. After thousands of generations...
Tell me when you want to the next slide.
That's all. The benefits the existing 17 goals, but also adds a new key layer that is missing. After thousands of generations of tribal conflicts, us evolving into bigger and bigger societies and having bigger and bigger conflicts, we are first time at the verge of having a uniting story for the whole humanity through our expansion to space. It doesn't just inspire kids and new generations. It can teach us to be better local citizens, as well as gifting us a new endowment of universal citizenship. It can renew and expand our citizenship, its rights and responsibilities. Through this foundation, we have the possibility of renewing our local and global institutions, ushering us into a new sense of prosperity, meaning, and togetherness. Our expansion to space serves as an accelerant for the rest of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. To mention few, it can provide us unlimited sources of clean energy through giant solar arrays built in space by using the resources extracted from the moon, or bringing helium-3 back to Earth to fuel our future fusion plants. It can fuel our economic growth, industries, innovation, and infrastructure as it has in the past. It can provide accurate climate measurements to help make right policies, but it is not the concrete benefits that count the most in the long run. It is the hope, sense of empowerment, opportunity, possibility, and optimism that we get from it, the unifying story of space. Well, is there a need for unifying story? We see trust for local and global institutions crumble, even trust for each other. When we look at the history of the past millennium, we can see cycles of similar crises, major crises happening every 80 to 100 years. As the world is more interconnected, so are the cycles of crises, as it was during the economic turmoils in the 1930s and the Second World War in 1940s. Today, we are living another global crisis period. The major difference is that the stakes are higher than before. Our technology can inflict extinction-level destruction. In short, we crave for a unifying story. The world is more interconnected than ever before and filled with layers of abstractions that are hard for any single human being to cope with. Our expansion to space might not prevent the crisis, but it has the possibility to soften the blow and offer a foundation that helps us renew our institutions and restore trust and faith for each other and ourselves. When the first man walked on the moon in 1969, we got a taste of this unifying story. Just a hint, but even that sparked and inspired whole generations. It created whole new industries that enabled our current prosperity. Instead of scarcity and fighting over who gets to rewrite history, space can provide expansive hope for the future. A week ago, I witnessed it myself in Zion National Park in Utah, US. Most of us experience a night sky smothered by the lights of the city. In Zion, there were none, only the majestic blanket of stars and the stroke of the Milky Way across the sky. I felt awe under the beauty of the cosmos. I saw endless possibilities to explore, to expand, while surrounded with the beauty of nature, our hair-thin biosphere. It was a humbling experience, an experience that we all could have. When Apollo 17 astronaut Gene Cernan walked on the moon, he could fit the Earth under his thumb. Cernan, a hardened military fighter pilot, said the following about the experience. That's humanity, love, feeling, and thought. You don't see the barriers of color and religion and politics that divides this world. You wonder if you could get everyone in the world up there, wouldn't they have a different feeling, a new perspective? Space does not only move individual inner worlds, but also our mutual understanding of the world. The photo behind me or on the screen has been ranked as the most influential environmental photo of all time. It is the Earthrise taken by Apollo 8 astronaut Bill Anders. It sparked the beginning of the modern environmental movement. Seeing the fragile Earth against the black void forever expanded our perception of the world, who we are, where we are. In Anders's words, we came all this way to explore the moon, and the most important thing is that we discovered the Earth. These are parts of the unifying story that our expansion to space offers, a foundation to build on. But it isn't enough that we only few eyes, human minds have seen and experienced space firsthand, the overview effect, the universal insights. We need to strive forward, build settlements, cities, and communities on the moon, Mars, and beyond. We need to create affordable ways for people to see Earth from space. We need to create more first-hand experiences on Earth, such as I had in Zion, where people can immerse into space, into the unifying story. And we need to tell the story in different ways to different people for the unifying story to permeate through the society. This is for what we are committed to do at Space Nation. When we do this, we become universal citizens. We could better understand our place in the universe, knowing that we are not alone. We could better acknowledge all our rights to be heard, respected, treated fairly and just. We could better understand our responsibilities as local and global citizens. Our minds would be rewired to feel empowered, optimistic, and hopeful for the future. How would that change the world? Space for all on Earth and beyond is the ultimate sustainable development goal. It is crucial to our species, Earth, us as individuals, to nature, our culture, and above all, to our future generations, our children. Let us not treat space as our final frontier, but our next frontier, and the moon as our 8th continent. As a final thought, Imagine a time in the not so distant future when the first child is born on the moon. That child will go to school and look through the telescope, the small blue ball in the sky that we call Earth. She can see a green Sahara, the Amazon with luscious rainforests, and the large ice sheets of Himalayas that feed the Ganges and Indus rivers. She will be mesmerized by the radical beauty of Earth, and without words viscerally understand how precious it is with all the life on it. She was born as universal citizen. Now that is the power of space for all, on Earth and beyond, as the United Nations 18th Sustainable Development Goal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kalle, for your fantastic presentation. That is adding more inspiration to our session today. And when you talk about optimism that 18th SDG can bring to the world, human community, that is very important. I think it's the most important point. Yeah, for the future. Yeah. So now it's time for Nancy Wolfson on behalf of American Institute of Aeronautics and Astronautics. Nancy is making many fantastic things in the IAF too, and the other situation on the front, on the edge of space business and space education. And so, okay, maybe she will add a few words about herself. I give you the floor.
Yes.
Just 2 minutes, because yes, we have to change.
That's what it is.
Okay. Okay. Momento, scusami. No, it's not Zoom. This is my, network and internet setting, but it's not working. Here we are. We should see one of them. We are on the public again. So Horizon, you say?
Verizon.
Oh, Verizon.
SM9N95.
Okay, that's you. Hello, everybody. Yes, we are back. We had to restore our internet connection just to say a new thing that happened not that frequently today. Let me check if I can find the presentation of Nancy. So, just a moment, sorry. So free agent GoFlex is your drive, and slides. Oh. But you can on the phone. I have to run it. So just a moment. We are almost ready to show Nancy presentation. Okay.
All right. So hi, everyone. I'm Nancy C. Wilson, and I support various institutions. I also have my own company. I'm going to be brief. As I know, everybody wants to go out for lunch, and we already had amazing presentations. So other than obviously, I'm here to support the 18 SDGs. I believe is the right thing to do, and I really hope we can make the difference and make changes to the SDGs as currently stand with 17, adding an 18. Now, I'm also here to propose an amendment to the 18 SDGs to be added as planetary defense from Earth to the moon and beyond. Now, if at some point you feel like I'm trying to convince you to care about planetary defense into the 18 SDGs, you are correct. So I'm gonna do my best. I just drove 4 hours and a half from Washington, D.C. and I arrived about an hour and a half ago. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. Hey, 2 cups of coffee plus an extra one right now. I think we're gonna make it. Let's start. So the ultimate purpose, you can go to the next one, and the next slide. Is that the best way to say it? I don't know. Okay. Oh, something is not right there. Oh, can you open the PDF? Yes, because if the other one is just not going to work. Yeah, and the PDF is right below. Sorry, everyone. Hey, this is a space industry. We are ready for the unexpected. We're resilient. So this is going to be about planetary defense. Now, this is not going to be a lecture on NEOS and planetary defense operations and systems and processes, but this is going to be more about how planetary defense is going to be necessary in the future of humans living and working in outer space. So, okay, I see my slide now. So living and working in outer space, the ultimate purpose of going into space is to live and work there. Planetary defense is becoming an increasingly critical issue as humanity ventures into space exploration and potentially establish human settlements on the moon and other celestial bodies. In this presentation, I will explore the under-discussed perspective when it comes to planetary defense, such as planetary defense, yes, for Earth, obviously, but going into the moon and beyond. International collaboration also is necessary between the already established efforts and emerging efforts, and also the established agencies and emerging agencies to enhance our ability to defend against potential threats to Earth infrastructure and future lunar settlements and beyond. Next one, please. We all know, finally, Artemis is here. So the Artemis mission is getting us closer to having humans living and working in outer space. The 3 phases mission is has finally had the first one out, and we're expecting the 2 coming up. So I'm looking forward to what is going to happen once we have all missions completed. But going back to planetary defense. Current literature discusses the many challenges when building these human settlements in outer space. As some of my colleagues mentioned earlier, where and how are we going to get the needed resources? Are we going to produce enough food to be sustainable, and many other questions. However, reviewing some of the current literature regarding humans living and working in outer space settlements, there is little or nothing regarding how we will defend those early stages and future human settlements in outer space. So part of my work is to support some necessary changes in the conversation regarding space exploration and advancing human presence in outer space by bringing forward planetary defense for Earth, from Earth, the moon, and beyond. We can go to the next one, please. Today, I will not going to give a lecture. So if you wish to learn, this is for the audience because I understand I'm talking among colleagues, so there is no reason to go through detailed information, but we're just probably going to cover some of the basics for the sake of our audience and be mindful of the ones that probably are just introduced to this topic for the first time. So concerning, again, my main focus today is planetary defense and its importance concerning future exploration activities and its role in future human settlements. And let's see. And of course, a reminder, this is a presentation and a formal proposal for an amendment to the 18 SDGs. And I'm going to be providing the proper documentation as the presentation goes. But before that, let me go ahead and answer probably some of your questions. Why do we need planetary defense for future lunar settlements and beyond? So let's talk a little bit about NEOs. What is a NEO? We know NEOs are between 40 meters and 1 kilometer are considered potentially hazardous, and they are near Earth objects, asteroids, or comets which possess close to Earth orbit, okay? Now, an impact, there are many sizes of NEOs, but I'm going to focus on the one that is 40 meters and 1 kilometer in diameter, considered potentially hazardous as they could cause significant damage if they were to impact Earth. The exact amount of damage will depend on various factors such as the NEO's size, speed, angle of impact, as well as the location of the impact. Now, as probably you already know, a NEO larger than 1 kilometer in diameter are rare, but they could cause catastrophic damage if they were, oh, we can go to the next one, sorry about that. If we can, okay, thank you. Yes, if they were to impact Earth, such an impact will likely have global consequences, including widespread destruction, tsunamis, potentially even a mass extinction. If you have seen some of my presentations before, I have an educator's mind, so I will be, you can go to the previous one. I will be giving you homework, and this is your homework. If you really want to dive into planetary defense, I suggest you to please go into these fantastic, fascinating reports. One, which is an old one, you can consider an old one, pre-DART, and I will explain briefly what DART means, and one post-DART, okay? So the pre-DART is by the National Research Council. You have over 30 pages of fantastic information, pre-DART mission. And then you have the one, 2023, by the United States National Science and Technology Council, which covers planetary defense post-DART. Again, compare those two informations, and those two reports will be a fantastic educational tool for anyone that cares more about planetary defense. All right, so let's go to the next one. Let's cover, I'm not gonna cover all the different impacts that Earth has had, but let's briefly mention Tunguska. We already know Tunguska was a huge, impact. Well, actually burst up in Earth, but it still produced a huge impact and large area of damage, and many trees, and a huge area was flattened. Okay, so this happened in Russia, and it was a large meteorite, around 30 to 40 meters in diameter. So, and it flooded the neighborhood forest. More recently, we had another one in 2013. As I said, I'm trying to go through all this information very, very quick. And the one in 2013 was actually considered a small asteroid with estimate size of 65 feet, 20 meters, and entered the Earth atmosphere over the city of Chelyabinsk in Russia. And it was moving at 12 miles per second, creating a shock wave that injured, and this is the part that I care about, that injured about 1,600 people, mostly from the broken windows. So asteroid impacting Earth are current real threats with real consequences. And there is very little still that we can do when it comes to informing our cities. You let me know how many minutes do I have? Just in case, so I need to skip some of this. Because I can talk about planetary defense forever. So let me go into what we really care about, which is the United Nations and the 18 SDGs. How many minutes do I have? Okay, so let me go ahead and, yep. And what Adriano has on your screen is the most recent from 2022 fireballs map. So if you care about asteroid impacts impacting Earth, this is where you can find your more recent information. So let's go to the next one, and let me see if I can. This one is the one that I want to talk about. So the United Nations understand the importance. They already know about planetary defense and why planetary defense is important. Therefore, recognizing the risk that pose as such a near-Earth object, the Committee of Peaceful Uses of Outer Space, COPUOS, established an action team on near-Earth objects to facilitate the implementation of Recommendation 14 of the Third United Nations Conference on the exploration of peaceful uses of outer space. In February 2013, the action team recommended to the committee the establishment of the International Asteroid Warning Network, I1, as a virtual network of institutions performing functions such as discovering, monitoring, physically characterizing the potentially hazardous near-Earth object population, and maintaining an international recognized clearinghouse for the future acknowledgement and processing all NEOS observations. Now, in 2014, this was implemented. These recommendations led to the creation of the International Warning Network and a second entity called SEMPAGE, which is a Space Mission Planning Advisory Group. They all interconnect, as you can see on your screen. So there is communication already established between the UNOSA, I1, SEMPAGE, COPUOS. And of course, if we continue talking about planetary defense communication, this is going to the federal government. And then we run into some issues when we talk about local authorities being informed. So let's go to the next one. So United Nations is not oblivious to what planetary defense means. On the contrary, they are pioneers when it comes to planetary defense processes. And the next one, so yes. So planetary defense, put it into the context of the moon. And I'm about to finish with this one. Planetary defense and the moon, although asteroids impacts are rare, smaller impacts from meteorites, smaller than 1 meter of 3 feet in diameter, still happen on the moon every day, just like they do on Earth. Where our planet's atmosphere burns up most meteorites that intersect our orbit, the moon has nothing to burn up or even slow down an incoming rock. Traveling at the speed as great as 72 kilometers per second, even a small rock can create a sizable crater. Impactors that will cause widespread damage on Earth will not cause nearly the same problems if they impacted the moon. Okay, we agree on that as right now. Even though there is no lunar atmosphere, they slow them down. The reason is simple. There is nothing to destroy on the moon yet, right? Damage on Earth is not about the rock underneath us being disturbed, but planetary defense is about the structures, the ecosystems, and individual life that are affected, the future of our children and the children of our children. So now that we're going to the moon, the only thing that will be affected is not just the lunar surface. Once we have established our presence on the moon, we are definitely going to need to protect our infrastructure, our centers, our ecosystem, and our human lives. So therefore, and with this, I'm going to end. And that's fine. You can leave it. You can leave it there. I just wanna read it for everybody. No, that's the last one. No, because we are running out of time, and I wanna be respectful with everybody's time. So, colleagues, imagine a universe in which 1 million human beings have constructed a high-tech civilization. Now we are going to start on the moon. Hopefully, one day will be Mars. And we are living out there in this fantastic future places for humans, right? So once we have these settlements, as I said before, this is about human lives and protecting our infrastructure. So this amendment proposal presents an overview of the importance of including planetary defense in discussing space exploration and future humans' settlements in outer space to ensure that necessary measures are taken to protect our space habitats. In this context, myself, Nancy C. Wilson, proposes, along with the list of supporters, hopefully if this amendment is included, to include the later aspects of protecting our infrastructure on Earth and beyond from cosmic hazards, specifying near-Earth objects, mitigation, in the petition titled 18 SDGs, Space for All, Civilian Space Development, and Life Beyond Earth. Today's 15, September 23, we are in New York, and this amendment, we are requesting this amendment to be included in the body, and in the body of the original 18 SDGs, and in the list of objectives of the document of the SDG, Space for All, Civilian Space Development, and Life Beyond Earth, with a link directly to the page of the facts and the background of these amendments, which is going to state also the reasons why it is important to have this topic included. And it's also going to include a list of supporters and a POC, which is a point of contact, for further development of the topic winning the 18 SDGs. And we find the best way to deal with these threats on Earth, as we find the best way to deal with these threats on Earth, and we keep learning how planetary defense is going to develop, I'm sure we can take those lessons learned into what is going to be humans living and working on the moon and beyond. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Nancy. And yeah, we go running now with Professor Bernard Foing. Bernard, you need the mic. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh. Hello. So I'm Bernard Foing. So as president of Space Renaissance International, I want to thank all the speakers and our audience for this historical day today. And we have discussed.
Sorry.
Yeah. So please don't. Okay, we do it again. Yes. So I try again if I'm not interrupted. Yeah.
Okay.
And so we have been talking about a number of vision for.
Sorry, Bernard. I was busy and I forgot to tell something about you. Professor Bernard Foing is the president of Space Renaissance International. He also is the director and coordinator of several other initiatives like the Euromoon Mars, Eurospace Hub, and other groups that make education, training, analog training, and a lot of things around the world. So, okay.
Thank you. Excellent.
The floor is yours.
We have had a lot of talks. And I think that there is a convergence, there's a convergence of opinion, the convergence of requirement for action. But as my professor told me, vision without execution is hallucination. So I would like also to share with you what type of action we could do. And this could build on some of the action we have taken to prepare ourselves, prepare our future, prepare the next generation. And that's a program that we have started already 15 years ago with the support of the European Space Agency. We have been working as a chief scientist and as the lead of the first moon mission of ESA. I worked on a lander mission. Also, we are trying to build a moon habitat and a mission to Mars. I wanted to say also, I started as an astronaut also when I was 10 years old. And I was laying down on the grass looking at the Milky Way at night. And there I realized, even before looking at any footage from the Apollo astronaut, that we are on spaceship Earth. And then I decided to become an astronomer. And I came also from an history where my parents were affected by war. So I said, I want to be a diplomat. And I managed to work as a space diplomat, working at the European Space Agencies with a motto, make space, not war. But now let's do what action we can do to train the next generation. So this is a number of activities we have conducted. We have activities where we analyze data, we test instruments in the field, we go to places on Earth that look like the moon and Mars, we deploy habitat, we train astronauts. So I started 20 years ago. We launched a mission to the moon. I was the chief scientist for this mission, the first of this millennium, smart one, where we identified in polar areas some places which are in a permanent shadow, also some which are peak of eternal light, which are locations where we are going to emplace robotic village and even human business. Second aspect is how we are going to share these data resources. So we have really to train the next generation to use all the data which were obtained by these different missions, also data from Earth to protect the Earth, but we apply also this knowledge to merge data from the Smart One mission that I mentioned. We shared our data with the world. In particular, we shared them with the whole country, with the US, with Japan and China that developed their own mission. They launched in 2007. And then we even shared our data and our experience with India that launched in 2008, the Chandrayaan-1 mission, where, in fact, we put 3 ESA instruments on board. And then there were a number of US mission L-cross impactor that proves the existence of water ice in the pole, lunar reconnaissance orbiter still in operation, GRAIL and LADI. So we had already de facto a robotic village of orbiter around the moon. And this goes along a vision of a roadmap that we had for the exploration of the moon. First, robotic exploration with orbiters, some landers forming a robotic village, then a human outpost, and then a sustainable moon base. We have several concepts. We have the Artemis program, we have the International Lunar Research Station. We also developed the concept of the Moon Village, a series of facilities where we are going to live and work on the moon for the benefit of humanity. So some aspects that need to be developed are technology. And so for instance, we developed hands-on technology, building a lander within the Google Lunar X Prize competition. And we put some cameras, some spectrometers on board. We deployed some rovers. Look how they work together, cooperative robotics. Here you can see them tested at ESTEC. And we have developed these activities also developed for training engineers for developing instruments for the moon and Mars. Now we are at the stage where we are going to have the Artemis series of missions, the first women on the moon. We will have also an Artemis base camp, a sustainable human settlement. how can we prepare it at our stage? So we are looking at some of the technical challenges getting there. So we have the rocket people doing that, but we have also habitat, laboratories, communication challenge, operation in extreme environment, survival of astronauts and equipment, mobility. We have also the human and robotic partnership, a great challenge. Also with the new methods of AI, we do much better. We will use resources, and we are entered also in a new way to business, having users from new space economy or even from non-space economy joining us. So at our stage, we have also developed a program, Human Mars, to train space researchers, space engineers, scientists, even entrepreneurs or lawyers, Space for All. And for instance, what we do, we lock together 6 apprentice astronauts from different fields, from different countries, in a place, module without window, and they learn how to live, work together. So we have this base in Poland, for instance, and you can see them doing some also physiology experiment, technology, growing plants, and so on. But now we have also developed a new module, which is a moon base. It's a moon base that can be transported to your place. And for some reason, yes. No, it's a link. Okay, let's see. Yes, I am crossing the far side of the moon, so we lost communication for some moment. Yes, so okay, so maybe I come to, yeah, it's trying to reconnect, but it's trying to reconnect. Yes, yeah, I'm back. Happy to be back in communication with the Earth. And so I can also continue with the presentation. And yes, our module was still on the far side, but now we arrived in view of Earth. Yes, you can see. And so this is how it looks. We have assembled a mobile habitat, so which has some scientific track experiment, like on space station. You have also a private capsule quarter. You can even see on the top direction, there is even a cupola, so a screen where we can see the Earth shifting around when we travel around the Earth. And then eventually we arrive at the moon. But in that case, last week, we deployed for the first time this habitat in the botanical garden of Padova University, the oldest university in Europe. And this is how it looks with the inflatable, with a team, some of my master design students that developed it. And you can see the inside operating some experiment, even including some artwork that were developed in the frame of the Moon Gallery project. So we have an habitat. Where do we go? We go to places on Earth that look like the Moon and Mars. So we go to Etna, where we have done a number of telerobotic campaigns. We go to Hawaii. We went to La Réunion, also similar to Hawaii. We went to Utah, Mars Desert Research Station of Bob Zubrin. We went to Atacama and Iceland. In particular, we have, together with Henk Rogers, I am one of the co-directors of the International Moon Base Alliance, looking at the research we can do using this ICES base, where we have trained some of my master geology students to take samples, to analyze them, do their master research. Last year, we had a big eruption with 2 lava flows on each side of our base. We survived because we are a bit elevated. And so in March, we went together with Henk as our commander. I was the chief scientist of a mission where we spent 1 week on the moon and validating all the system. Now, Space for All, it's not only for scientists, engineers, managers, it's also for everybody. So we have invited as well humanities, artists, designers, and we made, for instance, a Moonlight Academy. And we have developed a project where we called artists and scientists to work together to bring a gallery of art to the moon. So you have done a number of exhibitions all over the world, and we have some art piece we can send to the moon. They asked me $1 million per kilogram. For this reason, I have designed a concept, which is a gallery 10 by 10 centimeter, where each art piece is only 1 cubic centimeter. And eventually, we built a test version, 64 8 by 8 pieces of art, which were launched to the International Space Station and flew for 1 year. You can see them in the cupola. Now, we want to consolidate these all activities where we train the next generation of space citizens. So we have, you can see on the left column, the physical and mental training of astronauts with various activities, analog or parabolic flight. We have also scientific and technical training. We have added a pillar on humanity and social science, including art, multicultural cooperation, humanities. We have also added a new pillar on business, how to involve entrepreneurs, how to get sponsors, how to communicate, and so on. And this is Aerospace Academy. Now, of course, we say that all these activities preparing the future can be made available to give consistency to our goal of today, to have a space for all on Earth and beyond, SDG 18, but that where everybody can take part. You can take part as public, you can take part as astronauts, you can take part as researcher, as a business person. So that's a vision we would like to put forward. We have to work to the United Nations, but also individually in our sphere of expertise, we have also to work locally. And so this we do all over the globe. We have intergenerational constituency in our groups, like we had at the International Astronautic Congress. And as a summary of what I discussed, there are a number of activities where we can really make progress in sharing data, analyzing them, developing technologies, developing projects, using resources, testing how we can access some of these resources, making analog field campaign, also developing innovation, business endeavors, building peace together, and addressing the humanistic aspect, also like we do at Space Renaissance with the cultural, art, and societal. In a summary, Space for All on Earth and beyond, there are many fieldwork where we can contribute. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. And yeah, now it's time for my speech, is the last one. And can you stop sharing, please? Okay. So going to recover my presentation. Just allow me a few seconds to do that. Yes. Okay, so good. My first idea for this presentation was civilian space development versus a new colonialism. But during the last, sorry, the noise, fastidious noise, maybe back up. Yeah, I changed my title to Civilian Space Development, Why It Is Urgent, because I think this is the most important thing to be focused today, the 15th of September. So 2015 was a turning point in history because reusable rockets since 2015 has dramatically decreased.
Adriano, we can't hear you very well.
Yeah, because there are some problem with the microphone. Can you give me that microphone? Maybe it's better.
Agenda, there you go.
I'm sorry. I'm doing everything for everybody and not for me. Okay.
That's better.
Okay. Let's go. So I think now I'm sharing, right? Good. So I was saying 2015 saw the launch of reusable rockets that have dramatically decreased the cost of transportation from Earth to orbit. 2015 can now be identified as a turning point in history, signifying a change of paradigm from traditional aerospace to a new space age. Such process is opening several different scenarios. It is up to the people of planet Earth to choose the best one for the benefit of all. So we have two fundamental possible futures. I think that Ganim Alotaibi already talked about this closed world paradigm and versus the paradigm of the open world. If we have open human growth in a closed world, will bring to fear of the future because it will confrontate soon to the limits to growth, environmental problems, and all what we already know about. That will lead to an ethical regression, decrease of the human life value, and hostility toward the children, toward the future in general, and rise of mafias, conflicts, and wars, and decline of death and death of civilization. On the other side, sorry, we're not sure in that.
It's not on YouTube.
But no, but I think it depends what you're, when you show the YouTube, it's not exactly this moment.
I can see it on Zoom, Adriano,
You can see it.
on Zoom.
Okay, I think we can go ahead. So opposite the paradigm of the open world with the human growth brings to boundless development. Earth is lightened for the human development weight and access to very used resources and energy of the solar system, and abundance of resources and energy, boundless development, and confidence and hope in the future. That means ethic evolution. Children are the treasure of humanity, and philosophic openness, human nature fusion, and the full development of human heritage and intelligent life. It takes to growth of civilization through peace, development, freedom, and democracy, and obsolescence of mafias, conflicts, and wars. So, okay, now we have a situation in which, as many of us already told, Gaia is pregnant. We are 8 billion humans on planet Earth, mother, and an unsustainable growth in the Earth's closest system is going on. And Mother Earth is suffering labor pains and tries to kick off the baby. Earth's resources are now insufficient for decent social growth of all peoples. The pressure inside Earth's atmosphere is increasing. To be compliant with the right to development, the resolution of the UN of the 1986 that established that right to development is a universal right, human right. We need a new industrial revolution that is dramatically urgent, but the proposed solutions are oriented to the growth and deindustrialization. So space is the answer, of course, because we have resources, solar system, resources enough for trillions human development for millennia to come. The sun provides abundant energy. We are now using an infinitesimal part of it. The solar system is extremely large, place enough for an inestimable number of communities. And moving industrial development of Earth will relieve planet Earth's environment when we start growing outside Earth, the growth on Earth will progressively lower, to not disappear, but we have a rebalance of the growth outside and inside. Civilian space development will trigger an unprecedented global economic and cultural revolution. So let me take back the control of my screen. Okay. But many factors stand in the way of civilian space development. We have, astropolitics. It is controversial. It is a subject of discussion if it is negative or positive. It has positive aspects because now the powers of the world have understood that it is very important to be on the moon, to be present there, to have a permanent basis and so on. So this leads to, let's say, kind of military management of space. Is that positive or negative? Is this, yeah, it will be negative if that thing will leave room for civilian development. But if civilians are allowed and invited to go, then I think that the astropolitics could also have positive aspects. So it is, of course, up to us to try to influence one or another way. We have closed world supporters that say that humans were made for Earth and not to go outside. We have the no rush tendency. That means that we have time, we have centuries before us to go to space. We are not constrained to do it now. And we have anti-humanist currents that say that science and technology ruined the world. Human intelligence is noxious. And we have new space colonies that says that we don't have to expand into space. We just have to send automated machine and artificial intelligence to take resources on the moon and the asteroids and bring them back to Earth. That is a very dangerous thing to do. In this situation, the humanity launch window is narrowing and could close very soon. We are near 2025 to 2030, we will be in a cusp in history. I'm referring to Isaac Asimov psychohistory, beautiful theory that can be applied maybe today. And but the point is that there's no time. Hundreds of years we don't have. We just allow science and technology to evolve. No, it's not true. In due time. It is due to the inertial persistence of an unconditional faith in progress plays a role here. Progress can be stopped, as we well know, by big social fear of the future. But this is not a normal age. Civilization is close to historical cusp. The 5 years from 2025 to 2030 were predicted as the most critical of human history, with a huge risk of an irreversible collapse of our civilization. The launch window is for stepping toward the stars is supported by the great development of space science and technology, but it is conditioned by the social, financial, and environmental situation. Such a window will close very quickly. So this is a graphic representation, a conceptual representation. We don't have measurements, of course, of these variables. So people's growth on Earth is now at 8 billion and will probably reach 10 billion. Science and technology growth, constant. But environmental and social crisis is growing too, very, very quickly. And the people's faith in the future could reach to breakpoint in the between these 10 years. 2020 to 2030. So the longer that we come with hope and confidence in a better future, the psychological, social fear will catalyze conflicts and wars, triggering an irreversible civilization implosion that will be to try to go back inside the egg, to try to reverse our evolutionary history. So, and on an exhaustive list of urgent, what do we need? We need fully reusable launch vehicle, and that is in order to start producing fuel in space from mining the moon and the asteroids, to start experiencing with simulated gravity, rotating infrastructures according to the O'Neill model, human life protection in space that is resonating with what Nancy said about planetary defense. We also have to protect human life from the radiation, the cosmic radiation, and rotating infrastructures could mitigate the low gravity damages. Okay, mine the moon and debris. We are not talking about moving billions of people off Earth in a few years. That's not possible. But that's not the point. What really matters is to kick off the expansion as soon as possible, because that would reverse could relaunch the fate in the future. So space resources should be used for space settlement, not for future development on Earth surface. To try to use space resources on Earth, it would be very dangerous. It would importing raw materials on Earth's surface from outside will increase industrial processing and production on Earth. That will lead to more energy demand, more pollution and CO2 production. Humans, not robots, need space for development. Only being there in person will have the innovative ideas essential for further civilian development, is what Frank White said about the overview effect. New colonialism will steal our children's future and borders of their territory for their sacrosanct right to development. Okay, so the point is, and I'm trying to go to the end because yeah, this is my speech is the last one, so I will grant to myself maybe 3 or 4 minutes more because the conclusion are also interesting for our final recommendation. So we need yeah, it was conceptualized during traditional aerospace age. Space technologies are supporting SDGs on Earth, but demonstrated not enough for a really sustainable development. Yet there will not be enough. And to allow a truly sustainable development, it is indispensable and urgent to start civilian space development outside Earth's boundaries. We propose an 18th SDG to be added, space for all civilian space development and communities living beyond Earth. So, okay. This is the central slides, more or less, about our discussion. These are the 17 SDGs as they were conceived, flat and not hierarchized. But if we look attentive, if we make an analysis, we will see that the 17 SDGs are not all equal. The 7th, 8th, and 9th SDG talking about economical industrial growth are key, supporting the other 14 SDGs. So we have tried to reorganize in a pyramid, hierarchical pyramid. We see the 7, 8, and 9 SDG as the pillars for the social growth and cultural growth, and they are sustaining the social, let me say, the human life SDGs and the environmental SDGs. The point is, are these really sustainable? Sorry, we don't see everything because we have other things in the middle. Are they really sustainable? We say no, because the seven, 8, and 9 will crash with the climate and life and environment SDGs because for many reasons that the main reason are the energy demand that is increased by electronic web society, not decreased. Scarcity of key materials like rare earths will raise new reservoirs and conflicts and pollution and exploitation of the sea and so on. So we say that we need an 18th SDG, that is civilian space development that will allow abundant resources and environmental relief, and it will sustain the 7th, the development goals and the social goals and the environmental goals. Okay. I think we know what space is doing, the space development will do for energy. Relocating industry to space will mean less energy demand on Earth, social growth, peace and collaboration, environment, and cosmic safety also, because we will better protect our Earth from cosmic impacts. That is not considered in the 17 SDGs. So what we need, the last 3 slides, promise. Sustain the development of fully reusable, safe, and ergonomic vehicles. Start producing fuel in space, to reuse orbital debris, to build infrastructures in the geolunar space, promote moon and astral space tourism industry market. Look, space tourism is the only industry actually facing the problem of transporting civilian passengers, non-trained passengers in space. That's very important. It's a very important role. It's not a toy for rich people. Promote space education and everywhere, and introducing history of space and of science in all the school programs, all levels, and help non-governmental organization, because no strategy without philosophy. We are trying to develop the philosophy of this century and more. We have some scientific challenges that will enable life in space. Understand the requirements of living and working in space that is different from the exploration. Human health must be the priority, and related main recommendation is that such research strains, as well as the mentioned space strategy, will be promoted in every context where strategic decisions are undertaken. So protection against solar and cosmic radiation, simulated gravity, green environments and water in space, low cost and safe transportation systems. Okay. Okay, next milestone, we can see maybe, okay, in 2003, we are already seeing maybe Starship will fly in a few weeks if FAA finally will give the permission. 2025, maybe we could start recovering and reusing orbital debris. 2030 would see the fuel production in space from lunar and asteroidal results. And 2030 could see humanist expansion strategy, development of life and health protection technology in space that we already say. That will lead to a further downsize of the space transport cost under $100 per kilogram, and possibility of living and working beyond the limits of Earth's atmosphere indefinitely. So, okay, so this is our proposal. This logo was worked and reworked several times before reaching this this picture. In this picture, we see both the concept of the expansion, seeing the rockets going outside and re-landing, and the space for Earth with the satellite technologies that help 17 SDGs on Earth. So we tried to represent the concept of space for all on Earth and beyond. So, okay, this is all. Thanks for your attention. And we can close the morning session of our panel. Yeah.
Do you want to say anything about the next session in the afternoon?
Yes. The next session will start at we will leave the session alive also on YouTube. We hope that YouTube will not close it. And okay, so see you later. Let's go and try to eat something. Thanks for being here, everybody. Yes, I will do it.
Okay, let's go. Yeah, stay with us. Okay, all the survivors. The beautiful people in the front, and be the guys. Can you display the Zoom gallery? Yeah.
Hi, everyone.
Adriano, can you display the Zoom gallery? Because that was also not
3, 2, 1. No, Adriano, you can show up.
Just a plain Zoom gallery. Adriano, here. Remove so that you can see.
Adriano, when it does go on.
Okay, so Adriano is coming.
Everyone come much closer.
Can anybody print the screen for the remote Zoom participants and you can do a selfie of yourself? Okay, when do we go from here? Wait for all. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. Nice logo. I will put a moon on it, but so we reconvene in 50 minutes. We're coming back in 50 minutes.
Adriano, when will it go on? Pardon?
Because we are getting some drinks and okay. Oh, we could now have a fast break. I could do it right now and right. Really good now. And the food
See you everybody here in 50 minutes from now. Okay?
Okay,
Later.
thanks.
Hello, everybody. We will start in a few minutes. I'm sorry for the delay, but things are always complicated. More complicated than what we expect. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Sorry for the delay. Things are complicated. Okay. So if the participants in present will take place, we can restart, because I see that we have Mary-Louise Heuser, we have Alberto Cavallo, we have Sam Coniglio, and yeah, Werner. So okay, so I think you can restart with the. We are missing the chairman, Alfred Anzaldua. So let's wait for Alfred to join, because he is the chair of this module.
What I tried to show was that there was actually multiple ways. Once you figure out what you're trying to
Adriano.
Hello. Yes.
I sent you a PDF copy of my slide deck just in case we have any connection issues. So I could do a screen share with Zoom, or if that doesn't work for you, you can do the screen share for me.
I prefer if you make directly your share, but if you send it to me, I can take it as a backup.
Yeah, I've already sent it to you. Let me just test, make sure I have all my components here in place. Yeah, there you go. Great.
Oh, just a moment. I have to send the link to Alfred because he's trying to join.
Hi, Emmeline. It's been a long time.
Yeah, it's been a long time.
Yeah. Okay, that's it. Okay, Alfred is here. So I think we can start. Samuel, on which email did you send me your? Oh, okay, maybe I saw it.
Yeah, I sent it to Alfred and I forward that one.
Here's
to
my
you.
presentation, but there is no attachment.
Oh, it's a Dropbox. There's a Dropbox. You just have to download it.
Okay.
If that doesn't work, no problem.
But I think you can do it. You can present yourself. So I think it will work. Okay.
Sounds good.
Alfred.
Hi, everybody. There was somebody else that couldn't get connected. Not just me, Boris. Can we send a connection? I finally found a connection to get back, but my connection dropped. Can we send something to Boris now? His name, he's the number 9 speaker.
Yes, but is okay. It is the same. It is the same link of this morning. That didn't change.
He said he didn't get it.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Let's see. How do we do this?
Just forward them the link you have.
Okay, let's see. Hang on. I will forward him this link, which, hang on.
Click on the arrow next to participants. There's a thing that says copy invite link, and then you can send that out to the person.
Boris Petrovic, here we go. That should do it. Okay. Well, I'm glad I got connected now. Let's see, let me get back. And let's see. All right. Okay, folks. I see Emmeline, Adriano, Alberto's there. Hi, everybody. Sorry for starting late. I had actually lost the Zoom link and had to find it again. Took a little doing. Okay, so we have actually 10 to 11 speakers. I've asked all the speakers to keep their talks to 10 minutes or less. I have a stopwatch. So I am going to discipline myself as well. I won't talk for more than 10 minutes. And since I have the last one, let's hope that I have an audience by then. One moment, please. Yeah, here we go. So we have quite a lineup here, and I trust you've all heard the earlier speakers, very inspirational. Out of 1,000 things that I could add on to it, but I won't do that because I don't want to steal your thunder. So the first speaker is, and I have to adjust the light here a bit. The first speaker is Marie-Louise Heuser, and I hope I pronounced that correctly. She studied philosophy, history, physics, and mathematics. She's an academic philosopher and has been active in research and teaching at various universities in Germany. Her main focus is on the classical philosophy of space travel from antiquity to modernity. Excuse me. The term trans-terrestrialism is a term she has coined, and she's going to tell us more about that. Registered as a word mark, and it is the name of a new discipline in cultural sciences and humanities that deals with the philosophical preconditions and the cultural history of the departure into space, as well as fundamental pragmatic changes, paradigmatic changes in the image of man, modes of perception, categories of thought, future possibilities to new forms of living. So, without further ado, do we have Marie-Louise here? I don't see her yet. Let's see. Marie-Louise, are you here? Yes, there you are. Great. Super good. Marie-Louise, you will be talking about.
Yes, hello, everybody. I'm very pleased to be with you and can participate on this great event, historic event. I have to upload my presentation.
Okay. It's going to be on trans-terrestrialism, why we are not just earthlings. There it is in living color.
You can see it?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Yeah, cool. As an academic philosopher, I fully agree with Adriano's claim that there is an urgent need to go into space, especially because of the many groups of degrowth and post-growth and green growth. Green growth is there are only a few groups, but the many groups are which wants to have a degrowth and post-growth future. Already in the Renaissance, the philosopher Giordano Bruno demanded that humanity must break out of the geocentric prison in order to be able to develop freely. And you can see here a graphics from out of the De Menso from his book of 1591. And here you have a Inuse, paradigmatic sentence, which very, very good show what transterrestrialism means. I also say, invent, you leave the earth and fly straight to the near moon. There can be an infinite number of things come into existence in this great space, and yet they think this world here is enough. We came into being on Earth, and our modes of perception and categories of thought have developed here on Earth in confrontation with the concrete reality of our environment. This resulted, among other things, in thing ontology, which means that we essentially focus on finite objects and their interrelationships. System theories and theories of the finite biosphere are also ultimately based on these finite infinitist basic principles. But for as long as humanity has existed, it has thought beyond the earthly and generally beyond the finite, so that from the beginning it has had a transterrestrial perspective, which is evident in archaeological artifacts, mythologies, religions, and non-finitist philosophies. Thus, man is by no means a mere environment-bound being, but has always been able to think beyond the environment in which he was integrated. However, this ability to see beyond the earthly base and into the distance, the astronomical view, so to speak, was combined early on with the ability to take off haptically as well. What does this mean philosophically? Obviously, there must be something that loosens and removes. Sorry, it's very loud here. So, what does this mean philosophically? Obviously, there must be something that loosens and removes the fixation and the given environment, indeed the fixation on the given in general, and enables the capacity for universalization. We are free beings and therefore do not allow ourselves to be permanently enclosed in finite systems, not even in the biosphere. Since we have always been cognitively beyond the biosphere and any organism. Pioneers like Tsiolkovsky and Elon Musk show that they can step out of the any known sphere by entering new territory. Thereby, they are put into the nothing, insofar as they must develop in each case completely new systems, both technical and scientific. I coined the term transterrestrialism for a new philosophical discipline. The topic, or the main topic, is the transcending of the earth and the earthly, and creating an expanding space ecosphere. The epistemological topic is the transterrestrial modes of perception and categories of thought. This will be combined or connected with traditional philosophical disciplines as an academic research project, which I want to make with other researchers. Metaphysics, ontology, philosophy of nature, anthropology, epistemology, aesthetics, philosophy of science and social theory, and philosophy of culture. in this short time, I cannot explain this. What this mean in concrete. Here's only one. Transterrestrial anthropology, why we are not just earthlings. It is only one topic in this broader context. I don't want to tell you this list. You can. I only want to show you and give you an impression. Then what Adriano also had outlined is also a theme of this broader context, earthbound thinking versus space philosophy. And here is my main point. My main point. That's earthbound geocentric thinking will result in poverty, economy, and prohibition culture. And the danger of totalitarianism was already shown by Jared O'Neill. And I think the philosophical presuppositions of both forms of thinking is, on the one hand, nature as a dynamic equilibrium system, and on the other hand, nature as a nonlinear evolutionary system. And the ethics or the ethical consequences is on the left side, the integration of man as an unfree element in bounded systems, and in the space philosophy, man has the ability of free self-development and creative transgression of given stages of development.
Mary Louise, you have about 2 minutes left.
Yes, this is my last slide. Here you see on the right side a woodcut from the 1920s showing Giordano Bruno, because in the 1920s Giordano Bruno was recepted in philosophy, but also in space communities. And here's a sentence out of a book from Hans Dreyer about Hegel. The spirit reveals itself as a giant integral sign uniting heaven and earth, good and evil. And I think this is a good starting point for developing transterrestrial philosophy. Thank you very much, and sorry for my English.
Oh, it was quite a fascinating talk, and you've given us, you've given me at least. I've always admired Giordano Bruno, but I think now you've given me a lot more to admire him for. Quite a person. So thank you very much, Marie Louise. Our next speaker is Alberto Cavallo. If it's Italian, it's Cavallo. If it's okay. Otherwise, it's Cavallo, but it's Cavallo. Okay,
yes,
very good.
Yes.
Okay. So, Alberto Cavallo, our second speaker, is one of the 5 initial founders of Space Renaissance International and the first vice president. His interest in space dates back to 1969 and the moon landing when he was only 8. You're a young pup compared to me, I tell you that. Professionally, he's an electrical engineer. He works on large EPC projects, whatever those are, with a long experience in both power and control systems. He says this is not relevant to space, but I disagree. Anyway, he's got an interest beyond his profession, which includes philosophy and religion, and now international relations and geopolitics. So, man after my own heart. Alberto is going to be talking about dual use, peaceful and less peaceful use of space technology. So take it away, Alberto.
Okay, thank you. Now I share my screen. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak in this very important occasion. And then I'll introduce here something a little different. Of course, we are explaining how outer space is. Can you see my presentation? Because
yes, quite well.
Okay, so we have explained very well how going to space is important for the development of humanity, but there are other points of view that we have to consider. So I'll start from the beginning of all the story. In the last century, the Wright brothers were able to make an airplane by themselves because they only needed the engine that they could make themselves. They needed a wooden fabric structure and some serious study, and they were smart guys and they could do that. But flying into space is not the same thing. It requires complex organization and an industrial basis. You need special materials, machinery, you need dangerous propellants, and in general, you need huge complex projects involving hundreds, thousands of people. I mean, actually going to space, of course, not just making a rocket just for a test. And therefore, the space pioneers of the early 20th century could not repeat what they did. They needed the help of governments. Only national governments can supply, and at least could supply, the resources needed to space. Of course, nowadays we have rich people that can do that, but after all, they are the richest people in the world, and they also work with the governments, national agencies, and the military. And if national governments enter, by their nature, they manage power, political, economic, military power. That means that we enter the political game and the logic of international relations and what is called geopolitics. I won't explain now everything. I have no time for that. Going to space is interesting if it allows to increase power, the power of the nation. And since space gives no revenues at the beginning, the military purposes are the best to justify it, because the return on investment is non-existing at the beginning. Another decisive factor is that a rocket that can reach space can also be easily used as a weapon to carry a warhead on everywhere on Earth. This can be interesting and also scary, because a government may want to exploit this possibility, but they also be worried about the fact that this possibility is in the hands of someone else or a private entity. So, and then what happened? Historically, authoritarian governments, of course, were the first to support space-capable rocketry. Why? Because, of course, they are quicker in their decision-making, and they are more interested in this kind of purposes. So it happened that the first human-made vehicle to reach space was an A4 rocket during World War II. The A4 was then developed into a weapon, the famous V2 rocket. And what happened with the first satellite, for instance? The first satellite was launched by Soviet Union with a modified intercontinental ballistic missile. The USSR was first in space, mostly because they were mostly interested in rockets, because they had a few bombers, and the Americans were reliant on bombers more than rockets at the beginning. But anyway, the USSR was first satellite, sent the first man and also the first woman, I would like to remind you, Yuri and Valentina. First automatic docking, first extravehicular activity. They were first in everything. So it can be understood that from the point of view, from a political point of view, it was not a good situation from the point of view of their main competitors. So the USA, the only way they had the USA to regain the first position.
Okay, that's fine now.
Okay, was being first to the moon, and they won the moon race, and the Soviet Union even gave up completely. They didn't even try to reach the moon when after failing some attempts. So what happened? The end of the Cold War slowed down the development of space because Russia has not the resources and the US was not politically so interested. The motivations, if you remember well, in the 90s were pure science, exploring planets, sending essentially through automatic probes sent to long distances and with good results, but only pure science. That is not interesting for a true expansion into space. And the military uses that were very important, but involved reconnaissance, communications, and localization. And then they also brought to developments that were also used for the general public, because, like, for instance, GPS was a military project, and we all use it for every day. We have it in our phones nowadays. But it was initially a military investment by the US for other purposes, not exactly for what we use it now. Thanks to international cooperation, human space flight was preserved somehow because the nations put together the little money that they wanted to give to non-military development in space and human presence in space, because human presence was not considered so interesting. With us, it is the real interesting part, and as was very well explained by the others before. And so it led to the ISS through cooperation. But in the new century, a new generation of analysts started the extension of the geopolitics to space and started to call it astropolitics. Geopolitics analyzes how nations behave in consideration of economic and political factors based on geography, that is, studies places and human physical and social structures. While agreeing with the space advocacy positions on some principles, astropolitics indicates, of course, national interest as the strongest motivation. For instance, I cite Everett Dolman, who wrote a book in the early 21st century, and started to explain how the theories that began during the 19th century by Admiral Alfred Mahan in the US about sea power can now apply into space power, because space is like the sea, and all the strategic considerations and the national power considerations that can be made about sea can apply to space in the same way in the new era. And national power is a mix of military and economical power, you must always remember. And then economic development and military control go together. And Mahan explained very well how this influenced the history in the past centuries. And the new analysts are extending this analysis also to what may happen in space. So by applying the same principle that Mahan indicated about sea, not just connection, the choke points and many other points, strategic
Alberto?
points to be considered.
Yeah, Alberto, you have about 2 minutes now.
Okay. So we see expansion into outer space, the only solution to the exhaustion of resources, capacity to the population, and so on. We have explained very well before. And we conceive, the space advocacy organizations, myself too, and consider it to be based on open economy and free political systems. But governments kept a monopoly on space until recently because it was conceived as a power multiplier, and science was not considered to be too much dangerous to power. Now that industrial development in space has started, nations are beginning to understand that space is decisive in the development of power. So they are starting to consider that in the future, who rules space will rule the earth, like in the past, who rules the sea ruled the land. This can be a political motivation to go to space. So, in the conclusion, we know we can save the earth by bringing development out of it. National governments have the resources to do it. And maybe not only the national governments today, but they are essential anyway. Since it's time to develop economy and communities in space, we need the motivation for everybody, and political elites and states are beginning to understand this. And so they are very interested in also in spending their power into space and using space for expansion of power. That is why we need so much that an organization like the UN endorses expansion in outer space as a common goal for all. Not to be pursued only for national interest, but to highlight that through a common goal for all humanity, not to be considered just the purpose of single nations. Otherwise, we'll have something like a political rush to space and competition that will not be so peaceful maybe in the future. And we hope that this will not happen, that the United Nations can be the place where these kind of things can be discussed and space may be put in the right point of view. Thank you. That's all. Thank you very much.
Very, very good, Alberto. You really hit the chord again for me, just like the last speaker. We, in fact, myself and Hoyt Davidson and Peter Gerritsen have written several papers about space being like the sea, maritime lessons. It has to do with orbital debris, but again, there are some good analogies between the sea and space. So I'm glad you brought it up. So our next speaker, another Italian name, like Coniglio, Samuel Coniglio, right? Are you there, Samuel?
I am.
You are. Oh, there you are. Okay, great. So Samuel is a board member and former vice president of the Space Tourism Society. Since 1996, the society has been promoting an Earth and space-based space tourism industry with the goal of bringing the space experience economy to the masses. Samuel is a futurist and inventor who has been researching off-world domestic concepts are discussed in his upcoming book, Creature Comforts in Space, Designing Enjoyment and Sustainability for Off-World Living. Boy, it sounds like a fascinating topic. So, Samuel, it's all yours.
All right. Thank you very much. And thank you, Adriano. Thank you, Alfred, and everyone involved with this program to herd the cats and make everything happen. I know this is a very complicated project.
Okay.
All right. Let's see if I can cross fingers and toes, share screen. All righty. Can you see the screen? I hope so.
Yes, we can see the screen. It looks good.
Right now I'm going to hit the play button. Boof. All right. Do you have that full screen?
Well, it's pretty big. Yeah.
You got it?
I'm not sure it's full. I can see on the side also, but I don't think that's going to hurt anything.
I can make it bigger if that works for you. Does that work for you?
Yeah, there's a button at the top that you can hit to get rid of the side slides, but I think just go ahead. It's okay. We can see it.
Great. Excellent. So here we go. Oh, and everyone else, please mute their Zoom. I'm hearing echoes everywhere. Thank you. Okay, great. Thank you very much. So yes, my name is Samuel Coniglio. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm part of the Space Tourism Society, a nonprofit organization that develops and promotes private space travel concepts and experiences. We have been researching the potentials of space tourism since 1996. Heck of a long time. After 50 years of space exploration, off-world living is still like going on an extreme camping trip. You have to bring all your supplies you need to stay alive. Living out there is uncomfortable at best. There is now a proposal on the table for the 18th Sustainable Development Goal of space for all. So much has changed since the UN SDGs were first developed in 2015, including the advent of reusable rockets, space commercialization, and a dramatic increase in space tourism. As this brave new era develops, we need to improve the fundamentals of the human experience in space. To make life off-world more practical, we need to address the issue of creature comforts, those hard to describe human touches that make life more enjoyable, provide psychological benefits, and are fun. By improving sustainability techniques for off-world, future space stations can become role models for efficient living on Earth. It is time to take a look at the dangers of space travel and turn them into design constraints for new concepts for living better off-world and maybe improving life on Earth. At the Space Tourism Society, we have been promoting the concept of the space experience economy, which creates earthbound and spacebound adventures for people of all walks of life, not just the wealthy elite. It's been a long time coming. The Society has been promoting the idea of space travel to the masses since the 1990s. Since the 2001 historic flight of Dennis Tito and his first private paying passenger, a steady trickle of pioneer private space travelers have paid their way to the International Space Station. Then, in 2021, in the middle of a global pandemic, a series of historic flights by private space travelers took place, with the help from companies like Blue Origin, SpaceX, and Virgin Galactic. Private space travel, including space tourism, has finally gone mainstream.
Sorry. Maybe you wanted to show some other slide. You forgot it? Could be. We are only seeing the first slide.
I've been clicking the slide. You don't see the slide changes happening?
No, we don't see them happening.
Okay, let me get out of.
I'll stop. Okay, I'll stop the timer so you can fix it.
Oh dear, sorry about that. Can you see the slide deck right now?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. And when
we're also seeing the sides.
Yes.
Usually there's.
Yes, Sam is not in presenter mode.
I was, and I guess it wasn't working. So I'm in presenter mode now. Do you see that?
Yes, and the slide is bigger. I do still see the side slides also, but that's okay.
Are you seeing changing slides? Do you see different slides?
No.
No.
Okay, I'm quitting that.
That slide, we see it. Now we see it.
There we go.
All right, I'm gonna stay like this so you can see everything.
Yes.
Which slide do you think you're on? Why don't you go ahead to that slide? I've stopped the clock. Take your time.
You want me to restart?
No. Just go to whichever slide you believe you were on when you were talking.
Slide 2. This is slide 3. This is slide 4. Long time coming. Private space travel, including space tourism, has finally gone mainstream.
Yes. Go.
Okay.
Okay.
Next. Good.
Why don't you start there? That's I think some new ground.
Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead, Samuel.
Since the 1970s, there have been many proposals for building and flying space stations. Only a handful were built with the support of government space agencies because the cost of flying any payload to space was prohibitively expensive until now. With almost weekly flights of the SpaceX's Falcon 9 reusable rocket and the advent of a new generation of private rocket companies, the cost of getting things into space is dropping dramatically. New space stations are being designed and built that could revolutionize the human race's access to the high frontier, new lands beyond Earth. But it's not going to be easy. Let me pose to you these questions. How do we make off-world living enjoyable? How do we make off-world living sustainable? How do we make off-world living benefit humanity? We've learned a lot from people living and working on board the International Space Station, but the ISS is a laboratory and the astronauts and cosmonauts live inside the laboratory. They have to make many compromises living in an environment designed for science experiments, not for people. By looking at the small, mundane aspects of living and re-envisioning them in an extreme environment, we can see the challenges and exciting potential of long-term sustainable living off-world. What makes us human? What things makes us relax, feel safe, comfortable, and dare I say it, give us joy? Creature comforts is a very ill-defined term that covers things that makes us happy. Things we could live without on a very short-term basis, but may be critical to our physical, mental, or emotional survival. What you see here are the results of a very informal survey from my friends on Facebook. As you can see, people have many definitions of creature comforts. Each one is very subjective based on their personal interests and backgrounds. Some of these are actually being addressed by NASA. Some of them are not being addressed. Other items are, well, let's just say, rather impractical or impossible to implement. It is time to take an objective look at each one, no matter how fanciful they may seem, and design ways to make them work in an off-world environment. By understanding the challenges of living in space, we can take steps to reinvent how to adapt creature comforts for this new environment. For decades, engineers, scientists, astronauts, and cosmonauts have been studying the effects of space travel on the human body and psyche. There's a plethora of research, much of which is publicly available, that dive deep into the nuances of these issues.
Sam, you're picking up big time. If the folks that are not talking can shut their video off, that
I think the sound, the muting is more important than the video. Maybe I'm wrong.
Okay, may I continue? Alfred, you're in mute, so I don't know what you're saying.
Okay, I stopped the clock again and started again. So don't, you're fine. You're moving along fine.
Okay, all right. My research for my book flips the script. These designs you see are not the dangers of space travel. I consider them design constraints. It is time to address what these issues are, how they affect humans, and other creative ways from NASA and other inspirations to deal with them. The new space habitat design I'm looking for needs to be able to address all these issues and yet be comfortable and sustainable for humans. Our challenge with space tourism and off-world living in general is how to move beyond surviving in space to living sustainably. Here are some specific examples. Each one of these items I cover in my upcoming book, Creature Comforts in Space. These are the current challenges that need to be improved upon to make off-world living easier and enjoyable for humanity. By reinventing these concepts for off-world living, more energy and water efficient, we create more energy and water efficient products and systems that could be designed for Earth use. For example, all the items on the top row have one thing in common: water. So in my research, I discuss how water can be conserved and reused through a combination of man-made and nature-based processes. For example, one idea is that all wastewater gets partially processed and then sent to a giant space farm to feed the plants. Nature has an excellent filtration system. We just need to find the right plants and develop the ideal farming techniques to break down the pathogens into something benign. The bottom row is a combination of practical needs and fun things to do. All this requires reinventing the way we do things on Earth to do them in space. One of my visions for the future space stations is to use them as training grounds for reinventing how we live on Earth. For decades, NASA spin-off programs has developed distributed space technology to startup companies that have benefited humanity on many levels, from weather satellites, better mattresses, computer technology, improved farming techniques, and more. With private space stations in orbit, these benefits to humanity could increase exponentially. What you see here are design examples for new types of farming, living, and water management systems for both Earth and space. Farming and water management are going to be critical for long-term living off-world. What we learn from space habitats can help humanity improve these techniques on Earth. Thank you for your time. Here's my contact information. We also have an annual conference in Los Angeles. Next one's coming up in April 2024. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much, Samuel. That was great. I was surprised at one thing. You had that your survey that the people talked about service robots even, but no pets. And I find it hard to believe that to make it, to have creature comforts and long-term living in space, there are not going to be any pets. We'll see. Our next speakers, actually, we have two speakers. It's a dynamic duo. The duo consists of Stephen Recke He is the executive director of GenSpace. GenSpace is the global entrepreneurship network, a universal network of ecosystems for astropreneurs, not entrepreneurs, astropreneurs. So he founded Angelus Funding, a trust-based global angel network investing in innovative, impactful companies, as a member of the Global Business Angels Network. As Stephen is co-founding partner of Edge of Space, which provides STEAM access to space. CEO of a nonprofit Transform Poverty Global, that's the name, focuses on funding solutions to address global poverty. Before angel investing, Stephen served in several international executive roles, including COO of Digilink Software, a China-based embedded video solutions developer, and director of sales at India-based Itiam Systems. As founding director of EMEA, operations of Philology Networks, his company was acquired by Texas Instruments. I could go on, but we have another person who's also going to be involved with this. Second. The other person, the other speaker is, and forgive me if I murder this name, but people murder mine all the time, so maybe this is just revenge. Oluse Soyodi Johnson. Did I even come close? Is Oluse there?
You're very close. Good, Al.
Okay. He's the Africa partner and board member of GenSpace. Oluse is the CEO of New Conti, an organization catalyzing the bold application of space technology in emerging markets across various industries with an aim to foster solutions to key challenges and increase global South participation within global space innovation landscapes. A board member of GenSpace, he is committed to supporting space actors through capacity building programs, strategic venture partner and investment engagement, as well as community development. He started one of the first Nigerian space venture incubators in 2017. And I could go on with both of these gentlemen, but then I'd be stealing their thunder. I'll just finish up with Oluse as saying he was the regional partner of at the African Technology Foundation, a Silicon Valley-based organization where he facilitated, developed, and executed on massively impactful and diverse ecosystem engagements, including the US State Department-supported BMO Africa Launchpad, etc. He's a frequent technology speaker and guest lecturer, including at the International Space University's Space Studies Program, SSP 17, Global Entrepreneurship Congress, GEC, and Google Launchpad, Startup Week, Lagos, and more. And like I said, I could just go on with these two gentlemen, but I think we've heard enough and we want to know what they say themselves. So here it is. Space as the 18th SDG provides a goal for social entrepreneurship. Oh, excuse me, astropreneur. Take it away, folks.
Great. Thank you, Al, and thank you, Adriano, for the opportunity. I was supposed to be on a plane flying to Australia. Got a little delayed today, so I'm able to join you. But what we did was, because Oluse is in Nigeria and I'm in the US, we recorded a video. So Al, if you can give me like co-host or let me try to share the screen and see if it's going to work.
Okay, I'm not sure I know how to do that.
Okay.
Adriano, are you there?
You know what? I think I can do it. I just hit share. So let me try to do this.
Okay, usually if you say share screen, that's all you need. It's at the bottom.
Great. And I'm gonna share my screen right now. And
fantastic.
Great. Hang on one sec. And hopefully the audio is going to work. Thank you, Al, for our introduction. We're sorry we couldn't attend this forum in person, as I'm en route to the Global Entrepreneurship Congress in Melbourne, Australia, and Alashaya in Nigeria. But we are honored to be able to pre-record this video, although we were planning to be in New York City. I'd like to first give an overview of our organization, GenSpace, and then pass on to my friend and colleague, Alashaya, for his SDG 18 perspective. GenSpace, part of the Global Entrepreneurship Network, we are a nonprofit that helps stimulate the creation of startups and scale-ups focused on entrepreneurial opportunities in space to help promote collaboration. We connect entrepreneurs with stakeholders globally and bring space business is borderless. We foster an environment for them to share ideas, collaborate, find resources, and share best practices. We advise and mentor entrepreneurs on all aspects of starting and running a business in space. We also advise and work with investors to educate them on business opportunities in space. We hope to inspire the next generation of entrepreneurs with educational opportunities. We strongly feel that everyone has the potential to be an entrepreneur, and GenSpace wants them to reach their fullest potential to help humans continue to thrive on Earth. Alashaya, I welcome you to share your perspective on this 18th SDG.
Thank you, Zubrin. I think from my perspective, space has really benefited emerging markets immensely across Africa, Latin America, Asia, and more. From connectivity that allow rural kids to connect to education, financial inclusion, and really their peers, to Earth observation applications that increase agricultural yield, protect livestock, and really save lives from natural disasters across all of these locations. Space is leveling the playing field, and all of this in service of the SDGs. So the SDGs are a bold commitment and universal call to action to end poverty, protect the planet, and create innovative solutions that ensure that by 2030, all people enjoy peace and prosperity. Emerging economies have really benefited greatly from this singular focus of the SDGs. Built into the SDGs design really is an integrated approach that means that every SDG supports and catalyzes progress for the others. So any new SDG must really show the same quality to catalyze and act as a springboard for impact across all of these opportunities. Of all the technology areas, space plays a massive part in accelerating the progress and impact of the SDGs, especially for markets with inadequate infrastructure. In agriculture, upstream satellites democratize and deliver valuable and actionable insights to help diverse stakeholders from governments to farmers, right? Allowing them to make informed decisions and respond quickly and with certainty to their challenges. We can look at a couple of examples, right? The smallholder farmer ecosystem in Kenya is highly fragmented and perceived to be very high risk. Not only do they not have access to digital tools, reliable information on weather variation, seasonal cash flow, they don't have access to critical credit. Some of the companies that we really supported and mentored, such as Agribora and Rural Farmers Hub, are platforms that have enabled smallholder farmers to gain access to credit and production resources using space data, really serving SDG 1 and 10. We can look at other examples like decreasing illegal forestry activities in Guatemala in partnership with Astrostat, or preserving and expanding forests to the benefit of rural communities in Cote d'Ivoire, which serves SDG 15, 12, and 8 using remote sensing. Or my favorite, advanced coffee crop optimization for rural development accord in Rwanda, which has really improved the livelihoods and incomes of smallholder coffee farmers by delivering accessible advice to farmers that have improved the crop quality and yield and resulted in integration of schools, nurseries, and other social services. Making space an SDG ensures that governments, international bodies, and other stakeholders incentivize private investment and promote innovative and sustainable projects. Integrating this into the SDGs will help coordinate efforts and create true frameworks for industrial development. It also means that more international programs to partner with country space programs to support and accelerate them, right? As has been done well with the UK Space Agency's international partnership program that has worked across many different developing economies and aligned with at least 12 SDGs, or the African Earth Observation Challenge that has worked with international partners and African governments to identify top startups and accelerate. Space as an SDG drives creation and adoption of critical digital infrastructure. Space as an SDG builds new corridors to connect entrepreneurship, policy, and education. Space expertise really becomes embedded as part of the curriculum across schools when it is an SDG. This is something that's very important to us, that ultimately space is for everyone. It is humanity's next phase as we become an interplanetary species. It is critical that just as countries have built critical advancement in gender equality, arresting poverty, increasing livelihoods, that we can reset the stage for more access to advance our collective innovation in space, bringing new ideas and solving new challenges that make not only our world better, but our galaxy. Over to you, Stefan.
Great. Looking at it from a global perspective, in many ways the space development has helped protect the Earth's environment. Today, satellites monitor Earth's climate and track environmental changes. Information is used continually to track the effects of climate change, among other threats environmentally, and to help develop and drive much-needed policies to mitigate these threats. Space-based technologies are used to help identify pollution and hazards environmentally on Earth and in space. Satellites can be used to track oil spills and other disasters to help figure out how to best deploy robots to prevent them. Space helps us find new renewable energy sources, such as best ways or best places for solar and wind power to be located on Earth for the best energy potential. Harnessing solar power in orbit also will provide more efficient energy conversion for our continued survival, hopefully reducing our reliance on fossil fuels and other food resources. So working together to develop and deploy these and other space-based technologies, we will create a more sustainable, cleaner, healthier planet for future generations. Some say that exploring space may seem like a waste of resources, but it has allowed us to make significant advances to humanity. Knowledge and techniques acquired from exploring and preparing to explore have found their way to the general population. The development of life-saving vaccines and antibiotics by research conducted by astronauts who traveled to the International Space Station.
2 minutes.
Advancements leverage microgravity and biotech advanced materials and sciences. Today, such as GPS, satellite communications, solar, all of the documents to research the day in our lives clearly involves many things. Research also helps us understand our place in the environment, in the universe and its origin. We can safeguard humanity from threats such as asteroid impacts and climate change, helping us make clear decisions about future-proofing and protecting. We must expand into space to protect Earth's environment and ensure a sustainable future for all. By moving industrial development beyond the Earth's surface, we'll also give our planet's fragile ecosystem a chance to heal. Adding an 18th SDG for space will help raise awareness of the importance of space development and its impact, promoting international cooperation and much-needed investment in space development, especially from those with an impact investment thesis. Space development also helps create jobs and national economic growth, both on Earth and eventually in space.
I totally agree. For me, making space the 18th SDG really means that more actors can participate in man's space future while solving the world's growing intractable challenges much closer to the ground.
And the agreements there is I strongly recommend adding space as an 18th SDG. This will help inspire and support space development and exploration on a global stage, creating a much needed call to action and encouraging all of us to be part of this sustainable impact on humanity, especially, as I mentioned, the resources becomes increasingly scarce. We'd like to quickly thank our moderators, Alfred and Adriano. We're very honored to be among the esteemed organizations in this 18th SDG Alliance. We look forward to the ultimate success in raising awareness of space sustainability and to the vision of this 18th SDG.
So on behalf of GenSpace, we would like to say thank you. And we are really looking forward to having space as the next SDG.
Please feel free to reach out to us based on the contact information on the screen, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
So that's
Very
it.
good. Very
We did a
good.
pre-recorded video, so
Yeah.
and you see me live.
Of 10 minutes, so.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity.
All right, our pleasure, really. Very good. You know, listening to you folks talk about the integration of space, space as a 18th integrated with all these other things, all these other SDGs, made me think about what Frank White said also. It looks so blocky, you know, the 17, and it occurs to me that you could put space 18th SDG in the middle and have arrows going both ways to all the other ones that it affects, because there's no way that space is not going to affect all of them.
We do a presentation on the SDGs, and we have a space angle on every SDG when we talk about the SDGs to our population. So,
okay, great.
Thank you again.
You're welcome. Okay, so the next speaker was to be Steve Durst, and he told me that he couldn't do it, and he actually sent me something to read instead. And unfortunately, I could not find it again. I saw it for a moment and he couldn't find it. I'm hoping, I sent him a phone message. I'm hoping he'll send it to me while this is going on. In the meantime, I'd like to move ahead to Dennis O'Brien. So Dennis, let's see. Dennis is a lawyer and founder. One moment. Okay, Dennis is lawyer and founder of Space Treaty Project, a scientific and educational nonprofit located in California. He is a member of SRI Space Law Committee and also a member of the Moon Village Association's Adaptive Governance Working Group and Benefit Sharing Project. Since 2017, he has written over 30 articles, papers, and presentations on space law and policy. And he wants to speak for 7 to 8 minutes. And his topic is the emerging legal framework for civilian activity in outer space, one of my favorite topics, governance in space. So take it away, Dennis. It's yours.
Okay, I'm going to share a screen and I'm going to play a video. A 9.5-minute video.
Okay.
And
all right, you've
okay,
figured it out.
Here we go.
We're waiting. Can't hear it.
No, you can't hear it?
No, I can't.
Can you see it?
Yes. I'll stop the clock while we fix it.
Okay, try this.
There.
Humanity is approaching it.
There we go.
Do you want, Dennis, do you want me to show your video?
Vastly different.
I can hear it now. Yeah.
If you can hear it, I'll just continue to play it.
Yeah, go ahead. Try a little bit longer. Go ahead.
Parallel happened 5 centuries ago. The age of exploration became the age of colonialism and imperialism. Then, as now, countries with advanced technologies sought to control the resources of so-called new worlds. The resulting conflicts brought war, suffering, and neglect to all of humanity, and the ripple effects are still being felt today. I started the Space Treaty Project in 2017 to respond to the approaching crisis. The mission of the project is to give people hope and inspiration by helping the nations of the world to build a common future. We believe the best way to do that is to help create a new international agreement that supports private activity in outer space while protecting essential public policies like free access, non-appropriation, due regard for the interests of others, and the rights of settlers and settlements under customary international law. I am a child of Sputnik and grew up focused on science and technology. But then I read this book, Foundation by Isaac Asimov, and found an even greater interest. I graduated with a history degree, then did graduate work in the history of science and technology. That's when I learned that major shifts in human history are often predicated by breakthroughs in science or technology, and I expected the same would happen with outer space. But when I entered law school in the early 80s, there were no courses in space law. So I took courses like corporations, intellectual property, antitrust, and alternative dispute resolution. Then I got lucky. In my third year, NASA came to my school, the University of California in San Francisco, to begin a legal research project. After an introductory lecture, we were given free rein to explore any topic we wanted and produce a research paper. The title of my paper was OTV, an Argument for the Independent Trader, a nod to Asimov's Association of Independent Traders, which was featured in the second novel of the series, Foundation and Empire. In 1985, NASA still had a monopoly on domestic launches to keep the shuttle program economically sustainable. But I argued that humanity could not sustain a presence in outer space without the private sector. I became convinced that private ownership was not only more feasible, but also promoted many public policy concerns. This is precisely the underlying rationale of the 18th SDG. Supporting private activity in outer space is good public policy. We need its resources, talent, creativity, and enthusiasm to sustain humanity's departure from the homeworld. I also noted the importance of a supportive legal framework. The technology for the OTVs is available, but has not yet been tapped. To the extent that this hesitancy results from an uncertain legal regime, the problem needs to be addressed. This was true in 1985, and it is still true today. The current effort of the United Nations to draft new international governance instruments is intended to clear up the ambiguities of the Outer Space Treaty concerning the rights and responsibilities of private actors in outer space, including the ownership of resources. It appears that they are willing to support private activity and the ownership of resources removed from in place, but they are also likely to support other public policies, like sharing access to resources and reporting the results of space resource activity, including the discovery of new resources. I know that many of you cringe at the suggestion of any new responsibilities or limitations imposed on private actors in outer space. I have the same sentiment, but I nevertheless support the effort toward enhanced outer space governance. Why? Because I believe that there is a distinction between colonists and colonialists. I think Space Renaissance International also believes this distinction, and that is why the Space Treaty Project is supporting the proposal for an 18th Sustainable Development Goal. To highlight this difference, I'm going to return to the historical parallel between humanity's departure from the homeworld and the Europeans' discovery of new worlds. Those who do not want any additional outer space governance will argue that, yes, there is competition for resources in new locations, but unlike 5 centuries ago, no one inhabits those locations. They are empty, barren, going to waste. We will not be displacing anyone nor taking anyone's resources. Additional governance will only impede humanity's use of century sources and the benefits they provide. This is the view of the colonialists. It is reasonable, but it is also narrow and short-sighted. For one thing, it ignores the other collateral damage caused by colonialism and imperialism. But perhaps more importantly, it is simply wrong. We are the settlers. We represent the interests of those who work and live on the moon, Mars, and elsewhere. In a practical sense, we are already there, advocating for a civilian presence in outer space that will sustain and improve life for all humanity, both in space and on Earth. Just as we are living the dream of those who came before us, so too must we build and protect the dreams of those who come after us. They are counting on us to lay the foundation for a shining city on the hill that will light the way for all. There is another helpful analogy in the foundation. Right now, the moon is like the planet Terminus in its early years. Like the four kingdoms surrounding Terminus, there are powerful countries and consortiums on Earth who are attempting to control the moon. The solution for Terminus was to create a balance of power among the kingdoms so that no one of them could seize control. That is also the purpose of the new international agreement being debated at the United Nations, to prevent dominance of outer space by any one power, so that the benefits of outer space can be enjoyed by everyone. There is one final lesson from Foundation that we must consider. Humanity cannot rely on some outside force to shape our destiny, be it a second foundation or a spiritual divinity, or even the invisible hand of economic self-interest. Humanity must control its own destiny. That is why we are here today. We are not some elite group of policymakers who are trying to control every aspect of human activity. We mean to create a structure that supports individual freedom and the right of settlements to build their own future. History has shown us that if we do nothing, then those rights and freedoms will disappear in the face of militant nationalism and exclusive monopolies. So I ask all of you, in addition to supporting the 18th Sustainable Development Goal, that you also support the work of the United Nations towards a new international agreement. To that end, please consider signing our petition supporting their work. For more information and a link to the petition, please visit our website, spacetreaty.org. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Thank you, Dennis. You hit some things that are quite important, I think, and about governance in space. And I would like to talk to you offline about some of it. There's two currents in the. It's fine to say that the UN should take care of this, but there are two opposing currents in the UN. There's a top-down current and a bottom-up current. And sometime we can talk about that. I'm glad you talked about customary international law, which is really important in establishing, something that turns into something eventually with treaty law and cooperative frameworks. But we'll talk. I'll contact you later about that. Okay. So very good. Very important subject.
Thanks to everyone, by the way. NSS, SRI, the International Moon Base Alliance. Thank you all for making this happen. And thank you, Alfred.
You're welcome. So that was interesting. Again, what a panoply of what a group of speakers we have, just one right after the other. Our next speaker is a consulting engineer. If I remember correctly, he's got a degree in architecture as well from the Technical University in Vienna. beautiful city. Werner Granzeier, is that the way you pronounce your name, sir?
Yes, you're absolutely correct.
Okay, well, Werner here has, he does freelancing architecture and he's a consulting engineer. He studies space stations, space colonies, and asteroid resource utilization. And I looked through, Werner, I looked through your published papers and books, and my goodness, there's a lot about asteroids and how to make near-Earth asteroids, prospection, orbit modification, mining, and habitation. So you go right into that habitation aspect of asteroids, not just, you know, digging them out for resources. So with that start, your title, the title you're going to speak on, no big surprise here, Near-Earth Asteroids, Utilization and Human Settlement. Take it away, Werner.
Yes, many thanks for having me. Now I try to share the screen.
Okay.
So I hope you can see it. Can you see it?
If you move your cursor down to the bottom of the screen, you'll see a green box that says share screen.
Yes, I did this. I have done this.
Okay, hang on, I'm stopping just a second. Okie dokie. All right, I stopped the watch. So you said you hit that button, share screen button?
Yes, I did get this button.
Adriano, do you have any suggestions here?
So it's now okay?
I'm not seeing it. It says
Bernard, can you hear me? Yes. You have to choose the window you want to share. After clicking the green button, you have to select the window that you want to share and to click again on share. Okay. You are.
Oh, we're getting something now. I'm not sure it was what he wanted to show.
Wait a minute.
Werner, give it another shot.
Is that okay?
Hey, there we go.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Bravo. Okay.
So,
all right.
So
let me start the clock just a second.
Near-Earth asteroids, utilization and human settlement.
Yes.
And it is, of course, a part of the 18th Sustainable Development Goal.
Indeed.
Now, first of all, I want to show you a slide about asteroid mining. I think it is a crucial challenge of the future. There are many geochemical groups of minerals in meteorites and asteroids with many elements which may be very useful for human industry in the future, such as iron, nickel, gold, titanium, and of course also the so-called rare earth elements. Now, the question is how to use these resources for the benefit of mankind. So the first step will, of course, be sending robotic probes, especially to near-Earth asteroids, because they come very close to Earth orbit, and so these would be our first and the main targets in the next future. Preferable the so-called potentially hazardous asteroids. Now, what is a potential hazardous asteroid? A PHA. A PHA is an asteroid with a minimum intersection distance less than approximately 7,500,000 kilometers from Earth orbit. And the velocity change for a spaceship is below 12 kilometers per second to reach such a PHA. There are, of course, not so many very big objects. If you look at this scale diagram, you see most of the objects are about 500 meters in diameters, and there are supposed to be approximately about at least 10,000 PHAs between 100 and 500 meters in diameter. The other ones are not very much. So, of course, those hazardous asteroids, those PHAs, are a real threat to humankind and to civilization on Earth. And this is very important. So, the next slide, I can show you the known asteroid impact craters of the Earth from a very serious source from the University of Vienna. And you see, in the history of Earth, of our planet, there have been very, very much asteroid impacts. Some of them millions of years ago, and some of them are just 100,000 years ago. So it is a real threat, and I think one of our main goals in the next decades should be to mitigate the asteroid danger, at least. So, what to do with really hazardous asteroids? Of course, you can try to deflect the asteroid by various techniques. The so-called kinetic impact, what was done last year by a probe of, I think, of NASA and ESA. Then the second method would be a lateral nuclear detonation. And the third, and I think most interesting method, could be connecting rocket engines, so-called space tug, to an asteroid.
Yep.
Change its path. So in the long run, we should try to modify the orbits of asteroids. And I think from some current solar orbits to a stable Earth orbit beyond the moon, so that is not very dangerous to Earth itself. By connecting a space tug with advanced propulsion systems to catch and guide the asteroids in the future. I have had some cooperation with the Vienna Institute of Astronomy in the last years, and I did some studies with the colleagues there. So, for example, this slide is showing a possible orbit modification of a potentially hazardous asteroid. Just schematic, of course. You have here the sun, you have here the Earth on its path, and here starts the asteroid tug, and at the rendezvous point, it is connected to the asteroid, and there are two possible reactions. Either you can deflect the asteroids, so you see the curve in light blue, or you can try to catch the asteroid, and you can force it to a new orbit around the Earth near the moon. So we can the next slide, yes. So this is now the moon Earth zone in space. So here is the Earth, there is the moon, and first of all, you can need gravity assist of the moon to make a swing by maneuver, and then this is PHA, the potential asteroid, is forced into a new orbit around Earth, near the moon or much more beyond the moon. And so if we have forced such an asteroid in such an orbit, we can easily exploit it. Among some potential candidates of PHAs for orbit modification, I have, together with the Institute of Astronomy in Vienna, we have chosen as an example an asteroid of, it is a stony asteroid of a diameter of approximately 450 meters, as an example.
Werner, you have about 2 minutes left.
Oh, then I have to shorten. So there is such a thing like a so-called transfer energy. This is a so-called difference in the so-called Kepler energies of the two celestial bodies. And what is the conclusion? The conclusion is we need to do such a maneuver only with a new propulsion system. For example, a nuclear fusion energy, which fuses helium-3 and deuterium to helium-4 plus protons. So you get the necessary energy for this. So we have some other sketches about asteroid tags. So this is the asteroid which is guided by 2 asteroid tags. This is the mining of the asteroid. So the advantages, I'm sorry, of an asteroid's Earth orbit. There is a short flight time from Earth, and the rate of mining advance, removal of ore and storage can be kept equal to the rate of cargo shipping. After the mining, the hollow asteroid can be used as a shelter for industrial facilities and storage, and asteroids with more than 400 meters in diameter can be used for rotating human habitats with artificial gravity. So, last picture. This is an asteroid habitat. This 2 sections for about 3,000 inhabitants, and a rotating torus inside the remaining hull of the asteroids provide artificial gravity by rotation. Natural sunlight is collected outside and beamed into the cave and then distributed by a central cone. The torus is rotating about 3 rounds per minute by electromagnetic levitation devices, and an artificial gravity of about 90% of Earth gravity can be simulated. The inner surface of the torus carries housing, gardening, and agriculture. In the far future, of course, we can build many colonies by using such asteroids.
Great. Werner, please wind it up.
Yes, so thank you for your attention. This it was.
Okay, thank you very much. Very, very interesting. I had heard of using it as habitation, but I hadn't thought about storage. Yes, storage as well. Why not? Okay, so thank you very much, Werner. The next The next speaker is Armin Papazian, I'm not quite sure, of the Space Value Foundation. I actually don't have much of a bio for him, but he did send me this. He has just published a book. I'm not sure when it will be issued, but it's called Hardwiring Sustainability into Financial Mathematics, Implication for Money Mechanics. Mr. Papazian will be giving a talk on sustainable monetization of space in the third millennium. Oh, Mr. Armin Papazian, are you there?
Yes, I am. Thank you very much, Al, for the introduction. Can you see my screen?
Yes, although it's black right now. There it goes. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, brilliant.
All right, Armin, take it away.
Wonderful. All right. Well, basically, as I was saying, the presentation I'm going to do, the subject is the sustainable monetization of space in the third millennium. The ideas I'm going to present are based on my recently published books. One of them is called The Space Value of Money, Rethinking Finance Beyond Risk and Time, which was published in 2022. And the most recent publication being released this November is the one that Al just mentioned. So thank you very much for this opportunity to NSS as well as SRI for providing me this platform. Let me just jump into it. So first of all, you may wonder why, or you may think that I've chosen a very grand title mentioning the third millennium. Now, the reason I specifically chose that time window is because of the recent anxieties about how much do we have left, or whether there is a third millennium or not, with the levels of anxiety related to the climate change, environmental degradation, and many other aspects that you're all very well aware of. Well, what is without a doubt in my mind is that there will be, first of all, a third millennium, and Earth will be here. Now, what is in doubt is the sustainable expansion of human creativity and productivity across time and space. And that specifically is in doubt unless, of course, we find a way to achieve the sustainable monetization of space and the mechanism we build when we introduce the innovations required to achieve that. Now, one more clarification before I jump into the actual core of my argument. This is the atmosphere of Earth. Now, where that air glow that you see, the orange line, is about 140, 170 kilometers above sea level. Now, where does outer space really begin? Where does it begin? Well, we know obviously from a number of sources that the Kármán jurisdictional line is the conceptual boundary that about 100 kilometers above sea level, where outer space actually is considered to begin. Now, for others, it's actually 80 kilometers. So we've heard a lot of speakers talk about the development of outer space, putting them all in one concept, without actually defining where we are actually what we're talking about. Now, the reason this is so is because Earth's atmosphere does not end abruptly. It loses density gradually. So this line, named after Theodore von Karman by Andrew Haley, it's actually a conceptual boundary. It doesn't exist physically. And it actually is a concept that helps us distinguish between national airspace versus outer space, And although Karman's original concepts are very technical and define the, in a way, the quote unquote boundary between aeronautics and astronautics, where the forces of flight differ from aerodynamic lift versus inertia, but that's a very technical issue. Now, the point I'm trying to make here is that where does that outer space begin? And the conceptualization of outer space is very important. Now, another imaginary line, and that's the prime meridian. Now, the prime meridian is the line and the point at which the world's longitude is set at 0 degrees. It's the most fundamental. It does not, again, it does not exist in the physical sense, just as the Karman line does not exist in a physical sense. It's a concept, which actually is the foundation of every clock and every map. The reason you got onto this call at the right time is because the prime meridian is factored into the GPS satellites that are allowing you to know what time you need to get on this call. So the prime meridian, this conceptual imaginary line that defines terrestrial space that passes through Greenwich, epitomized by the laser beam at Greenwich, it's actually another human conceptualization which helps us define terrestrial space, allows us to negotiate and navigate our space-time on Earth in this case. Some more imaginary lines. I refer to atomic boundaries and electron orbitals. The electron orbitals are basically the theoretical lines describing the movement of electrons around the nucleus of an atom. But in the quantum mechanical model of the atom, these orbitals don't actually exist as physical lines. They describe a region, a probability, an area where there is a high probability of finding an electron. So in other words, we're talking about atoms as fuzzy quantum clouds without the clear-cut boundaries. The reason I gave you this background on space is because we have to really expand our understanding of space. Outer space, the terrestrial space, atomic space. What we're actually talking about is we're talking about layers in matter. In other words, space layers in matter. And the layers of space begin from the subatomic level and expand to the interstellar level, going through the terrestrial reality, growing through the human body. And the infinitesimal space and the astronomical space, they are accessible from any point of matter. From our hands to the ground we're standing on, from our laptops, and from both directions, space in matter is available to us. Now, the issue is, and this is where I bring you to the idea of monetization. We as a human species, as a collective of nations and communities, of languages and religions, cultures and habits, we actually live in a world where our financial mathematics for many decades is actually without any space, not outer space, not terrestrial space, not subatomic space. And I can show you and demonstrate this to you through the many equations of value and return that are taught and applied in finance. For which many academics have received many Nobel Prizes, by the way. Now, these are a sample of bond valuation equations and stock valuation equations. There's a host of other ones in the books that I discuss on asset valuation and so many others. But the one thing that the most important thing to notice here is that these equations are built on two analytical axes and two axes alone, without any space, not outer space, not terrestrial space, not subatomic space. the first axis, the analytical axis of our financial mathematics, is time. The next axis is risk. Now, our entire financial mathematics is built on risk and time in abstraction without space.
Armin, sorry
Yes.
to interrupt, but you have a couple of minutes here, and that's it. Go ahead.
Well, I'll end it here. The two principles that govern our financial mathematics as well as our value framework are time value of money and risk and return, which actually leave our evolutionary investments in a blind spot. And because of this, it really doesn't matter how many SDGs we add, because when our financial mathematics omits the dimension of space, of context and impact, this is what you get. This is what you get. This is what you get. Now, in this context, when we're looking at the talk of exploration of outer space, when our financial mathematics that governs billions of financial decisions on this planet is in this current state, well, it doesn't matter how many SDGs we add, because without changing the mathematics, without changing the monetary architecture that governs this earth, the economies of this on this planet, well, we won't be able to secure that sustainable expansion of human productivity across time and space. So that's pretty much my final thought. The space value of money framework that I propose actually is one plausible way. I'm not going to cover it, obviously. It's just to tell you that as much as I support, and we support the 18th SDG, but we really have to identify and understand that space is not beyond that imaginary line. Space begins right here, right now, and it's our attitude and our monetary architecture and our financial mathematics that not only allows the sustainability of our immediate space, but also our ability to access other layers of space. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. That is, I've never thought of it that way at all. Just one question to you. By reading your book, can someone like, I haven't taken calculus for 50 years or so, would I be able to the framework you propose, would I be able to understand it more or less?
Yes, I believe so. I believe so. It's not, even though there are equations that I propose which integrate space into financial mathematics, but they are not complex equations, and they're not difficult to understand, and they're also not difficult to apply. So I believe so. Yeah.
Okay. All right. With that bit of hope, we'll move along to the next speaker. Now, this is Boris, and Boris sent me an email saying he had trouble getting connected. So, Boris, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me? Can you see me?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can see you. I didn't expect you to look this way, but yes, I can see you. Boris, let me read a little bit about you, and as an introduction. So Boris has a presentation of 5 minutes pre-recorded, and he founded ExoTesla, the founder of Nikola Tesla Institute, with a decade of research and development experience in the areas of new energy and wireless technologies and the measurement and augmentation of human energy. Wow. ExoTesla is focused on the development of virtual reality and artificial intelligence applications for space exploration, including simulations and training purposes. And I think he's giving us a demonstration right now. Anyway, he is committed to exploring the frontiers of space colonization and civilization development. ExoTesla recognizes the paramount importance of the noosphere fostering cosmo-planetary integration, embracing the vital concept as the foundation of our developments. We are dedicated to forging new pathways towards harmonious coexistence of humanity and the cosmos. The noosphere, a term coined by philosopher and geologist Pierre Teilhard de Chardin, refers to the sphere of human thought and knowledge. Anyway, I think I've given you enough of an introduction. Your talk will be the noosphere, and if I pronounce that incorrectly, please correct. Noosphere, cosmo-planetary civilization development. Take it away, Boris Petrovic.
Thank you. Thank you, Alfred. And thank you all for the opportunity to present with this distinguished panel. We heard that space exploration is entering a phase where the human sphere of influence is about to extend to other planetary bodies in the solar system and possibly even further. In this sense, I have an important message about the exploration of the inner space and simulation interface of the earthly reality that we make part of, and also the importance of understanding that the realms of outer space are administered by other species. Therefore, I will play this pre-recorded message. Greetings from the ExoTesla Mars village. Ladies and gentlemen, today we gather here to discuss a proposal that has the potential to reshape the future of humanity and our relationship with the cosmos. We are here to advocate for the inclusion of space as one of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. At ExoTesla, we believe that space exploration extends beyond physical boundaries, and that by recognizing the profound interconnectedness of the universe and embracing the concept of the noosphere, a concept proposed by the philosopher and paleontologist Pierre Teilhard de Chardin, representing the realm of human thought and collective consciousness, we can transcend physical boundaries and unlock a new era of scientific discovery, peaceful communication with extraterrestrial beings, and the preservation of extraterrestrial ecosystems. Science, as remarkable as it is, has its limitations. It primarily relies on the instruments of measurement, which are designed to capture physical phenomena. However, we must acknowledge that there exist non-physical phenomena that science, as we currently understand it, cannot fully measure or comprehend. It is within this realm of non-physical phenomena that the noosphere paradigm finds its significance. One of the key aspects of the noosphere is its recognition of the all-pervading energy information field that permeates the cosmos. Just as the biosphere encompasses the interconnected web of life on Earth, the noosphere encompasses the interconnected web of consciousness and information that extends far beyond our planet. It is through this ethereal realm that we can establish peaceful and meaningful communication with extraterrestrial beings, transcending language barriers and cultural differences. Nikola Tesla, the visionary scientist and inventor, once remarked on the existence of non-physical phenomena. He understood that there are dimensions beyond our immediate perception waiting to be explored and understood. His words echo the importance of recognizing the limitations of our current scientific framework and embracing the vast potential that lies within the non-physical realms. At ExoTesla, we undertake pioneering research in the realm of psychic energy, pushing the boundaries of human potential. Our endeavors encompass the exploration of extrasensorial perception and the augmentation of human energy. By delving into these realms, we aspire to unlock the hidden capabilities of the human mind. The noosphere also implores us to recognize and protect the integrity of extraterrestrial ecosystems. Just as we have come to understand the importance of preserving and respecting terrestrial biospheres, it is vital that we extend the same respect and consideration to the ecosystems that exist beyond our planet. By granting extraterrestrial ecosystems the same rights and protections, we can ensure their preservation and sustainable utilization for generations to come. Furthermore, in our current entropic state of civilization, where we face multiple self-destructive feedback loops, it is crucial to delve into the realm of non-physical phenomena and energetics. The noosphere offers us a potential pathway beyond entropy, enabling us to tap into the new sources of energy, knowledge, and innovation. It is through this understanding that we can extend our reach into outer space and navigate the challenges that lie ahead. In conclusion, the inclusion of the noosphere paradigm in our proposal for space as one of the UN Sustainable Development Goals is of paramount importance. By recognizing the existence of non-physical phenomena, understanding the all-pervading energy information field, and embracing the interconnectedness of the cosmos, we open doors to cosmoplanetary integration. We enable peaceful communication with extraterrestrial beings, protect extraterrestrial ecosystems, and embark on a journey to expand our civilization beyond the confines of entropy. Let us embrace the noosphere paradigm and take a step towards a future where humanity flourishes both on Earth and in the vast expanse of outer space. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Boris, I will say goodbye to you. I am struck by the variety of, we're all interested in space, but I'm just struck by the variety of our background and, our approaches to space. So yeah, this is fantastic. Our next speaker, I don't know, is it Emmeline or Emmeline?
It's Emmeline.
Emmeline, okay. Emmeline Pat Dalstrom, Space Base. Let me read you a little bit about Emmeline here. She is a Filipino-American space ecosystem enabler, author, and the CEO and co-founder of Space Base Limited. Space Base is a purpose-driven social enterprise based in New Zealand, focused on democratizing access to space by catalyzing entrepreneurial space ecosystems in developing and emerging countries. Very important for our approach, by the way, to the United Nations. Emmeline is an International Space University alumni and lecturer, Institute of Space Commerce Fellow, and Associate Editor of the New Space Journal. Emmeline will be talking about Space for All, catalyzing space ecosystems and industries for the rest of the world. Take it away, Emmeline.
Thanks so much. Can you see my screen?
Yes, I can.
Awesome. Again, kia ora. Greetings from New Zealand. I'm Emmeline Pat Dalstrom. And thank you, first of all, to SRI and also to NSS for giving me the opportunity to be part of this whole movement for the UN SDG number 18, Space for All. So just a little bit of a background, as Alfred mentioned, I'm Filipino and American and living in New Zealand. And I think I bring a unique perspective here where I grew up in a developing world where space is actually almost zero for any citizen to be part of the space industry. But with luck, over like 3 decades, I managed to be part of and be at the forefront of space technology and industry in the US, which then became sort of like my passion and my purpose is to make sure that, you know, space for all is actually for everybody, having encountered and experienced both like sides of that extremes. So that's why 6 years ago, my husband, Eric Dalstrom, and I went to New Zealand and basically started prototyping and trying to understand how can you democratize. And the way to do that is really to co-create space ecosystems, like specifically for developing and emerging countries. And we do that through education, entrepreneurship, and community building. I won't belabor the why of why we go to space, because I guess this has been already discussed by all of the distinguished speakers today, but I guess I will focus more on the how. We live in a really exciting time today. Maybe about a decade or so ago, I think we reached this inflection point in the space industry where exponential technologies from computing to AI and robotics have actually demonetized, dematerialized, and democratized like the space industry. This was not available before, so which means that this accelerating technologies has basically made science fiction into science fact. Which is really fascinating and shows that there is an abundant opportunity for everyone. So much so that today, you know, like 3 guys in a garage anywhere around the world can actually work on pioneering and disruptive technology in the space industry, where they can then compete with big aerospace companies and actually national agencies. This has not happened before throughout kind of like the history of the space industry up until like a decade or so ago. So there's a lot of opportunities, but what I've sort of seen though is that there is an unequal distribution of this opportunity around the world. As you can see here, again, still most of the government space budgets and then also space companies and investments that are happening today are mainly from the wealthiest and also the spacefaring nations of the world, which now New Zealand is also part of. So that's really a problem. If we really want to have a sustainable space economy for everyone, then there needs to be a paradigm shift that needs to happen to make that kind of like technological and social divide happen. And so I guess the question is, do we want an abundant future or a Star Trek universe that we kind of like all aspire for? Or do we just let it be and have this dystopian future where only those nations that have the resources can actually reach Elysium? And for me personally, this is not a theoretical question. I feel that I am part of that world where a part of me will be left behind if we actually don't do anything. So today, there's a lot of organizations, like the organizations that have signed up for this SDG proposal, that are actually working on this, specifically on the education and outreach side. But I don't think that that's enough. I think we're beyond that point. What we really need is to build the global capacity all around the world. And that can only be done through really creating ecosystems that are pioneered and also delivered by global entities like the UN, because they are multi-dimensional. It involves multi-stakeholders, from academia to government to innovators to funders. And these sectors definitely need to have a global perspective that the UN can provide to actually make happen. So going back to space base, this is what we've been doing over the past 6 years. We've been prototyping in New Zealand, trying to figure out what is the best impact that with little effort that developing and aspiring countries can actually work on as a start. And the paper that we delivered at the IAC in Paris last year basically summarizes all of the things that we've done so far. And then some of the things that we do in terms of activities is just like the X Prize, we do incentive prizes where we actually work on specific problems like climate change, but then leveraging space technology and space data to solve that, and bringing the rest of the region, like the Pacific region for us, the Pacific Islands, Philippines, Australia, and New Zealand, to work on a problem like methane, which is what we're working on today. The other thing that we do is that we do workshops that are really targeted to actual ecosystems, like economic development agencies, to adjacent industries. So with the International Space University, we've actually done this workshop and focus on at least 23 countries, where we get them to understand what their capabilities are, what is their needs, what do they need, and also the course of action or the first steps that they would need to create an ecosystem. So the last thing is that I was fortunate enough to co-chair one of the team projects for the ISU summer program in Adelaide this year, where with 22 space professionals from 16 countries, they actually worked on a report that is talking about how to build a space ecosystem. So it's potentially a guidebook where they have started to create sort of like a space maturity index. This proposal and report is now available at the ISU library today, but then they're also going to be presenting the full index and rubric at the IAC in Azerbaijan next month. So this is basically a very short presentation, and I've just kind of like touched just the tip of the iceberg. But I wanted to end this by saying that, I grew up during the Apollo era. That was my inspiration to actually create a pathway to space. The next generation is basically going to settle on the moon, create cities on Mars, go to the asteroid belt for resources. We want to make sure that that opportunity is going to be for everyone. Don't make us leave anybody behind. And I think the UN SDG for 18 as a proposal will be the first step to actually make this all happen. So again, thank you. It's an honor to be with this set of speakers today. And here's my contacts. Again, with Space-Based, we're always looking for basically collaborators, partners, and sponsors that have the same vision as what we're doing today, that it's like focus on making sure that everybody comes along for the ride. Thank you.
Fantastic. Great, Emmeline. Well, we come towards the end, don't we? And last, and I hope not least, is my presentation. So I'm going to start the clock on it as soon as I actually start the presentation. Give me a moment here. I want to be disciplined. No exceptions for me. Let's see, and usually, folks, I hold up if I had a physical presence, I would hold up a photo or a sign that gives you discreetly the amount of time left. I wouldn't be interrupting your spiel, but couldn't do it that way here. So let me close this and get mine ready. Let me just tell you, well, I'll give you a little background on myself first. Very little. I got interested in space when I was 10 years old. Sputnik ran out, and been on and off since then. In 1985, I joined the L5 Society just before it merged with the National Space Institute to become the National Space Society. Since then, I've been involved with with space, especially since I retired from the State Department in 2009. I've gotten more and more interested and involved with the National Space Society, and I've authored or co-authored about 40 articles and papers on various aspects, especially orbital debris. Anyway, and governance, can't leave that out. So that's me. My talk is going to be, this talk is a 10-minute talk, and it's aimed at COPUOS delegates. Now, COPUOS stands for the Committee on Peaceful Uses of Outer Space. It is actually a committee on outer space. Okay, so we're not going to get the 18th SDG without this committee approving it. Okay, they have to submit the resolution and they have to approve it. That's the only way. It's the key. You can talk about UNGA, you can talk about ECOSOC. Those are important. That's important. But here you have a committee that talks directly about space. If we can't get them to submit this resolution, we're dead in the water. So, at least temporarily, we never quite give up. Okay, so anyway, the point is, I put a lot of thought into this talk, because what I'm trying to do with this talk, I can anticipate certain kinds of arguments against me, and I can anticipate certain state parties saying certain things, because I do have some experience with these sort of conferences. So I've tried to head them off, and I'm not going to tell you how I'm doing it. I want you to kind of surmise and figure it out yourself. So I'm going to go ahead and start this, and you can kind of guess why I say certain things about on certain slides. But all these things that do, many things we thought up here. Let me, just a second, let me get the, I've got to get there, this one. That. All right, so, oops, I did that too soon. Now I can't find the, hang on. I got to back up. Have to do first share screen. And then this. Okay, and then this out of the way. Okay. You can see I'm not the most tech savvy person here. Okay. Can everybody see my screen? Yes or no? And can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So, okay. So I'm starting off with this this one, and I'll let you guess why. Okay. Very, very important fellow. Talking about mankind not being able to stay in the cradle forever. Okay, and I'm supposed to get to the next slide, and why am I not getting to the next? Oh, I guess I do it that way. So the name of my presentation is that the 18th, oops, I got to turn on the clock. 18th Space SDG as a beacon, a lighthouse to guide Earth life into space for peaceful uses and to help fulfill the 17 SDGs. And we've heard about that, various speakers. So there's some questions, though, answer about this. Can an 18th SDG for the human expansion in space build on and focus the long-term sustainability guidelines? Got to get back with the COPUOS delegates. We have to get back to this. How are they related? Can the COPUOS state parties bring about peaceful uses of outer space? It's in their name. Peaceful uses of outer space, without a focus on the inevitable expansion of humans into outer space. I don't hear anybody talking about this inevitable. They always talk about it as a choice. It's not a choice, and I'm going to explain why. Human expansion into space is inevitable. And the reason is extremely, it's extremely simple. There's a certain number of humans that are attracted by risk. They seek adventure and excitement via dangerous activities. And one of those dangerous activities is risky exploration. Now, if you don't believe this, just take a look at the statistics on mountain climbing, base jumping, free diving. Every year, people die doing these things, and every year it is more popular, not less popular. Okay, because it's exciting. Look at what the Polynesians did. My goodness, talk about risky exploration. It is part of our DNA of a certain percentage of people. They're gonna go out there. The Polynesians, my goodness, despite being the great risk of being lost at sea, had discovered and settled over 1,000 islands, some of them tiny. How many Polynesians were lost in that? We'll never know, but they did it. So, of course, you and I, we've been talking about these rational reasons to live and work in space. Yes, the Earth is finite resources, contested resources, et cetera, et cetera. Exploiting those resources damages the Earth and induces territorial conflicts. We've talked about that over and over and over again, but that's not why a lot of people will go to space, okay? Not because it's rational. And there's another rational reason. The Earth is subject to mass extinctions. You know about this. How about this one? Rhyolitic magna volcanic eruptions, like under Yellowstone. This happened a couple of times already. Supernovas. And now we have newer existential threats, like that include pandemics and nuclear war. Okay, and we've heard already about near-Earth asteroid bombardments. So again, we keep all our eggs in one basket. Here's the question: can there be long-term sustainability without long-term survival? Don't you need to survive in order to be sustainable? Okay, so I'm saying human expansion into space is inevitable. Risk takers and adventurers will go first, but along with resource hunters. Of course, resource hunters. And that's where some of the countries come involved now. But eventually, space settlement will become safer, families and children, and I think supporting animals, including pets, will be there also. So here's the issue for a lot of people at COPUOS. Okay, will only the privileged few reap the benefits, right? Well, Benito Juarez once said, a Mexican president around some time of the Civil War in the United States, he said, among individuals, among nations, respect for the rights of others is peace. COPUOS is about peace, right? How about respecting the rights of others? So, with a Space 18 SDG, COPUOS delegates can foster a cooperative and inclusive international process to ensure that space resources are used equitably within bottom-up governance frameworks based on best practices. And that goes back to Dennis O'Brien's talk, and I will talk to him someday about that. Anyway, so meanwhile, guided by COPUOS, here's the point, guided by COPUOS, the expansion of cooperative Earth life into space could help fulfill the SDGs in the long term, ensuring long-term survival of humans. But they're not going to be guided by it if there is no 18th SDG for space. So that's what our job is. So how can these equitable and cooperative space life help to fulfill? How can cooperative space life help to fulfill the SDGs? Well, we've heard about this from the other speakers. My goodness, if you look at some of these other SDGs, clean water and sanitation, my goodness, Early communities in space will be within atmospheres contained by structures to protect them from the vacuum of space, right? Cosmic radiation. In other words, all the people and animals will be living downwind and downstream from each other. So you cannot pollute the air and water at all. Zero pollution. So the waste must be recycled into useful products. Water and vital gases recycled. Everything you're talking about, these circular life systems. These technologies can be developed, that we develop for space, can be used on Earth. Why not? They have to see that, though. The COPUOS delegates have to see this. Zero hunger. Okay, here's something. Small animals. Okay, we're going to have to eat in space, right? One thing I haven't heard today is, I heard one person say, well, we're going to have to go vegetarian. I don't think so. I think there's going to be 3D printing of meat cells. I think we can't bring a house in space. You know, that's not going to work. Okay, small animals, yeah, maybe. But I think that what's called Franken meat by the critics, mostly critics from agribusiness, I think that is going to be very much kind of a Star Trek thing. You go to a food receptacle and it will be printed out for you, and vegetable foods. Okay, affordable, and I can go on with this. Impact SDG, affordable and clean energy. I mean, this is a no-brainer. My God, solar panel satellites. You can beam clean energy 24/7. You know, and you don't even need to convert it first. You can use reflectors and mirrors, my goodness, to move light around or convert it. So that, again, technologies to capture and generate and beam clean energy apply to Earth. Sustainable cities. I don't know if I got 2 minutes left or a little less, but again, humans will require sustainable closed-loop life support. Consumption will have to be measured. Nothing can be wasted. This can be brought to as well. I got a minute and a half. Decent work and economic growth. I think this is obvious too. The space economy has already approaches 500 billion. It's going to be $1 trillion before long. Thousands of jobs have been in spin-off products have come from this. So the COPUOS State Parties focused on an 18th SDG on cooperative, inclusive, and sustainable space development would be able to promote many more decent jobs and economic growth. I got about a minute to go. So with or without COPUOS and the 17 SDGs, human expansion into space is inevitable. Risk takers and resource hunters will go first, but families will follow. And COPUOS can foster this as a beacon for international expansion into space, ensuring inclusive and equitable benefits. And there you are, COPUOS guiding, bringing up life right into the domain of life, as Rick Tomlinson says, bringing it up into space. What is that? And we're going to end with this guy for a particular reason. And there he is. He said it best. Earth is the cradle of humanity, but mankind cannot stay in the cradle forever. Konstantin Tsiolkovsky. And that's the end of my presentation. And I think that's it. Let's see. We are done with this. We are done with this. Let me get rid of this now. How do I get rid of it?
Well, thank you very much, Al, for your presentation. Excellent. And I think very interesting from the point of view of the proposals and how to shape it and to present it and so on. So we have now the last module that will be chaired by Bernard Foing. And we should have discussed and amended a final recommendation, but I'm afraid we cannot do it today because we had so many interesting contributions that it is worth to analyze them during some days. So what I will propose is that we approve just a short statement that says, okay.
Okay, so first I want to thank on behalf of Space Renaissance that I serve as president, all of you that have participated today. We were quite disciplined on time, except the two chairs, but okay, they have to learn to serve as role model for the others. I want also to give the opportunity to introduce some of the other Space Renaissance members that have joined us. So we have, for instance, Marlène Lausier with us. If you can go around and you can also show yourself in the camera. We have also Corinne Graham. She's now leading the US chapter of Space Renaissance. Yes. Very good. So you see, with Space for All, and I am very proud to say that we have managed a change, disruptive change from this morning, where we have many men on the panel, and this afternoon we have a good domination of space women. So I think that's something we have also to include. I would like also to invite on stage Claire Unabia. She is a very good collaborator. As last year we launched the Moon Gallery to Space from Wallops Island, and she helps us to organize an exhibition event here in New York. Also, I had the pleasure to do with her and with her husband, Matthew James, a radio show. It was called Brimstone?
Yes, it's called Grindhouse Radio.
Yeah. And
but they have over 1 million viewers, over like top radio, iHeart radio program, really big with pop news and culture. And so they did an interdisciplinary talk about space and pop art and get it out there to all the people.
Even your daughter was participating to the radio show, I remember. And so this is also an avenue where we, in order to involve Space for All, we have to look at other stakeholders. Fashion, so we have also with us a fashion apprentice, is that? Yeah. So Claire is in the fashion industry. She has also done a few series. And so we are looking forward to organize also a number of events. I've mentioned this morning about space and art, space and culture. You know, as you know, we have at the IF the Committee on Cultural Tradition of Space, where we want to bridge. We also had with Matthew some abstract that were presented by artists to some scientific conferences in order to educate also the scientists. So this is a type of a community, and I'm pleased that to have that for the conclusion. Now, yes, we would like to open the discussion on the draft of today. So maybe we could, yes, we could put the draft text. So the idea is that you have all received this draft document, but this is just something that is the first version. And indeed, as Adriano mentioned, there was so much content in some of the presentations of today. So there is really room to enrich this draft. And so, but I think it's good that we start on a common base. And I think that this draft is already a good base to start. So the goal is to address it to the state members of the United Nations, and we use the various channels for that. And we will summarize what has happened in the process in the last 3 months, you know, where we have been putting this movement in action, and also with the milestone of today. So we representative of the various organizations convened today at the UN Plaza, in concomitance with the UN General Assembly. We recommend developing and introducing a resolution for 18th Sustainable Development Goals, space for all on Earth and beyond, and we describe universal and sustainable space development. And so after we develop the rationale, so expanding the domain of life into space. And in order to fulfill the 17 SDGs in the long term, we propose this 18th SDG to accelerate humanity's expansion into space with a focus on creating sustainable capabilities for living and working human communities in low Earth orbit and beyond. And the idea is to space for all, harnessing the lessons learned to benefit people both on Earth and in space. So collectively, we believe strongly that space should be available to all for the benefit of all, for the whole of humanity, and not only humanity, also life overall. This is a concept which was discussed today. We have the responsibility also to help life, other life form to prosper and to expand. And so that's a bit the principle of what this draft. And then we want to underscore with the Space 18 SDG Coalition. We want to underscore the tremendous social significance of the 17 SDGs and of 2030. Yeah, we are not inventing the wheel completely. We build on all the effort that led to the UN Program 2030, 17 SDG, but we are in a critical date and key turning point. In particular, so that was the argument of urgency. We have this cusp, this window of action. So this 5 years from 2025 to 2030 could be the most critical period in human history, in which several social, economic, and environmental processes will come to a combined breaking point. So there are a number of bleak prospects, and that we believe that the only perspective capable of giving hope and psychological power to the people of planet Earth is to kick off expanding civilization into outer space before 2030. Before this date, some meaningful steps must be taken to ensure full sustainability for human development, launching the expansion of life, communities, civilian activities, and the earthly ecosystems beyond the limits of planet Earth. These activities will require a strong and sustainable global commitment to a strategy facilitating and boosting research and financial engagement that can significantly reduce the cost of space vehicles and space flight. So we had, remember, put a number of action plan, and this was already decided in our Congress 2 years ago, was well explained this morning by Adriano. And so we incorporate this as some of the action lines to give life and content to space for all on Earth and beyond. So we talk about vehicles and space flight, protect human life and health in space, design close ecosystems with life, supporting animal life, vegetation, and water systems. So the proposed 18 SDG focuses on the above goals and more, enabling significant contribution of space development to enhance global development and sustainability, and soliciting all stakeholders at Space for All to do their part to meet this great challenge. So, oh, yes, you want to intervene at this stage?
Well, if we're going to be in a sense, set a baseline for beginning this discussion, for editing this, it occurs to me that there's a number of layers to this, similar to the old adage about how it is that you write a news article. Okay, you're going to tell them up front what you're going to tell them. Okay, space is a variable that is so potent that it can fundamentally transform how we deal with all of the other sustainable development goals. Something like that in accessible words needs to be the first sentence. Okay, and then let's break it down in layers.
That's a good point. So I think, okay, yeah, I presented a draft that we can share. Very important point. Actually, I want to say that we had another event that was organized with Marlene that was exactly addressing this point. How space is dealing with the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. I made a presentation there, so it will be good to to make a link to that to show that, oh no, we didn't invent everything, and we built on the investment of those groups. Yes. So
there was a team in 2015 here at the UN that had the proposal to add space. Okay, and the folks involved were not ready for it at the time. Though they were willing to entertain the fact that let's talk.
David Dunlap. David
Dunlop participated in it. I did. Mark Hopkins did. And so there was, it was something that was brought to the table, and no one said we were wrong.
Yes, that was a very good investment.
But SRI actually
now we are ready. Now we have a large group, and so now is the time. We are all in it together. So Nancy, please come. Yeah.
Hi, everyone. This is Nancy. So just a very humble suggestion for a matter of transparency. As we are growing into the, as we are growing into the group, as we're moving forward as a team, then we're going to have to be handling things as a team. Therefore, if we're going to be updating the original proposal into a team proposal, then it's now, we have some POCs, absolutely, but everybody's going to have a chance to also contribute further to the final draft. And therefore, everybody that has submitted an idea or a formal proposal, including the ones that have already supported this in the previous months, should be able to be in a concise group via emails. As Adriano said, we're going to be handling this online. And in that group, we should have those really long conversations into what will be the final draft. Just a matter of transparency. Everybody should.
Yeah, sorry. No, I think that maybe Karlton will have something to propose as a practical way to reach that goal. During maybe 1 week, we can reprocess what we made today and allow all the co-promoters to send something to on the group. And at the end, we will arrive to a final recommendation to be spread to the UN and everywhere. Yeah. Okay. So, Karlton, I don't know if you are if you like to add something. Karlton, you are here.
In any case, as this is a document that will go as Space Renaissance International, so I'll take it also as a personal responsibility as president to overview that. So Adriano and his team have done a lot of work, but the things will also, through the board of SRI, collect the various input. So I think and I think those that have spoken, or should I invite now, of course, you volunteer to be part of this declaration committee, so that we want to have it as a process which is well open to the member of Space Renaissance, the member of National Space Society, but also to the other organizations that have sponsored this platform. So we will give a process where, timely, we can ingest this various input. We will also analyze what has been presented today to try to insert some of the key ideas there that is enriching the content. And we also will have to work on the proposal from Gary to make it also punchy, in the sense that what we are going to communicate, at least the content must be in the first paragraph strong enough so that it makes a case.
And the follow through. There's a number of folks that have been reporting in on the chat the suggestion for a collaborative tool. There is Google Docs, which does, can meet the requirements. They're fancier ones, but that one is likely satisfactory and sufficient for what you're trying to do. Also, the trouble with email threads is they tend to diverge and run on. Okay, between a email thread and a wiki, You're far better off with a wiki because it actually concentrates information, provided you have a reasonable outline to begin with. But we want to be able to see the visibility.
Yeah, who is asking the word?
Yeah, I'm asked this. Alfred. Yeah, I agree. Email threads. You're not going to be able to do this. I think we should be thinking in terms of a working group and maybe a funnel. Okay, the more people you have involved, the harder it is to come up with something that's concise, because everybody wants their idea in. So what I think that we could start with a larger group, so no one feels left out, but then it should come down to a working group.
Yeah.
And
so then I take the responsibility with Adriano from the Space Renaissance side to do our part. Now, I think that's the virtue of the draft that you have seen now, because this is going to be distributed to everybody, and then you can use that as a substrate where you can add the points you think are critical. And then we start from the same start line. Yes? Please come in, because you see, we have a good debate in the Space for All.
I'm a space scientist also. But anyway, today's meeting was very interesting to listen to. But, you know, there's so many main theme being proposed, but depending on who presented, okay? So my question is, do you have a list of main theme being provided in today's meeting? Can you summarize that, and so that we can debate what do you mean by, you know, each theme?
Yeah. Okay. Very good point, because this comes from the. After I go to you, I answer to your question. This comes from the Space Renaissance Congress that we had 2 years. We defined a number of priority topics. They were well presented this morning by Adriano. Here we are talking about an umbrella declaration, but we shouldn't forget, we are not going only to write a declaration. We need also an action plan. And there, I would like that we follow some of this action that was mentioned, you know, space vehicles, life in space, and so on. Like we put some of them there, and we need to follow them up with, from the Space Renaissance, we have our committees that work on each of these topics, so we have to follow, but we could use also this opportunity of the topics we have prioritized as part of the action plan to also involve members from the other organization to support us in this work.
Yeah. So in order to convince, you know, so many people, like United Nations, so many countries and stuff, you have to be able to explain, you know, each theme that somebody proposed. That what do you mean by that? You know, it seems like you know, you guys folks are debating all of this time, saying last maybe 2, 3, 5 years, whatever the number is. You know, maybe sometimes it's a good idea to list what you mean by each one of the theme you propose, and sometimes, you know, newcomer shows up, may have some, you know, refreshed idea, right? So all of those things should not be ignored, I think.
Yes, certainly. For this, clearly, we put as a reference in the declaration, which is just a top document, some of the key text of Space Renaissance. So this is available on our website. And that could be also attractor point for action that will follow. Because, you know, when we start the process of putting that through the UN machine, we have also to continue some of the other work ourselves. And then Guy, at some point.
Yes, to keep on the same subject. My last professional assignment was to be a science writer for the French National Agency, and I have techniques. So starting from this final document, to expand it with the help of everybody who has been involved, to make a very rich final document, and I'll work with that, with Adriano and Bernard.
Okay, well, thanks for, okay, you have qualified now let's go to democratic. So I would like also to ask some of our panelists from this morning. Yes, so we have Frank, we have Henk. How do you see the, and you are used to talk to large group and, authorities. How do you see the way really we could go also both to the UN, but also to some of the influence that would support our cause? Anybody? Frank? Yes? Yeah, Frank? Frank, you have the floor.
I'm sorry, I was muted. Yes.
Yeah, okay, excellent.
So Bernard, could you repeat what is your question?
So, yes, you have a draft now. So one aspect is that we are going to form a kind of writing group, developing some key point out of the draft, where we need also to message it in a very impactful way. And then we need to distribute it to the key people that will help us. So from your experience, I would like to ask you what you would propose in some of these areas.
Well, in my experience, and I mentioned it in the chat, I think we need to distinguish between the idea people and the communicators. So what we need in this group is people who are really good at boiling things down and writing the sort of the essence of what's been said, as distinguished from everybody here has had some really wonderful ideas, but we need craftspeople, if you will, who can take this and put it into language that will speak to influencers and to COPUOS and all of these other groups. Everybody doesn't have to be involved in everything. And I think it's up to SRI to think through. I mean, just look at this group that's been here all day. How could we divide it up and conquer? Not everybody on the same thing. The other thing is we need a communication strategy that you're getting at here. This goes beyond writing, it goes to public relations. And, it goes back to the kind of thing that Al was talking about. How do we position what we're doing that will speak to key audiences? And who are the key audiences? So I think that's the number one thing. First of all, we need to boil all this down into something that, it's like camouflage. It's like, have you ever seen in these wild animal movies where the predators try to look like the prey? We need to boil the 18th SDG down to something that looks like the other 17, and it can just kind of sneak in there. And I think that's a very important thing. If it looks dramatically different, it's going to be like the immune system is going to kill it. So it needs to look like everything else, first of all. And then, we need to look at who do we want to get to with this information? One thing I didn't get to say this morning, how do we get this done? I think it's media. We've got to make friends with the media.
Yep.
And show them this is a heck of a story. This little rebel group wants to transform the SDGs, and they're up against the mighty United Nations. And it's got to be a story. What is the story here? We got to tell that story.
So that's
what we have to do.
There are different stories there, because there is a rebel story. So this can attract a lot of media attention. It can also generate a lot of counter action from the UN system itself. There is another story, is that Space for All, we didn't invent it. Because already UN COPUOS has a program, Space for All, which is different. It's a program where they have a number of hands-on activities that they direct to emerging countries. We had also at IF a number of events we call Space for All. So there is also another route where we say, it was invented by you. So we just translated what was done and we give it an umbrella, which is, I think, more profound. And then we can say, oh, we go all in the same direction. We are not only the rebel, but we try to make things happen.
Yeah, if I could just add to that, I guess what I should say is the rebel narrative might not be the right one. What we need to ask ourselves, what is the narrative?
Yeah.
I think you've just put your finger on a narrative. I proposed a different one, but that's what we have to do. And we can't tell them everything that we think. We have to tell them what's relevant. I heard one thing today that I think should be really anchored in there, which is it's inevitable. It's not a choice. But the question is how to make it optimal.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So who else wants to intervene? We have also some activists within the room, so a pressure group. So you have also a way to communicate to national authorities or international. So it will be more for the action plan. We believe here what we want to do is document the work that has been done before today. What has been presented today is that like a pool of information, point of view, which can be quite diverse. Space for All, we are inclusive of different point of view, and that's the strength of Space for All, that's a different rationale for what we do in space, on Earth and beyond. And then it's true that we'll have to form also a communication group for different audience to really transmit that. So we will try to have a communication plan, we also with some dates and some product that we can deliver. Adriano?
A small consideration for what we see, what the parties do or the big organization do. The party or the organization make normally very balanced statement that are smoothed and polished and so on, and leave to individual leaders the shocking communication that are able to raise the interest of the people and to raise the discussions and so on. But the point is that we are not. We have some big organization inside our alliance. The NSS is one. SRI is not that big, and we don't attract the media interest so far. Maybe now, yes, but up to now, not. So we are now a group that is together, 60 organizations since a couple of months. No, so yes, we need a public relation. We need to think about the strategy. We need to have a policy toward COPUOS and the policy, but most important is to me a policy toward the large public opinion, because our scope is to make people understand why it is urgent to expand into space. Therefore, we should, shaping our strategy, we should not forget any of these different goals.
I would like to say something. Can I say something?
Please.
Okay.
Yes, Al, you have the floor.
Okay. When you think about COPUOS and about the UN in general, I think it's very important to understand that certain countries have, almost all countries actually, have historical baggage. And some countries have more than other countries. Okay, so it's very important. I think it was Dennis that suggested, getting one country to submit the resolution. Fine, but you have to think clearly about which country it should be. Okay, and I suggest it should not be the United States, for instance. Okay, it should not be Russia, for instance. they have to go along with it because at UN COPUOS, all it takes is one country to block the whole thing. They need, you have to have 100% unanimity to pass a resolution. So it's very, very important to pick a country that doesn't have a lot of historical baggage, and think that through. Think that through a lot. Okay, that's all I.
Yeah. So So in any case, one line of action is through UN COPUOS, but in the UN system, you have also the Outer Space Affairs Office, and they have already activities on space for all. So if we want to be practical, we can also collaborate with the Outer Space Affairs Office and say, we can contribute to some of your activities in some of your classes, in your hands-on project and so on. So we can show de facto we do something with the UN. And then we can look also at the political side. We will have also to address the public side, also each of you the national side, and also what is the non-governmental. So we have to have a kind of action plan that look at these various stakeholders. You want to intervene? Yeah. Okay,
I think you've got, actually, there's a good point here. COPUOS has been increasingly getting into fights as to what are the bounds of its portfolio versus the other aspects. If we go through and craft our work so that it doesn't conflict with COPUOS, it should, but is broader, it should go to the Office of Outer Space Affairs. Okay, and that means we live by a different set of rules. There was a real problem in my last adventures with COPUOS that I observed that a number of the countries were taking a particularly strident political line about things that were outside or tangential to the direction of COPUOS's portfolio, and basically ending business. Okay, and there may be some advantage to leveraging what the bureaucracy wants to do. Okay.
Excellent. Yes. Please. Okay.
I might be speaking too much, but
that's good. It's a space for all debate.
Thank you for giving me opportunity. Yeah, I have. Yeah. What did you say?
Yeah, she comes after you.
Okay. So I have dealt with COPUOS quite a bit, starting 3 years ago with Moscow, and with the vice president, and involved with the foreign ministers. Okay, so I know how it works, and now my case. Okay, the word humanity, the word itself, has not been used in the beginning. Only last few years become so frequently used. Okay, so in fact, okay, COPUOS said, I'm surprised to see the latest statement said, for all humanity, blah, 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 okay, all humanities. I'm amazed that that word was used. So for instance, in order to avoid argument with COPUOS, which I had already, by the way, so yeah, I didn't have a direct argument, but had some involvement with this deputy foreign minister of Russia helped me. Okay, so all for instance, my case, a very important theory I have is COPUOS also already said this is for all humanity. Okay, so all I'm saying is just add the united, just between all and humanity, all united humanity as an example. Okay, I'm not sticking to my idea, but this would help. Imagine that SDG 1 through 17, because all humanity united, particularly you go to space, humanity has to be united. In the earth, nation can be united, okay? They could do that, but by the time you go to space, humanity be around, so you got to be united.
And so all I'm suggesting is, as an example, to I'm hoping COPUOS agree with it, put just a united, word united between all humanity. Okay, that would accomplish a tremendous amount of accomplishment for SDG 1 through 18, 1 through 17 to new 18.
Excellent. So I see that we are now concluding. So Nancy, you have the floor very fast, and then I'm going to distribute some tasks to all of you.
Yes, that's basically exactly what I wanted to say. So I think it's time to discuss tasks and responsibilities, come up with some sort of working group and get some leadership going. So everybody's interested in this. Obviously, we're here. I think the responsibility should be divided in among the people that actually show up to this event and move forward the list of responsibilities online. And also, if the people that have proposed ideas, maybe they can submit, I don't know, that's a question. They can submit a summary of their proposal so it can be properly shared with everybody, or it will be better to just submit the whole presentation. I think maybe a summary of the proposal. It's up to you.
So you're talking about what, declaration or the action plan after? Declaration.
No, for the 18 SDGs and the amendments that we are proposing, yes. And also, let's get rolling the list of responsibilities among all of us.
Yeah. Okay. Declaration. I have run like 20 international conference on exploration on the moon. In general, we adopt the declaration on the last day. Today, I think we had a very good draft. It could almost go like this, I believe, but we can give the opportunity we could enrich it with some of the input. So let's give us a very short time frame to enrich it, because the thing is warm, and let's have something that summarize what we have said. But then the next step, we need an action plan. An action plan, we have a number of opportunities. For instance, some of us will go to the International Astronomical Congress in Baku, and now a strong of your support and this even this draft declaration and this event, we are going to bring that to the space community. And there are other opportunities that we should identify. I'm aware, for instance, there is a Moon Village Symposium that will take place in Tokyo, beginning of December. Some of us are attending. So we are going to talk to the Moon community and say, oh, that's what we do for Space for All. Get on board. We will have events organized by NSS. I'm organizing some events in Europe. So we will use some of this milestone to make progress and to report on our progress.
I just want to say that brevity is the soul of wit. Please keep this document short. If you start incorporating every idea in the universe, it's never going to get read. It's never going to get passed. Keep it focused. Focus. 3
so
maybe.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah. Fully agreed. So at the moment, the target document is very similar to what you have in the draft, but we can optimize it, streamline it to make it more communicative, and be sure we insert some of the key points that came out today. Then we give that to a communication team, and they, on their own, based on this document, they will make a message that can be used for media, because this is not useful for media, with a story and so on. So we will do something for media, and but the document as it is, I think for COPUOS language, they would understand. And so it's already a good document so that we can get feedback from COPUOS folks and see how we can also incorporate their point of view. And then the action plan, we will, I'll take the responsibility to discuss also within the SRI board. We will try to get an action plan, but also we do that in synergy with the structure that we have. We have a number of committees at SRI, which are actually on the themes that we have identified as priority for Space for All. And so we'll also do some of the detailed technical work in these committees. Yes, Adriano?
No, I just wanted to add something that I already mentioned today. We cannot only go working inside the space community. If our aim is to reach the society at large, we also need to address someone else. I am thinking about looking for a contact with the big humanitarian organizations. Our aim is deeply humanist. So we are working for the interest of 8 billion people, not an abstract humanity, but this existing human beings. So I think that organization like Amnesty International or Emergency or Greenpeace also, that is not humanitarian, but is a large ecologist movement and so on, should be interested to discuss with us. I don't mean they have to be convinced, but to discuss. So we could try to make next year a big conference inviting these people to talk with us. And I would like now to start talking about that with some organization in our neighbors, like the Peace Bot that Henk knows well. So maybe Henk, you and me, we have to talk about that and to go ahead, in our plan.
Excellent. So that's a new line of action, but I think that's it's very important to involve those community because it's all humanity we want to talk to. Good. Then, in terms of a big event, we were planning to have a big event jointly with NSS. So that could be one of the key topics that we can address. You know, the NSS also is organizing the International Space Development Conference. There are the topics, Moon, Mars, low Earth orbit, but we could also have this as a specific session that we use also as a way to invite non-space people to join. So we have also a number of very big events next year. I'm organizing, for instance, next year in Milano, various sessions at the International Astronomical Congress, October. Milano, the city of innovation, the city of fashion. So I think I want to invite some of our fashion. We should do also a fashion show there, and then we can get the fashion world. If I can get also a few pop stars to endorse our cause, then I can get 1 million of followers. So anybody knows some of them. I know Brian May. And we are looking also at an event we could organize in the US with some of you here, where we, and finally, we have been invited to do something in the area of Brooklyn next year, spring. That's something that could be used as a platform to advance and talk to the community, non-space, new space, and the old space. Yeah, Gary?
I believe the IAC Milan special session, proposal opportunity was extended, and I'm happy to support submitting a special session on this. I think it would be a great thing, and we can. Actually, not Baku. No, this would be for Milan.
That's January is the deadline, so we have plenty of time.
Right. So we can. So there's an angle there that can definitely work, and also one of the things that I can contribute is not just an electronic environment, but I can provide a framework that is the example of what I was talking about, that says what needs to be said as opposed to the actual words themselves. And if we can get people to work to the framework, even if it's them telling us why the framework's wrong, okay, we can at least have a way of organizing this. And I think that may prove helpful.
Excellent. So I think we are not only giving beautiful talks and statements and discussion, we have also people enlisting for action. So that's great. That's the spirit, because space for all on Earth and beyond will not happen just by itself because of our vision. It will happen because we do things. So because it's time and because you have done a lot of work, I want really to thank all of you that made presentation. So on behalf of Space Renaissance, I want to thank in particular Adriano for the tremendous work. Yes, well,
Yay,
that he has performed. I want to also thank our friend from National Space Society, so Al and Karlton, for really following these activities with us and bringing, this different, enabling element that will allow to go even stronger. I want to thank also all these organizations and their individuals that are following us. So we have a rich, and so now the time is ripe. We can do it. And so let's do it together. Before we close, the tradition, we are going to make a group picture with all of you on Zoom. I think that we can see your face. We'll go in front of the screen, and we are going to capture this as some of the elements we can also communicate, because it's about people, not only about ideas. So let's make a nice picture. And we are planning to do a little celebration now with some drinks. Those of you that are not in presence, I invite you to have a drink on your own. And we will have a drinks here around the plaza. Thanks very much for all of you for an amazing day. Thank you. So let's get a picture done. So the nice space people in front. Yeah, so we do here. And we have a good photographer. Can you take a picture of us? Yeah. Yeah, okay. Oh, we go. We are going to share in the public platform. Yes, how is it? Yeah, we will do. Actually, just take the picture. Take it to your phone and we'll see that from here. Turn the light on, you won't see that. Yeah, that's good.
It's hard because
A wacky world of hybrid conferencing.
I want Exo Tesla to come back. I want that background.
A virtual reality thing, that was pretty trippy.
No, there was. Yeah, I didn't expect that.
I work for a company that does VR a lot, so kind of used to it.
Perhaps we should look for a professional public relation institution. I think about Frank White's proposal. There are a lot of public relations endeavors, and I think we should perhaps pay a professional one.
Yeah.
One
We
thing
just
to
need
note
some
as well is there's big enough organizations in this coalition that have their own internal communications and public relations like departments. So I think that's the first step.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, there are. They're very busy.
We also need experts on how the UN process works, communication-wise, how the votes work, how do you gather support? I mean, is it just a publicity thing? We're trying to get media attention, or do we have to like get votes from particular people? How does the process work? Does anyone here know that? Do we have people on the
Yes,
inside?
we have a number of experts of UN process. You need a lot of patience. Last UN COPUOS, they spent 5 hours to decide the title of a COPUOS session.
And they never did finish.
Okay.
They never decided.
Oh boy.
I've got, Sam, I used to work as a diplomat. I've got a little bit of experience with the UN.
We can do chairs and try one like this, and then we do the chairs. Yes.
You need to move back.
Exo Tesla's back.
Are you sure?
Love the mustache.
Are you sure? You can modify the zoom as well. Okay.
Okay, one,
One,
two,
two.
and
You have a cable in front.
Yes.
Is someone actually taking our pictures?
Yeah.
We're on a big video wall right now.
Video. Press strong. Press strong.
Probably
No,
5 people with phones. They want their pictures taken right now, and we're in the background.
Do it with one.
That's okay.
I'm smiling.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Well, Sam, I'm tired now. I mean, it's really late here.
You're in Italy, so it's late over there.
Yeah. Give me a couple days. I've been to UN conferences.
No. He's taking one. Yeah.
1, 2, and
Where do we go from here? Space forward. Okay, well, moon and beyond.
Well, if it takes hours just to get a name agreed upon, getting this 18th SDG surpassed is going to take years.
Well, yeah, I mean.
Okay, so you see how fast it was to take a picture. Oh, you wanted to? Yeah, let's do one which is the city picture. Yeah, we do. No, everybody sit down.
The new resources working group at COPUOS has given
it's all in
themselves 5 years to come up with
Okay,
this.
so
We won't be any faster.
Yeah.
Wow.
I agree.
So, ladies and
Sam, there is. It's not wasted because you can influence other delegates there, even if you don't get what you want. Exactly.
Okay.
The thing is, and this gets back, Sam. This gets back to picking the right country to help with, because these historical resentments go back years and
fly
years.
me to the moon and let me play among the stars.
Yeah. So
let me see what spring is like
call
on
me
Jupiter and Mars.
Sam, give me a couple days and then send me an email. We'll talk.
Okay.
Yeah, let's communicate about these issues. Yeah. I mean, I've been doing technical writing for 30 years, so I know a little bit about writing and communication and dealing with technology.
We are done, and we try to figure out.
But I don't know the UN world at all. So I'm just curious about how
Well,
this stuff works. Oh, hi, folks. People are waving at us.
okay, what are we supposed to be doing something other than smiling?
We're just chit-chatting.
Hello. So long.
It might help to know.
Are we done?
Adriano, are we done yet? What's up?
Thanks everybody for participating, and we are closing this very great historic event at the United Nations Plaza 777. We are inside the quarter of UN, just in front of the UN headquarters. So we are here, and we explain.
Nancy, turn off your microphone, please. There you go. Now Adriano's muted. Oh, God. How about we get an IT guy or AV tech to help Adriano? He works so hard.
Adriano, we cannot hear you.
We can't hear you, Adriano. Adriano.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, now.
Okay. So, okay, we want to close this day, this long day from this morning and 9 o'clock up to now, almost 6 o'clock, 6 p.m. And we made a very, very exciting meeting today with so many speakers, almost 30 speakers, 30 passionate speakers, and a great discussion at the end. And also we try to draft a plan for the continuation of this campaign that for sure will not terminating today. It will go ahead until when the 18th SDG will be recognized. Okay, so thanks to everybody for being with us and for supporting and for participating. in presence and remotely. And as we always say at the end of our meeting, Dastra.
Adriano?
Yes.
Adriano? This is
Karlton. Karlton wants to speak.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Sorry, I was having some comm issues on my end, so apologize for that. So just as we're bringing this to a close and to kind of piggyback on what was said by Adriano, with all the comments that we've heard today, what we're going to do is this. NSS is going to take the lead to refine the overall statement. We'll take into consideration what people have said today and say, give us about a week or so to fine tune that. And then we'll send it back out just so you guys can see it prior to release. The only thing I would ask is, because we have 60 plus people, we're not necessarily looking for 60 plus different opinions. We're looking for a consensus. And so if there's anything substantive changes or substantive inclusions, if you will, then we'd like to take those and then move forward. And then after that, more than just having the statement, guys, the hard work is going to be really getting all the things lined up mechanically to still do the effort to move this forward. So we'll go ahead and move forward from there and let you guys know. I'm noticing in the chat here something about SRI sponsoring and so forth. So let's just be clear. This has both been a SRI NSS initiative. We've been the ones briefing at the UN and so forth. So we'll still continue to do that. But the overall comment that will go forward will be this collective group. And so thanks a lot for your inputs, and we'll go from there.
Hey, Karlton, thank you very much for your contribution, and for sure the work that you're going to do with NSS will be very important. And also, yeah, we could keep on receiving, as we solicited today, some more talks, and so there will be that we need to be, however, considered and taken into account. And of course, I'm sure that you will make a good work. So let's go ahead. Yes, you're right. It was from the beginning an SRI and NSS effort, and that will continue with the contribution of all the other 60 organizations, of course. Okay, so this is all. You want to say something? No. So I believe we can close now. And okay, I don't repeat all the greetings that I already made, but yeah, okay. So yeah, the last thing I want to say is ad astra.